This old man with snow-white hair and beard turned out to be the invincible sword Immortal of the martial world, a man who had defeated countless masters of Jianghu in his lifetime, whose very name made the world tremble and soil itself in terror. But when the sword Immortal unexpectedly took in an adorable little girl, he transformed completely into an incredibly kind and gentle soul. If anyone dared disturb his granddaughter's sleep, he would beat them within an inch of their life. If the little girl declared someone a villain, he would immediately kick them so hard they would have no choice but to turn over a new leaf. Facing an opponent's ultimate technique, he could block it with a single hand. But enough preamble, let us begin. Our story opens with a scene of pristine clarity. Yet in stark contrast to this idyllic scenery, a scene of brother turning against brother unfolds before our very eyes. Hey Donghua, we're friends, right? Zun turns his head, his expression twisting with annoyance at the question. You mad demon, can you stop spouting nonsense? After all, I am an elder of the Wudang sect. Get a hold of yourself, you fool, why must you be so weak? At his feet lies a pool of blood belonging to the man beside him. The unfortunate soul is none other than Mo Tian of the Tianming sect. Though his life's blood is nearly drained, he still manages to smile with a cheerful, almost absurd optimism. Are you truly the heavenly demon? In these final moments before the embrace of death, Mo Tian summons his very last breath to speak these words. That is precisely why I entrust her to you. There is no one else in this world I can trust. Please. He strains with all his remaining strength, reaching his hand forward in a desperate, earnest plea. My granddaughter. Yet before Mo Tian can finish his sentence, his eyes remain open, but his final breath has already escaped him. Donghua, before the departure of his fallen companion, maintains his composure, hands clasped calmly behind his back. This fool, for someone called the heavenly demon, he was naively, hopelessly trusting. Mo Tian, as if he had heard those very words, sheds a single tear even in death. In the end, Donghua wishes for him to rest in peace. Before departing, he gently closes Mo Tian's eyes so the man need never witness any more of this world's suffering. Two swords stained with fresh blood, planted into the earth, the only remnants left behind from their battle. In the end, you were still nothing but a troublesome fool. Donghua walks along the forest path when he suddenly senses someone watching him. Turning his head, he spots a small, round, adorable face hiding behind a distant bush. Of course, this little one could never escape his piercing eyes. Come now, little one, come out. Yet despite Dongzu's call, the girl remains stubbornly rooted in place, refusing to budge an inch. And this girl turns out to be the very person Mo Tian, in his final moments, could not stop worrying about. The granddaughter of the heavenly demon. Seeing the girl frozen before him like a stone statue, not uttering a single word, he asks, It's been a while since we last met, won't you greet me? Though he has spoken, Su Zhen remains as silent as a clam, staring at Donghua with eyes full of bewilderment. The girl sits quietly in a corner, well-behaved, not causing a fuss, not saying a single word. So even at this stage of life, I still have to raise a child. The next moment, tears begin to well up on Su Zhen's face, leaving Donghua rather flustered. Why are you crying? What did I even do? Finally, the girl musters the courage to speak, but her very first words leave Donghua frozen for a full 5 seconds. You don't like me because I'm his granddaughter. At his ripe old age, even he finds himself surrendering to the petulance of youth. Children these days will say just about anything, won't they? Seems even sharper than the heavenly demon himself. After a moment, Donghua extends his hand and calls out in the gentlest of voices. Come now, little one, let's go. Hearing that he would take her with him, Su Zhen lifts her face, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Seeing the girl give him a massive cold shoulder, Donghua is rendered utterly speechless. Fine then, just stand there for the rest of your life. And naturally, Dongzu's reverse psychology works like a charm. After all, Su Zhen doesn't want to be abandoned and left all alone, so she tugs at his sleeve. Then she lowers her face, slightly embarrassed, and murmurs, I didn't say I didn't want to go. At this, Donghua looks down to observe Su Zhen's expression and demeanor. Decision made, the two no longer linger in this place of sorrow. Donghua takes the girl's hand and leads her away. As they pass the stone where Mo Tian lies, Su Zhen waves goodbye one last time before they depart. As they walk, the girl corrects the way Donghua addresses her. And my name is Su Zhen, not little one, okay? Though he hears her clearly, he still can't resist teasing her. Alright, little one, when rumors of the demonic path's supreme heavenly demon having vanished spread across the land. And as the world gradually forgot about the heavenly demon, something utterly extraordinary occurs in the Tianshan Mountains. They seem to be struggling through the long journey amid this blinding white blizzard. The Grand Escort estimates they still need 4 more days to reach their destination. That bad, huh? Provisions are running low as well. The man before us is none other than Grand Escort Shenjai of the Xianxia Merchant Group. Distribute the sheepskin coats to everyone and rest here for now. In the meantime, take stock of the remaining rations. They cannot continue traveling through this bitter snowstorm, so they will make camp here for the night. We must pitch the tents before darkness falls completely. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, causing Shenjai to turn around. Grandpa, hurry up. And it is none other than Dongzun and Suzhen. The girl is as cheerful as a bright flower blooming in the snow, tugging his hand forward. It's time to eat, come on, let's go. Seeing the girl so energetic, Dongzun speaks up to remind her to behave. Don't run, you'll fall. Shenjai also kneels down, gently asking after Suzhen's well-being. Were you bored sitting in the carriage? Are you cold? The girl happily describes her experience. Watching the scenery outside the window, time just flies by. And thanks to the sheepskin coat you gave me, Grandpa Shenjai, I'm not cold at all. Seeing the girl break into such a bright smile, he feels his own spirits lift in kind. Well then, that's a relief. About 10 days ago, while passing through the Tianshan Valley, we happened upon a young man and a little girl. Though the Tiananmen sect has long since disbanded, encountering them within the boundaries of its former territory filled me with suspicion and unease. Aren't you cold? No, not cold. The reason I took them in, however, was because they reminded me of the children back home. Shenjai gazes at them with tender affection. Then give me your fur coat, Grandpa. Not a chance. These days, in all of Jianghu, it is rare to see a young man wearing a Tai Kai Taoist robe and carrying an ancient Songwen sword. It is Dongzun's distinctive appearance that makes Shenjai suddenly realize something. A disciple of the Wudang sect. Though the Wudang sect is no longer as glorious as it once was, Wudang is still Wudang. Such things cannot escape Shenjai's discerning eyes. While he is scrutinizing their every move, a subordinate steps forward and announces, Grand Escort, the food has been prepared, sir. Ah, thank you. And then a piping hot bowl of soup, looking absolutely delectable, was served. But weren't those two a bit unusual? While Dong Hian fed soup to Sajin, Sim Ji and his companions sat in the distance, discussing him. The young man seemed far more mature than his actual age. It was strange, certainly, but nothing overtly suspicious. Sajin's peculiar way of addressing Dong Hian had planted an enormous question mark in their minds. The little girl kept calling the young man Grandpa. Well, the Wudang priests were famously eccentric folk after all. If there was already a sword saint, then what was impossible anymore? The sword saint. At that very moment, a memory long buried in oblivion was suddenly dredged up from the depths of his mind. The sword saint, also known as the sword freak, was both a calamity who carried a blade and a creature branded a monster. He was the most powerful and brutal catastrophe the Wudang sect had wrought upon the world decades ago. Everywhere he passed, everywhere his hand touched, chaos and calamity followed in his wake. Dozens of sects vanished, hundreds of people were left crippled by the sword saint. The Wudang sect itself could never reclaim its former prestige to properly address the aftermath. Yet despite such a brutal truth, Dong Hian remained a man of benevolent heart who cared for even the lowliest souls of that era. He always maintained a clear boundary with the common folk. He knew what should be done and what should not. He had never harmed a single innocent. To the common people, Dong Hian was nothing short of a bodhisattva walking the mortal world. Because of Dong Hian's noble character, the reputation he left behind was far from terrible. People said he was both a chivalrous hero and a true legend. After sitting and listening to Sim Ji recount every last word without missing a single detail, his subordinates grew curious. But isn't the sword saint just a rumor? However, Sim Ji did not think so. This was a story from 30 years ago, so you lads might not have heard of it. My lord, I believe you should come over here for a moment. Dong Hian, hearing Sim Ji call him over, asked with mild curiosity. What is it? Gazing into the distance through the curtain of white snow, just as Sim Ji had said, a group of strangers was heading toward them. A group of fellow travelers approached, bearing no apparent ill will. One of them lowered his head and greeted everyone with genuine goodwill. It is an honor to meet you all. He then raised his head, revealing a round, benevolent face beaming with a warm smile. I am Mi Yongya of the Kunlun sect. He introduced each of the young men standing behind him, one by one. And these are my nephews Yongdu, Yongsan, and Yongkayun. And the last person Mi Yongya introduced was also the one with the most striking, almost cinematic presence of them all. And Yong Hwa. We spotted your campfire's light and ventured here, though we apologize for the intrusion. Would it trouble you if we accompanied you all the way to Sichuan? Before their sudden proposal, Sim-ji was utterly floored. Travel together. Seeing him still hesitant, the old man wasted no time casually dropping the name of his sect for credibility. The Kunlun sect was a mysterious and renowned faction, its fame echoing even across the Central Plains. Hearing that, Sim-ji did an instant about-face and hastily agreed. Yes, of course, please travel with us. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and serve food for our fellow Taoists. Yet at this moment, only Donghua was less than pleased. Getting tangled up with the Kunlun lot, nothing but bad luck. Afterwards, Sim-ji and Mi Yongya struck up a conversation as warm and intimate as old friends, bonding from the very first meeting. Might I ask, are you heading to the Poison King's Cow Hainan banquet? How did you know? I was on my way there myself but lost the road. I was worried I had nearly gone down the wrong path. After hearing about the old man's predicament, Sim-ji enthusiastically poured wine into Mi Yongya's cup. We are also on our way to the Tang clan. If it pleases you, travel with us. In that case, we are most grateful. The reason for his enthusiastic invitation was simple. Sim-ji was worried about the safety of his entire caravan, from the young Wudang Taoists to the Kunlun swordsmen. With this, he no longer had to fear the bandits lurking along the remaining road. But life, as they say, is full of cruel twists. He had thought his caravan would travel in peace and ease, free from all worries, yet barely 5 days later. Sim-ji looked no different from a withered husk. What catastrophe could have befallen them? Everyone appeared utterly drained, not a shred of vitality left in their bones. My lord, what has happened this time? One of the Kunlun disciples acted recklessly, rummaged through the merchandise and grabbed clothes, rendering them completely unsellable. It has been 5 days of sheer chaos since joining forces with the Kunlun sect. Contrary to what one would expect of a famed and prestigious sect, they ransacked luggage at will, treated porters like servants, and in drunken rages smashed property and beat the workers. All of their brazen behavior left him feeling 3 parts helpless and 7 parts furious. We still haven't even covered the distance that should have taken just 4 days. I had thought they would not besmirch the honor of their renowned sect, but I never imagined things would come to this. Mi Yongya's group showed no sign of stopping, continually picking fights with Sim-ji's people. If they keep turning expensive goods into worthless scraps, the value of our cargo will plummet. What is the meaning of this? He could no longer stand by and watch. He spoke up. Wait, how much is a single bolt of fabric even worth? And the one roughly grabbing a man by the collar like seizing a chicken was none other than the Kunlun disciple, Yongsan. Don't you realize the 3 of us brothers protected you from those bandits? Not only are you ungrateful, you dare whine at us over some worthless scrap of fabric. You are courting death. The man screamed at in the face, cowered in terror, not daring to talk back, while the surrounding onlookers were too frightened to intervene. Suddenly, Mi Yongya spoke a remark that made Yongsan whip his head around. Is that a young lady? I've been putting up with you lot for far too long. Sim-ji's expression darkened like a storm, as if he were about to devour Yongsan whole. That isn't just petty cash, it's 1,000 gold coins. Who could have known his good deed would bring such calamity upon himself? If Sim-ji had refused them from the very start, he would not be suffering such devastating losses. He wondered what had gone so wrong. Now the merchant's gold and goods lay in ruins. Would bloodshed erupt? Those goods were extraordinarily expensive and precious. This was clearly a grave mistake. Sim-ji had thought Mi Yongya was a trustworthy Taoist, but when the old man's nephews caused this disaster, he simply looked the other way as if it had nothing to do with him. Those were the merchant's entire life savings poured into their stock, reduced to a wreck in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, the group fell into brief contemplation. Then Yong Hwa, recognizing the gravity of the situation, stepped forward and rebuked his senior's behavior. Senior brother Yongsan, please stop this. But not only did he refuse to listen, his face flushed crimson as a rooster being bled, burning with fury. What do you mean? I was merely picking out something suitable for Yong Hwa. How humiliating. Yong-san, having lost every shred of face before the masses, channeled his rage indiscriminately and drew his sword. At first glance, one could easily mistake the scene for a lowly thug wielding a dagger to rob someone in broad daylight. Are you trying to swindle money out of Kunlun with this kind of scheme? Although Sim-ji hadn't done a single thing wrong, the brute still drew his sword and charged toward him. You dare a lowly merchant look down upon our Kunlun. However, that fiery temper of his brought karmic retribution crashing down upon him with blinding speed. Yong-san hadn't so much as twitched a finger before Donghyun's kick sent him sprawling to the ground. Wasn't Donghyun absolutely magnificent? With the spirit of a true man of honor burning in his chest, he could no longer stand idle and watch that brute lord over and bully everyone. One of the reasons his kick landed without a single miss was his fear that Yong-san's thunderous mouth would wake Sajandam, that noisy bastard. Sent sprawling to the earth like that, Yong-san couldn't even regain his wits frozen stiff for a full 5 seconds. This one merely intended to take a nap and rest. Before Donghyun's decisive, superfluous movement-free actions, everyone couldn't help but stare, mouths agape and eyes wide as saucers. Though he appeared utterly unbothered, every sinew in his body was taut as a bowstring. Can you not see that my little one is sleeping? If she wakes up, will any of you take responsibility for that? Donghyun merely spoke a single gentle reminder. If she wakes up, will you take responsibility? Upon seeing Yong-san collapse to the floor, blood streaming from his nose, Yong-hwa turned anxiously to her senior brother. But rather than feeling fear or regret, the man merely trembled violently, his face twisted with bitter resentment. You scoundrel! Despite his body shaking uncontrollably, Yong-san still forced himself upright and gripped his sword, putting on a defiant front. Do you have any idea who I am? Donghyun's expression was the very picture of do I look like I care. He uttered not a single word, merely gazing at Yong-san in calm, unshakable composure. In stark contrast to Yong-san's foolishness, Yong-hwa possessed a keen eye, could perceive the truth. That man was facing Yong-san head-on, yet his aura remained utterly, impossibly serene. The chances of her senior brother winning were virtually non-existent. Senior brother Yong-san was growing increasingly agitated. If they weren't careful, this could spiral into an all-out war between sects. Fearful that standing idly by would invite disaster, Yong-hwa steeled herself to intervene at the very least. She had to act before things spiraled out of control. But just as she was about to leap in, a voice rang out, stopping Yong-hwa dead in her tracks. And the speaker was none other than the chief disciple of the Kunlun sect, Yong-du. Leave it be, Yong-hwa. His intervention left her somewhat displeased. She had always believed the eldest senior brother was the noblest of the three, yet it turned out Yong-du was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Didn't Yong-san already make himself clear? Forcing a disciple of our sect to bow their head over a torn piece of cloth is utterly absurd. He said as much because he had already devised a different plan. Compensation could be settled afterward. Moreover, I've heard that man is merely some swordsman who trained at a remote frontier outpost. The very next second, Yong-du's demeanor flipped as quickly as turning a crepe's expression turning utterly sinister. If that's true, then we're in for quite the spectacle. And if it comes to defending Kunlun's honor, I shall step forward myself. Should Yong-san show even a hint of faltering, I will personally step in to uphold Kunlun's honor, so do not worry. Hearing this, Yong-hwa had no choice but to comply and follow his lead. The eldest senior brother only ever thinks about fighting, doesn't he? In truth, he was well known within the sect as a battle-crazed maniac. Beneath his composed exterior, Yong-du was an extreme solipsist who held the supremacist conviction that no one was worthy of standing on the same level as him. A sense of superiority so absolute that merely wielding a sword and embracing the Tao was enough to look down upon all of mortal creation. Such arrogance had rotted the sect to this state. Perhaps the time had come to leave these people behind for good. Turning back to Yong-san and Donghyun, the former now gnashing his teeth in fury, unable to contain his bitter resentment toward the man. He could no longer swallow this indignity. His sword shot upward in a flash. Yet facing him, Donghyun simply stood in place, utterly at ease. After all, he was merely an ordinary swordsman of Wudong. Did that brat truly dare? Even Donghua hadn't expected that such an amateur like Yong-san could utter words of contempt toward him. An ordinary swordsman of Wudang, is it? Without another word, Yong-san leaped skyward and slashed ferociously toward Donghua. Since the brat was so desperate for a fight, Donghua feared no man alive and decided to give him a beating he wouldn't soon forget. The very next instant, Donghua showed Yong-san exactly what it meant to show respect. His strike was so fast that all anyone could perceive was a white streak flashing between them. Such was his caliber, subdued Yong-san in a single beat, without even needing to draw his sword. This left Yong-Hwa utterly astonished. What just happened? In the blink of an eye, Yong-san was utterly defeated from the very first exchange, left utterly disgraced. Seeing him collapse to the ground and foam at the mouth before the fight had even properly begun, Donghua couldn't help but look at him with utter disdain. What is this feeble weakling? A brat who is yet to wean off his mother's milk dares speak so arrogantly of the sword Tao. How laughable had been planning to teach this runt a lesson he'd remember for a lifetime. Donghua only regretted that he hadn't had the chance to exchange more blows with Yong-san. After the brief scuffle, it suddenly dawned on him Sajin. Surely Sajin didn't wake up. When he peered inside, a wave of relief washed over Donghua. The little one was still sleeping soundly, not a care in the world. Sajin remained curled up in her warm blanket, utterly oblivious to the heavens above or whatever chaos was unfolding outside. While Donghua stood calmly in place, Yong-du fixed his gaze upon him with an eerie, murderous intensity. He couldn't help but grind his teeth in bitter fury. His junior brother had been utterly and shamefully defeated by Donghua. God knows what Yong-du had been inhaling, but he suddenly burst into uncontrollable, unhinged laughter. You scoundrel, you dare use dark sorcery to harm my junior brother. Truly escaped the wolf's jaws only to meet the tiger's maw. Though he sought nothing but peace and tranquility, he kept running into these utterly insolent troublemakers. And who the hell is this one now? Although Yong-san's defeat was simply due to his woefully inferior skill, Yong-du kept shrieking accusations that Donghua had fought dishonorably. Judging by your appearance alone, you are undoubtedly a vile practitioner of the demonic path. With his inherently combative nature, Yong-du drew his sword and announced, "My name is Yong-du. I am the Loneheart Sword Hero of Kunlun." Though whether he could so much as touch a single hair on Donghua's head remained to be seen, his delusions of grandeur knew no bounds. Right here and now, I shall punish you severely and strip away whatever face you're hiding behind that facade. Yong-du was clearly afflicted with a terminal case of overthinking, his mind filled to the brim with nothing but baseless delusions. The technique that man used to defeat Yong-san was undoubtedly dark sorcery. He fixed his gaze upon Donghua with an intensely provocative stare. If it weren't, how could a first-rate expert such as myself have failed to perceive it? Well then, so be I yearned to test his mettle against this Wudang swordsman who clearly possessed more than met the eye. With Yong-san's humiliating defeat, he now had the perfect excuse to step in. Observing Donghua's cold, commanding presence, the very image of a domineering patriarch, Yong-du silently concluded that this man was undoubtedly an irredeemable villain. If I capture him, my name shall resound across the entire land. Flying dragon chasing lightning in the very next instant, Yong-du wasted no more time and surged forward at blistering speed. He looked utterly ambitious in that moment, but little did he know he would soon need to find something to cover his head lest the shame consume him whole. And indeed, just as predicted, Yong-du's attack was caught barehandedly by Donghua as easily as eating cake. This utterly surreal spectacle left Yong-du thunderstruck, his jaw hanging wide open. What? It wasn't just Yong-du, everyone around them shared the exact same stupefied reaction. The Supreme Void Phantom Dragon sorta technique so exclusive that only the chief disciple of Kunlun was permitted to learn it. Yet he blocked it barehanded. Who on earth is he? No matter how fearsome Yong-du's verdant dragon technique had been in the past, the moment it fell into his hands, the thing cooled back in sheer terror. And this is what they call swordsmanship. Seeing both of his opponents utterly outclassed, Donghua was far from satisfied. Every single one of them. Fury surging through him, he crushed Yong-du's dragon technique in his grip and roared. Why is every last one of you so pathetically weak? It seems the days of Yong-du have come to an end. After witnessing what unfolded before his very eyes, the man's face drained of all color. Had Donghua just shattered the cloud dragon sword, While the sword Immortal casually stretched and rolled his joints, the man stood frozen, rooted to the spot in disbelief. The sacred relic that Kunlun had venerated for over 500 years shattered by a single swing of the arm. He did not flail and whirl like them. Every strike he unleashed was pure distilled to perfection. It was the same last time. Is this some tradition of yours? He had let Donghua have her moment long enough. Now it was Donghua's turn to leave them gaping before his overwhelming might. In the blink of an eye, a devastating, unpredictable punch rocketed straight into Yongdu's face. At this rate, even his own master wouldn't recognize his face. The thunderous punch was so devastating that it sent one of Yongdu's teeth flying into oblivion. And his fate proved no different from Yongsan's. Yongdu collapsed face first onto the ground, utterly defeated before the might of that supreme master. Seeing his face beaten into a swollen, battered mess, the remaining disciples cried out in alarm. "Senior brother," they shouted. Hearing this, Donghua casually turned his head, wondering what other tricks these fools might try next. The rest of them truly had eyes but could not see Tai. The two of them were like moths throwing themselves into the flames. "You there, release our senior brother this instant." Yet even facing them all at once, Donghua did not flinch. He would take them all on. Two more who crave a beating. To their shock, he gripped the sword tight and hurled it straight at them. Donghua's expression remained utterly calm. Armed with nothing more than a single sword, he never once charged forward to attack. And yet, the sword he had thrown proved more than enough, soaring from one spot to the next, striking them from every conceivable angle. His expression did not waver in the slightest, because in this battle, Donghua was destined to claim a triumphant victory. Yonghwa, who had been watching from the sidelines this entire time, suddenly realized something. That technique before she could utter a single word, Yongya stepped forward and spoke in her place. G-controlled sword flight. G-controlled sword flight, a technique that commands a blade to move freely through the air. A feat so extraordinary that even the greatest masters would not dare dream of achieving it. Through this, he understood the truth. Donghua was none other than a legendary grandmaster concealing his true prowess. Though he appeared young, he was almost certainly an elder who had walked the earth for many years. Yongdu, who had been as fierce as a tiger moments ago, was now beaten to a pulp in equal measure. In that dire moment, Yongya stepped in to defuse the situation before things spiraled any further. "Stop!" When Donghua turned around, he found Yongya prostrated on the ground, pleading before him. "I truly did not know who you were, my lord. Please forgive us for having angered you. I beg of you, for the sake of Kunlun, spare these ignorant fools." In the end, Yongya had no choice but to swallow his pride and put an end to this conflict. Yet after hearing those words leave Yongya's lips, Donghua felt a surge of immense irritation. "What did you say?" His eyes blazed crimson, radiating murderous intent. "For the sake of Kunlun, you say." Every word Donghua spoke sent Yongya silently praying to the Buddha in his heart. Donghua's face was taut as a bowstring, as though he was about to devour the man whole. "You do not know who I am." Hearing this, Yongya lifted his drenched, sweat-soaked face and stammered in reply. What do you mean, my lord?" Donghua continued, "Judging by your reaction, it seems you've forgotten me." After hearing those words, his heart plunged into utter bewilderment. Who in the world is this man? Yongya appeared to know absolutely nothing about the Donghua standing before him. Yet from the way he spoke, it was clear this man knew him. At his wits' end, Yongya had no choice but to rifle through the depths of his own memories. Memories of a past he never wished to revisit. The image of a white-haired man materialized before his eyes. "Do all of you wretches have a death wish?" Roughly 30 years ago, an old man in tattered Wudang robes cut down over 50 men, including Tu Duthan Hak, the foremost martial artist and sect master of Kunlun at the time. "Do not hide behind the name of your sect and act mighty." No matter how many years passed, that deranged, maniacal smile was something he could never forget. Without a shred of doubt, that same deranged, terrifying smile now appeared before him once more, and at last, Yongya recognized the man standing before him. The greatest and most devastating calamity in the history of Wudang. Could it be the sword Immortal? After dredging through those old memories, he finally grasped Donghua's true identity. But surprise, old man, Yongya had finally recognized who Donghua was. Yet the fool addressed him incorrectly, something Donghua could not let slide without a few solid hits. "The nerve of you! Am I your friend? Did I not tell you to call me the sword Immortal?" Mi Yongya certainly did not dare play with fire and immediately corrected himself. Insolent brat. Sajin had been sleeping soundly inside, but the commotion outside seemed to have woken her. That won't do, I will beat you until you remember. Sajin sat up slowly, still looking drowsy. Please spare me, I was wrong. Too late, you wretch. And after a thorough lesson he would never forget, Mi Yongya emerged utterly battered and worn. And on top of that, Donghua punished him by forcing him to hold his hands high above his head. Mi Yongya never imagined he would encounter Donghua Aganlit alone in such a youthful appearance. Having vanished from Jianghu for over 30 years, it turned out the sword Immortal had regained his youth through the art of rejuvenation. Had he known, he would have intervened the moment the conflict began. He never imagined letting things play out would lead to such catastrophe. After that, Donghua delivered a truly terrifying display by picking up the sword. That silk belongs to the Pasa kingdom, does it not? This punishment should be enough to pay for the silk. With his chi suppressed, there would be no further danger. Seeing this, the man was utterly horrified. My lord, the Cloud Dragon sword is Kunlun's sacred treasure, very symbol of our sect. This trinket. But Donghua, of course, could not care less and immediately flashed his devilish grin to intimidate Mi Yongya. So what? Having tormented him not long ago, Donghua was far from finished, no heaping further humiliation and rebuke upon the man. Had you disciplined your disciples properly from the start, none of this would have happened. I cannot accept this. Seeing her stammer, he turned back and asked, still not enough. You want more? But things were not as Donghua thought. And no, it's far too valuable, yet once Donghua had made his decision, no one could change his mind. He insists on giving the sword to that girl to hold. What kind of merchant has such a conscience? Consider the surplus as compensation for the mental distress they caused. At that moment, Sim-ji slowly approached and awkwardly apologized for failing to recognize the sword Immortal. Seeing him come over, Donghua picked up the red pouch and handed it to him. You truly put this one to shame. You've come at just the right time. This is compensation for the damaged goods. However, Sim-ji, out of deference to him, declined to accept it. How could I accept this while traveling alongside the world-renowned sword Immortal? Yet after a long moment of deliberation, he finally decided to voice a request. Might I be so bold as to suggest we use this sum to hire the sword Immortal? Of course, to the sword Immortal this sum means nothing, but since you'll be traveling a long journey with your granddaughter, the travel expenses won't be small. At that moment, Sajin had already climbed down from the carriage and walked toward them. The little girl approached Donghua and called out, Grandpa. Then, with a face as bright as a flower blooming in spring, she held up a small dandelion stalk and said. The dandelion seeds flew into the carriage. Seeing Sajin so happy, Donghua couldn't help but smile along. What Sim-ji had just said not only flattered his mood but also showed genuine care for Sajin. With one hand, Donghua took the dandelion seeds, while the other gently patted the girl's head. You sure know how to do business, don't you? You're talking about the Changshan caravan, correct? You surely don't truly believe you can hire this one with such a sum. This one shall consider it an investment, take it. The moment those words left his lips, he hurled the red pouch straight toward Sim-ji. I understand now. Then, as a precaution, I shall keep the sword Immortal's presence with us a secret. Very well. After a brief back-and-forth exchange, Donghua suddenly recalled something. Now then, what should this one do with these people? Keeping them along is troublesome, but leaving them behind would likely let them spread word about this one. Donghua then racked his brain to come up with a few reasonable solutions. How about we cut off their heads and carry them on our shoulders? Mi Yongya, upon hearing this, snapped out of his daze and stared wide-eyed. To that extent. Seeing Donghua standing there in contemplation with such a frigid expression, Mi Yongya's heart began to fill with unease. What's with that worried look? No, if it's the sword Immortal, something like that could really happen. Before anyone could guess what Donghua would do next, he hoisted Yongdu into midair, leaving Mi Yongya utterly startled and shaken. He never expected Donghua to pull off such a feat in the blink of an eye, lifting the man effortlessly without even laying a hand on him. Not a single trace of emotion crossed Donghua's face. Was this not the legendary void manipulation? Not only that, but it was also chi-guided healing. Mi Yongya froze in absolute awe of his supreme ability. He explained. Chi-guided healing is a treatment method that channels internal power through another person's acupoints to purify the flow of their inner chi. With his wealth of experience, Mi Yongya could roughly gauge Yongdu's current condition. However, only the external wounds had been healed. His qi blood circulation, bones, joints, and danshan were all in disarray. His face began to crease with worry. Though his martial arts weren't entirely lost, a full recovery would take time, and using internal power in the short term would be near impossible. After that, Donghua simply let go, dropping Yongdu to the ground, then turned to address Simji. The porters must be exhausted. When they wake up, split the cargo and carry it for them. He agreed immediately. I will do so. To teach Simji the proper way to conduct himself, Donghua uttered a line that could not sound more philosophical. Noble families have always been duty-bound to share the burdens of the common people. No matter what occupied him, Donghua never forgot about Sajin. He asked Simji warmly. Oh, and if there are any leftover snacks, give some to Sajin. Simji immediately set about doing just that. Yes, I'll bring them right away. Seeing Donghua care for and dote on the little girl so, a multitude of questions filled Simji's heart. That terrifying man doted deeply on the child traveling with him, yet Simji had never once heard a rumor that the sword Immortal had children. Who on earth is that child? That burning question left Simji consumed with curiosity. After those tumultuous events, several days passed in the northern Tianshan desert before they set off to continue their journey. Walking through this scorching, barren desert, Yonghwa had long since grown weary after days of travel. What she craved most at this moment was simply a place to stop and rest. I wonder when we'll find an inn to rest. Yongsan, walking beside her, could endure it no longer either. Despite being a man, Yongsan turned out to be the weakest and most troublesome of them all. I can't take it anymore. At that moment, every eye turned toward him. Seeing Yongsan in such a state, Yonghwa offered to help. If you're tired, let me carry some of your things. But he still refused. That's not the problem. Yongsan then finally revealed his true grievance. After I regained consciousness, I found my meridians in disarray, and now I can't even ride the carriage. I have to carry cargo on top of that. Seeing the person who had been silent all along, Yongsan confronted him directly. Senior brother, you have to say something. But Yongdu was no better off. He replied, Junior brother, you've already been through it, do you still not understand? While Yongsan was thrashing about, unable to bear it any longer, a sword shot out of nowhere and flew straight into his face, silencing him on the spot. Seeing this, Yonghwa bent down to check on him. Senior brother, but this is a well-deserved punishment for loudmouths like Yongsan. After that, Yonghwa's attention was drawn to the sword from moments ago. She hadn't been watching it for long before the blade soared forward once more. Yonghwa followed the sword's trajectory with a trace of surprise, and the scene that greeted her eyes was Donghua recalling the blade. But to Yonghwa, this was utterly mind-boggling. Impossible is seated in the carriage far ahead of us. Although Yonghwa had already witnessed Donghua's supreme abilities, she never expected his hearing to be this sharp. How could he hear senior brother's voice from such a distance and launch a sword with pinpoint accuracy? Among all the people Yonghwa had ever encountered, not one could replicate what he just did. Even her master, the person she had once faced and considered the foremost expert, could not detect faint sounds from such a distance. Suddenly, everything around her fell into an eerie silence. Yet a storm raged within her heart, a formidable master so overwhelming that there was nothing she could do. Though among the three siblings, Yonghwa was the only one Donghua had yet to interact with directly. He could still glean a few things from observing her. Among the siblings, this one is the best. Her judgment is sound, her breathing and aura are both excellent, and above all, her overall perception seems remarkably keen. If she continues down that path, she could bear the future of Kunlun. Donghua held a remarkably high opinion of Yonghwa. I don't know who it is, but her master has taught her well. Just then he glanced to the side and saw Sajin drowsily drifting off to sleep. Sleepy are we? Look at that yawn, you are opening your mouth so wide it might just split your face. Meanwhile, Simji held something in his hand and walked toward them. Sword Immortal, the man proved himself truly considerate, having wrapped up a few small pastries for Sajin. I've brought some sweets for Sajin to eat. And this was also the first time Donghua saw Simji do the right thing at exactly the right time. You've come at just the right time. The little girl clutched the pastries in both hands, her eyes lighting up like twin lanterns. After all, for a child, this journey must be quite grueling. Xing stood back watching the two of them with a strange emotion welling in his heart. after all. It was truly astonishing. Who would have thought he'd one day meet the legendary sword Immortal he'd only ever heard of in tales. Even now, everything unfolding before Simji's eyes left him questioning reality itself. A man who had achieved rejuvenation, a feat no one would ever believe. Yet the moment that thought crossed his mind, Simji's expression shifted and his heart sank. The question gnawing at him was, if the sword Immortal, who had been absent for so long, were to learn of Wudang's current standing, how would he act? Would it not turn the entire Jianghu upside down? In an era where conflicts between the great sects had reached their peak after a prolonged peace, the sword Immortal's return would make Wudang rise to glory once more. Simji's eyes were filled with deep contemplation, and a question stirred within him. In times of chaos such as these, great fortunes would change hands. Should he drop a hint to those connected to Wudang's rival factions? Though he did not know what lay ahead, a plan was already forming in his mind, or rather, he would forge a solid bond with the sword Immortal now, so that he might reap great rewards in the future. Suddenly Donghua's voice snapped Simji back to reality. Simji. Yes, it turned out there was nothing serious after all. He merely wanted Simji not to delay in alerting the others. You don't intend to notify the others? We're almost at the town. He stood there, lost in whatever thoughts churned through his head, staring blankly ahead for a long while. Then Simji snapped out of his daze, turned to face those behind him, and called out loudly. Everyone listen up. I know you're all weary, but bear with it just a little longer. And perhaps the most unsettled person at this moment was none other than Yong-san. Since they were close to their resting point and he did not want any more delays, Simji announced that they would pick up the pace from here on. Indeed, their efforts over that long, grueling stretch of road had not been in vain. For now, before their eyes lay a town ablaze with glittering lights beneath a sky studded with shimmering stars. We're almost there, a resplendent night town. We're about to enter Urumqi. Urumqi was it not only one of the few great cities on the steppe, but also a city where the stars vanished from the night sky. The lanterns that never extinguished illuminated the small city, making it as bustling and lively at night as it was by day. Along the northern route beneath the Tianshan Mountains, countless wagons traveled up and down. Finding an inn for everyone to rest was no difficult task. Having endured a long and exhausting journey, they deserved a hearty meal to restore their energy. The horses must be tired as well. See that they're fed well. And remember to check the luggage regularly. Stop frowning already. Come, let's have a drink together. Seeing everyone in such high spirits, Simji said nothing more and let them enjoy this moment of rest. Truly raised his own cup of wine with a grin, gesturing to join in the revelry. Then pour me a cup. This is top-grade firewine. But who could understand his pain? And the one harboring the deepest bitterness in his heart at this moment was none other than Yong-san. This cannot be. While the others feasted on lavish spreads across the table, he was left with nothing but a bowl of thin porridge, a kind where flies and ants came to roost. After everything we've done to get here, all we receive is a bowl of porridge. Seeing himself treated with such blatant discrimination, and while he arguably deserved it, Yong-san could not bear it and flew into a tantrum. Enough, I can't take this anymore. Yes, we may have committed offenses, but we are still disciples representing the Kunlun sect. Quiet, what if the sword Immortal hears us? The sword Immortal who I've only ever heard about. Shopkeeper, why did you appear so suddenly? And who is the child beside you? Donghua could not let Sajin eat adult fare, so he asked, do you have anything here suitable for a child to eat? Yet what had caught Yongdu's attention all this time was the matter of Donghua himself. I've never heard of the sword Immortal marrying or having children. With a stomach as bottomless as an abyss, Sajin wanted to devour the entire world. Grandpa, I want to eat this and that one too. But Donghua did not want the girl to turn into a little dumpling, so he warned her she would get fat. If one only looked at his actions, he seemed like a child raised with great care, nothing that would give anything away. Sajin, seeing herself scolded like that, pulled out a piece of paper and pointed at it, whining. Grandpa, you said Jin was too thin and looked pitiful. While Yongdu still had 1,000 questions swirling in his mind and gazed at Sajin in deep contemplation, the little girl turned to look back at him. I want to ask. Curiosity burns within me, but given the sword Immortal's temperament, doing so might cost me this bowl of porridge I'm eating. Suddenly, Sajin tilted her head to one side and beamed at him with a radiant, flower-like smile, utterly adorable. Yongdu flinched, bewildered as to why the girl was gazing at him with such gentle warmth. That gaze, after melting his heart completely, was withdrawn. Sajin turned her face back toward Donghyun. Grandpa, say what you just said again. Was I seeing things? As Yongdu was a cold and stoic young man, he reminded himself to keep a level head and not be swayed. Don't pay too much attention to that child. She may look like an adorable little girl, but anyone the sword Immortal keeps at his side is no different from a little monster. Best not to get involved any further. But fate is a fickle flame. Despite his best efforts to avoid the girl, half a shichen later, Yongdu found himself playing a game of hide-and-seek with Sajin. What in the world is this situation? He never imagined that one day he and his 2 junior brothers would be stuck babysitting. Yong Hwa, you lost, you're caught, come over here. I've been found. Truly, heaven delights in tormenting those who try hardest to flee. Though he had tried to flee to the ends of the earth, Yongdu could not escape his fate. Had your fill. Now come play with my grandchild for a while. I tried so hard not to get involved. Why are we playing hide-and-seek with this child? Let's just play along half-heartedly and slip away quickly. Just as he was about to go through the motions, Sajin turned to look at him with a pitiful expression. The little girl's eyes had already begun to glisten with tears. Uncle, hearing the child call out to him, Yongdu startled and responded. Huh, what is it? Sajin was indeed a perceptive little girl. Her eyes brimming with tears, she asked him in a soft voice. Isn't playing with Sajin really that boring? Though Yongdu appeared fierce and rough on the outside, within him beat a heart easily softened peerless against anything adorable. Before such sweetness, who could bear to utter words that might wound Sajin? So Yongdu hastily replied, not at all, it's tons of fun. Over there, Yongsan is stirring. Huh, I didn't even move. Oppa Yongsan, come here please. Whenever Sajin made new friends and shared carefree moments with them, the little girl was overjoyed beyond measure. Before, apart from Grandpa, there had been no one else. Now she was so happy she could barely contain herself. Every time she played with them, a radiant smile would bloom across the little girl's lips. This put his heart at ease, at least somewhat. After several days of observation, he noticed they harbored no intention of harming the child. It was no coincidence that Donghua allowed Sajin to play with them. Because I need someone who can care for the child during my absence, Somion I can entrust Sajin to for a time. For a while now, Donghua stands alone atop the glittering rooftop, pondering unnamed missions yet to come. Suddenly, he lowers his gaze and spots a familiar figure below. If the city is as large as Urumqi, then they would certainly have a presence here. Donghyun's eyes are truly sharper than a hawk's. Amid such a dense sea of people, he still manages to pick out Simji. With his habit of startling people half to death, Donghyun leaps down swiftly and claps a hand on the man's shoulder. Simji, are you taking a stroll through the city? The man nearly jumps out of his skin, but upon realizing it is Donghua, he breathes a sigh of relief. Is it you, my lord? I thought my heart had leapt out of my chest. Don't be so dramatic, weren't you drinking with the others? Simji doesn't bother hiding it and answers honestly. I have business tomorrow, so I'm taking a walk to sober up. Might I ask where the elder is headed? Donghua doesn't hesitate for a moment and answers immediately. Zaiwu sect. Yet upon hearing the answer, Simji freezes stiff as if unable to comprehend why he would go there. Yes. After collecting himself, Simji asks again to confirm. You mean there is a Zaiwu sect in a place like this? Is there a place where they don't exist? Zaiwu sect, it's a low-tier alliance, operating primarily in the shadows, much like how the Cheng faction spreads its influence. Even in the grassland city, major city like Urumqi would surely have them. Simji offers to lend Donghua a hand, but he refuses. If you need information, I can assist, but do you know their exact location? Not at all, it's fine, it's merely a personal matter. Besides, why would I need funding? The moment Donghua finishes speaking, someone in the distance startles visibly. Surprised old man. What seemed like an ordinary conversation between Donghua and Simji suddenly gains an uninvited participant. So it's like this. They've come looking for me all the way out here, haven't they? Bravo to the fool who dared steal money right under Donghyun's nose. The moment he gets caught, the man trembles like a leaf in a storm. If this is a pickpocket from the bustling market district, then the matter is far too obvious. This fellow belongs to the Zaiwu sect. Conveniently, Donghua was just about to pay them a visit. Now then, lead me to your headquarters. News of Donghyun's impending visit spreads like wildfire, quickly reaching the ears of the man in charge. Seeing his subordinate sprint in, panting as if being chased by dogs, the branch leader immediately asks, "What's the matter?" the Xiaowu sect branch leader Yu Hyonsang. He is currently dead drunk, barely knowing the heavens from the earth. What the devil is so urgent that you have to shout like this? You're ruining my drinking. His subordinate rushes inside, face pale as a ghost, gasping big trouble branch leader. But Yu Hyonsang flies into a rage at being disturbed and snaps, just ignore it and get lost. It's the silver-haired demon causing trouble. Truelithe mouth invites disaster upon the body. That very remark earns him a stinging slap across the face. Displeased, Donghua has had enough. He had intended to pay a civil visit, but hearing that, he storms straight inside to teach them what courtesy means. A sword streaks forward through the air, launched by Donghua at blinding speed. The razor-sharp blade grazes past Yu Hyonsang's face before he can even react, leaving a thin gash across his cheek. Yu Hyonsang still cannot comprehend what just happened, staring blankly ahead in bewilderment. Donghua is supremely sensitive to anyone who fails to address him properly. It seems they are truly done for calling this old man a silver-haired demon. Such brazen disrespect. Yu Hyonsang's subordinate now lies unconscious while Donghua strides forward with slow, deliberate steps. Are you the one in charge here? Still reeling from the sudden attack, Yu Hyonsang stammers, Who on earth is this person? In his heart, he silently prays to the Buddha, wondering where his fate will lead. Did he barge in here to tear everything apart? With no other recourse, Yu Hyonsang can only speculate in silence, staring at Donghua with wide, bewildered eyes. Could someone have sent an assassin after me? At this moment, Simji appears behind Donghua. Elder, so this is where you were. His confusion only deepens. Where did that person come from? After looking more closely, Yu Hyonsang finally recognizes the man's identity. He's from the xianxia trading caravan. I heard the xianxia caravan arrived just a few hours ago. I told my men to strip them of everything down to their undergarments. Could this be because of that? He turns to the man and asks, Is that fellow the branch leader? Donghua isn't entirely sure. Judging by appearances, it would seem so. To preserve his own life, Yu Hyonsang relents and drops to his knees. In this situation, I have no choice but to submit. Heavens, great hero, it was my disloyal subordinate who caused this misunderstanding through misguided orders. If you have any task you need fulfilled, no matter what it is, please just say the word. Hearing this, Donghua is supremely pleased. Quick to catch on, very well. Seeing Yu Hyonsang submit, he tosses a purple pouch onto the ground. From within emanates a dark aura-concealed weapon stained with fresh blood and strange, sinister relics. The items inside. Find out where they came from and who their owner is. Prepare to receive intelligence from Sichuan. Yu Hyonsang sits frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. I give you 1 month. Being a slave to profit, Yu Hyonsang dares to ask, and what about the commission fee? Donghua, a man of principle who would never cheat anyone of their due, naturally confirms that payment will be made. Yet the very next second, he flips faster than a pancake on a griddle, be seizing it from your treasury. Donghua proves himself cunning beyond reproach, seizing the man's entire treasury while simultaneously conscripting him into service. Because he has lived for so long, nothing in this world can escape his notice. After a brief display, the entire vault of gold piled high as a mountain belonging to Hai Yun-sang was revealed. Seeing that his entire fortune had been discovered by Donghua, Hai Yun-sang's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped in shock. How could he possibly know? Not only did Donghua know the location of the treasure vault, he even knew the exact origin of the money. The extortion fees had been extracted from bandits through the plundering of merchant caravans, and this accumulated wealth was then funneled into his coffers. Surely you have no objections, do you? The moment Donghua struck at the very heart of his secrets, Hai Yun-sang's face turned pale as ash, his soul seemingly fleeing his body. After a round of relentless pressure, Donghua finally extracted a pouch brimming with glittering gold coins from Hai Yun-sang. Did you see the look on that branch leader's face earlier? Walking along the road, Donghua couldn't help but feel at ease, gathering intelligence and earning money at the same time. Truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Having witnessed Donghua's brazen extortion firsthand, Simji could do nothing but tip his hat in admiration. He is truly no ordinary man. While Donghua secretly reveled in today's bountiful harvest, Simji's mind drifted back to those items from earlier. The objects the old master had tasked the branch leader with finding were, at a single glance, clearly no ordinary things. The blood-soaked, eerie relics contained in that bag had sent chills down his spine. Had the task fallen to Sim Ji himself, he surely would not have been able to complete it from the very start. A golden dagger and silk cloth. The problem was that he couldn't even determine their exact origins. When he tremblingly handed those items over to the old master, a suffocating wave of killing intent erupted from him. The matter was now crystal clear. The money pouch in Donghua's hand proved that Hai Yun Sang was now entirely under his control and he would certainly not let go. It seemed the branch leader of Xiaowu sect would know no peace in the days to come. Afterward, Donghua turned to Sim Ji and praised him. Thanks to him, everything had gone far more smoothly. I thought you were merely quick-witted, but your calculations are impressive as well. Donghua reached out and caught the falling money pouch. Sim Ji lifted his head toward him and spoke in a hushed voice. Though it may be an overstatement, the situation does seem to be heading that way. Sim Ji had harbored this question for a long time, but only today did he dare ask Donghua. Old master, if you wish to gather intelligence, then why Xiaowu sect? There are still the beggars sect, and if you wished, even the xianxia trading cartel could investigate those items. Hearing this, Donghua said nothing for a moment, merely letting a quiet smile play across his lips. When the two found themselves in a quiet, secluded spot, Donghua asked him about certain matters. Regarding the incident at the Flying Tiger Escort Agency a year ago in the Great Desert. Have you heard of it? If it's the Flying Tiger Escort Agency, then yes. That agency was so renowned and reliable that it once conducted business with the xianxia trading cartel itself. Though its scale was not large, it was an escort agency that had never once faltered in the transport of goods or correspondence. But a year ago the place collapsed. Due to a failed escort mission on the Tianshan southern route, the agency had staked its entire fortune on the venture and it failed. With the agency head and all personnel missing, they could not hold on. Meanwhile, the merchants who had invested in the escort mission demanded their money back. They descended upon the young agency head like a raging gale. As far as Sim Ji could recall, the fate of that escort agency had been settled. However, word later spread that a wealthy benefactor had stepped in to pay off all debts and take over the agency. In the end, Donghua continued, the agency head and his family were cast out onto the streets. Yet contrary to everyone's expectations, a mind-blowing truth was then revealed. It was all their scheme from the very beginning. After carefully surveying the Xiaowu sect's operations, they mobilized the bandits and plundered the entire caravan in one sweep. The dark truth behind the whole affair was laid bare by Donghua posing as righteous saviors, then swallowing everything whole and acting as if nothing had happened. And as for what happened after that, I'm sure you already know, don't you? It was no coincidence that Donghua set his sights on Hai Yun Sang. Everything has its reason. The trust, relationships, and standing that the Flying Tiger Escort Agency had built in Yunnan fell entirely into Hai Yun Sang's hands. Truly wretched scum. As Donghua tossed the money pouch to Sim Ji, a question stirred in the latter's heart. Wasn't the old master supposed to be living in seclusion? How does he know everything that has transpired during this time? When Donghua suddenly threw the pouch of money to him, Sim Ji was puzzled and asked, "Why give me this money?" Donghua didn't elaborate, only telling him, "Prepare thoroughly." Seeing him act so impulsively and unpredictably, Sim Ji could not fathom what he was up to. Just what was the old master planning to prepare for? But for a seasoned veteran like Donghua, nothing was ever as simple as it appeared on the surface. Wait, if the items delivered to Xiaowu sect were bait, then during their search, Xiaowu sect would have no choice but to cross paths with the old master. After a moment of contemplation, realization finally dawned on him. When that time comes, our xianxia trading cartel will. There was no doubt Donghua had indirectly handed them an opportunity to prove themselves. This was a chance to rise. Having finally understood everything the old man had done for him, Sim Ji spoke up from behind. When the Xiaowu sect branch leader falls, I will have men standing by to immediately seize the evidence. Furthermore, I will search for the members of the Flying Tiger Escort Agency who have gone into hiding and swiftly gather them. Hearing this, Donghua smiled with great satisfaction. As expected, you understand my intentions well. He lifted his face upward and gazed at the stars glittering brilliantly across the heavens. It seemed as though Donghua was remembering the silhouette of someone from the past. He was recalling his old comrade, his bosom friend of bygone days. Blade Demon, I will keep this promise. So stop furrowing your brow in your dreams. Now, even hearing your nagging words has become a luxury. The next morning, the sun began to rise, heralding the arrival of a new day. Simji had already woken at first light and roused everyone from sleep. Now then, you've had a comfortable day of rest. Let's hit the road with high spirits. After completing what needed to be done, Donghua returned to Sajin's side. Did you have fun last night? Just hold on a little longer, all right. So sleepy, we're only a short distance from Sichuan now. Donghua was the one who had been the most active last night. Yet when he returned, everyone seemed utterly devoid of energy. What on earth did you all do through the night to end up like this? These symptoms will pass within a day. Hurry up and grab your luggage. Yongsan, having had his sword taken by Donghua, wailed and sobbed, demanding it back. Lend me my sword and let's move quickly. Yes, sir. Donghua's expression suddenly darkened, as if he had sensed the presence of an uninvited guest. Every single one of their movements had been recorded with meticulous precision. Relay this to the branch leader. They have left the capital city again. Hai Yunsang had yet to quell the fury from being toyed with by Donghua, and now his fists clenched tight with bitter, seething resentment. His entire body trembled as if the beast lurking within was about to burst free. Is that so? Those bastards have already left. Though he had submitted meekly the other day, deep down, Hai Yunsang had never truly accepted the humiliation. Those wretched dogs dared to trample upon Hai Yunsang. I will not let them walk away so easily. He swore vengeance. Now then, take this to them. You mean the targets? They are no laughing matter. He's dead serious. Hai Yunsang was determined this time. He would make them taste bitter suffering. Naturally, he chose Quang Feng Sha, deciding to play for keeps by hiring an assassin to send them straight to their graves. It seemed Hai Yunsang was going all out this time. The assassin, upon learning of his targets, broke into a sinister grin brimming with anticipation. If it's the Xianxia trading cartel, this is going to be quite entertaining. The Copper Plateau, the southern reach of northern Dafeng Peak, along the Tianshan eastern route. Everyone gathers to discuss the route ahead. If we take this path, we can avoid the desert winds and still make it through in a short time, right? I think so too. But the terrain here is treacherous. Everyone may face great difficulty crossing it. Seeing them mired in a predicament, Simji racks his brain to devise the most optimal route for the group. This is a tough one. No matter how fast that route may be, it is still the mortal continent. This place is infamous for its scorching heat. It seems they will face many hardships ahead. Simji says nothing, only lowering his head in deep contemplation. To prevent this journey from turning into a disaster, everything must be planned meticulously. He doesn't stop there, adding further. Moreover, there's one more thing to note, and what would that be? Someone who passed through the mortal continent yesterday warned everyone to avoid that route, insisting they absolutely must not take it. It seems something happened there that struck terror into the hearts of all travelers. A conjecture is immediately put forth. What is it? I don't know the specifics, but the rumor speaks of the Mad Wind Sand. Meanwhile, Donghua has heard the entire matter, yet he remains utterly composed, for he is a man who never frets. However, the name they just mentioned does give him pause for thought. The Mad Wind Sand, is it? Inside the room, everyone continues debating the so-called Mad Wind Sand. One person asks, is the news about the Mad Wind Sand true? Another replies, that is absolutely certain. I've heard they were recently spotted lurking in that area. At that moment, Simji startles upon hearing the three words Mad Wind Sand ring out. That old man's voice. Could it be the 6 harmonies voice transmission? A sound technique that allows one's voice to reach those far away. A young man who hears it widens his eyes. The voice from before responds grandly, then offers its own perspective. It belongs to the sword Immortal Elder. Recently, across the Great Desert and the high sandy plains, bandits have been operating primarily on the grasslands. Outside, Donghua chooses a comfortable spot to listen in, offering his opinions through the 6 harmonies voice transmission. However, if they must detour just because of those bandits, it will cost them far more time. The sword Immortal perches leisurely on a bare branch, casually calling out to the group, "Would you all accept that?" From inside, a voice replies, "You must not underestimate them as mere bandits. They are an organization born from the Tiananmen cult's combat forces." Donghua feels a twinge of familiarity. Turning back inside the room, Sim-ji rests his chin on his hand, a hint of worry crossing his face. Though they had seized the Tiananmen cult's chaos to break free and become independent, each of them hailed from formidable demonic warrior lineages. At the mention of this, he immediately thinks of the scarred manth leader of those demonic warriors and the chief of the Mad Wind Sand. Haishan Feng was one of the elders of the Tiananmen cult. In the current Jianghu, he is a notorious devil renowned for his formidable martial prowess. From outside, Donghua climbs down from the tree branch and approaches the group. He parts the curtain and asks, "An expert is it?" The question startles the caravan leader. The situation compels Sim-ji to hastily correct his words. Of course, Haishan Feng cannot compare to the old master. Even so, their numbers reach into the thousands. Is it truly not a bother? I have already decided. Donghua speaks. I am weary of entangling myself with these fanatics. Donghua declares with resolute finality. We go through the mortal continent. As he speaks, he places a game piece onto the very position the others had feared all along. Sim-ji immediately voices his objection. But the mortal continent, before he can finish, the sword Immortal cuts him off. I've heard the route through there is faster. With those words, Donghua flashes a warm, amiable smile toward the caravan leader. Is there a problem? Then it's settled, the sword Immortal elder declares before anyone can speak, leaving the man to sigh in helpless resignation. Very well. In his mind, he muses whenever this elder makes a decision, all his worries become meaningless. He can only hope nothing goes wrong. Outside, everyone scrambles to prepare their belongings when the announcement comes. Everyone hear this. From now on, the route diverts to the mortal continent valley. Mi Yongya's face is drenched in sweat, yet she cannot stop her racing thoughts. In the end, they're going through the mortal continent after all. I've heard that Haishan Feng's martial arts are extremely formidable. Surely nothing will go wrong, right? No, what worries me is the sword Immortal, not that devil. The more I observe, the more he seems like an existence beyond comprehension. A Kunlun disciple beside them gently asks the little girl, Sajin, do you want to ride a horse? Mi Yongya, however, remains lost in her thoughts. I must hurry back and report that the sword Immortal has returned to Kunlun. That means the sword Immortal has regained his youth through rejuvenation. Meanwhile, the two children nearby laugh and play happily. Wanna ride a horse, isn't it fun? The little girl answers excitedly. Yes, I'm so excited. The commotion beside her shatters her train of thought, and she cannot help but furrow her brows. Unable to bear it any longer, Mi Yongya whips around and shouts as if delivering a warning. Youngdu, you fool. He had been letting Sajin ride the horse while casually asking, Martial uncle, do you need me to help carry your luggage? The question succeeds in making her furious enough to see stars. This idiot, she can take no more. Pointing a finger, she bellows, that is the child the sword Immortal brought along. Don't you know to keep your distance instead of playing with her? I already told you all to be careful. Ignoring the cantankerous woman's words, young Hwa appears from somewhere and calls out softly, Sajin. Come play with elder sister. Just as Sajin is set down, Yongdu hurriedly tries to explain, but the child looks utterly harmless. Yet Mi Yongya's scolding shows no sign of ceasing. Has this brat lost his martial arts along with his brain? You cannot judge by appearances alone. Back at Kunlun, I will restore discipline myself, so prepare yourselves. From somewhere, Yong-san steps forward, pats her shoulder and tries to soothe her. Come now, martial uncle, please calm down. He leans in close to Mi Yongya and whispers, I don't think we need to be that vigilant. Last night, that child Sajin secretly brought us delicious food behind the sword Immortal's back. Hearing this, she suddenly realizes something and seizes Yong-san by the collar. So that's why you all were acting so strange this morning. You gorged yourselves on stolen food. He breaks into a cold sweat. Not at all, I set some aside. Would martial uncle like some? Hearing mention of good food, her face flushes red in an instant. You set some aside. Well then, hand me a little. Yong-du, set the table. Watching from the side, Yong Hwa can only muster the most helpless of smiles. Below, Sajin looks up and says to her, Elder sister, braid my hair for me, please. Just braiding the little girl's hair. Yong Hwa thought to herself, this child was truly extraordinary. According to Yong Hwa, her senior martial brother had deemed this child dangerous, yet whenever the sword Immortal was away, she would bring out the food she had secretly hidden. Her depth of insight was far beyond any ordinary child. She held one side of the girl's hair and whispered softly, one side is Doneth. Little girl's delight was boundless. Yong-Hwa's eyes could not conceal her curiosity about the child. Just what kind of life did she grow up in? Her mannerisms spoke of noble Berthand like the sword Immortal himself. Her depths were impossible to fathom. Sajin, on the other hand, seemed utterly delighted with her new hairstyle. There, do you like it? I love it. Big sister is the best. Yong-Hwa could not resist the child's innocence and purity. So adorable. She gently stepped forward and touched the girl's cheek. Is that so? Big sister also thinks Sajin is very cute and well-behaved. Up above, Donghua silently observed every move that had just transpired. The old sword saint could not hide his irritation. Children truly. Just moments ago she said it was only him. Seeing the old master's towering figure, Simji could only smile helplessly. It seems he's jealous. He gently approached and spoke up. Children always seem to grow up better in places beyond our watchful eyes. Hearing this, Donghua immediately asked, "You have children?" The caravan master gazed into the distant horizon. "I have two sons, so you can rest easy." A reminiscent gleam flickered in Simji's eyes. Who can say they were quite the handful? He recalled the image of his small family and said, "They were just as noisy when we parted. I can't even imagine what our reunion will be like." Simji continued, "Honestly, it would be a blessing if things aren't too awkward between us." Donghua offered gentle words of encouragement. "Still, after such a long time apart, they will surely be overjoyed to see you." The caravan master felt a twinge of guilt toward his children. "As a father, I was unable to care for them properly. Yet they grew up so well, even in a place beyond my sight. For that I am truly grateful. Isn't that what raising children is all about?" The old man Donghua suddenly cut in. Without a moment's delay, he whipped around and spoke with absolute gravity. "Evacuate everyone. Now." I had thought, impossible as it seemed, they've truly arrived. Yet Simji had not the faintest idea what he meant. "Who is coming?" Donghua uttered a single terse word: "Bandits." The brief pronouncement left Simji stunned, as if he could not believe his own ears. There was no time to waste. He rushed down and bellowed his orders. "Everyone, prepare for defense." Under Caravan Master Simji's command, all scrambled to take up defensive positions. "Bring more sandbags, children, get inside, the bandits are coming." On the rocky outcrop above, Donghua revealed a cryptic smile. "Speak of the devil." From afar thundered the pounding of hooves and the battle cries of the bandit vanguard charging headlong toward them. By now, a makeshift barricade had been hastily erected. Outside the barricade stood Simji, ready to receive the bandits. "Is that the wild wind cart?" Gazing at the wooden carts stacked together as a crude barrier, the bandit leader fell into silent contemplation, quietly assessing the situation. Trying to resist, what a nuisance. As if the contract from the Central Plains targeting the xianxia caravan wasn't enough, another commission had come in from Urumqi. Just then, a gust of wind swept past, revealing the leader's face. He mused further, if this opportunity could yield even a sliver of profit, settling down in Dilufan or Urumqi wouldn't be so bad. He bellowed, "I am Haishan Feng, leader of the Wild Wind Cart. You have crossed through our territory without so much as notice or permission. I have come to demand an explanation." Simji's composure wavered ever so slightly. "Dreadful have run into the Wild Wind Cart without any preparation whatsoever." Worse still, the leader Haishan Feng himself had shown his face, surveying the vast bandit force. Simji silently assessed the Wild Wind Cart was an organization that had inherited the fearsome reputation of the Tiananmen cult's iron-armored cavalry. No matter how powerful the sword Immortal might be, protecting everyone would prove no easy feat. They needed to avoid battle at all costs. The caravan master immediately dropped to his knees and clasped his hands in respect. "This is my first time traveling this route, and I have unwittingly trespassed into the domain of the great heroes of the steppe. I humbly beg your excellency's magnanimous forgiveness." Haishan Feng asked for their identity, his tone unhurried and deliberate. "Who are you?" His gaze was piercing and cold. Though slightly shaken, Simji quickly answered, "I am Simji, caravan master of the xianxia trading caravan." The old bandit leader sneered upon hearing this. "The xianxia caravanon of the 10 great trading caravans under heaven, and yet they take this wretched road." Behind the barricade, the Kunlun sect disciples could not contain their anxiety. Yongsan spoke up first. "What are they even saying out there?" Right after, Sajin poked her head out to look, ignoring all warnings. "Hey, don't stick your head out, it's too dangerous," the girl simply said softly. "Sajin thinks she's seen that uncle before." Yongsan asked back, "The Wild Wind Cart ones?" Without anyone noticing, Donghua had already drawn close to the group. Outside, Haishan Feng spoke again. Considerate fate. I shall ensure you safe passage. Simji felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. I am deeply grateful for your excellency's concern, but due to a commission from the Tang clan we must make haste to Sichuan. I beg your forgiveness, but we cannot accept this kindness. His gaze turned ice cold in an instant. Ah, now I understand the caravan master's meaningas if you found yourself a reason to fight. Haishan Feng spoke as internal power gathered in his palm. The Tang clan's mission is urgent, so you're saying you can dismiss my goodwill so easily. Sim Ji's eyes widened, had finally realized the bandits' true intentions from the very beginning. The leader swiftly commanded the surrounding bandits to charge. If that's how it is, then we have no other choice. At his command, the bandit soldiers surged forward in a torrent, howling as they charged. Attack! Negotiations have failed. The caravan master shouted his orders, everyone, evacuate immediately. Before his words even faded, a figure shot forward at blinding speed, forcing him to look up in astonishment. It turned out, the one who had charged out was none other than the old master himself. Simji could not help but exclaim in shock. The old man Donghua flashed a provocative smile. So you're the leader of these brats. Haishan Feng's face froze with a flicker of shock as though he already knew the identity of the man before him. Waitthai's man, single-handedly dispatching all of them without breaking a sweat, I cannot be mistaken. He is the very one who drove us out of the Tiananmen cult. Save for the heavenly demon himself, not even the other great demons could lay a finger on this monster. The leader of the wild wind cart stared at Donghua, terror consuming his eyes. The sword Immortal Invincible, why is he here? If this man truly is the sword Immortal, this is a battle we should never have started. He immediately turned to address his subordinates. Everyone halt. This left Donghua, who was itching for a fight, utterly bewildered. When everyone ground to a stop, Haishan Feng hastily dropped to his knees, leaving the men behind him utterly confused. What's going on? What happened? The boss has knelt. Haishan Feng's head nearly touched the ground, his eyes brimming with raw terror as he spoke. This lowly one once caught a glimpse of your excellency from afar at Mount Tian, very place the fanatical devotees of the Tiananmen cult call their sanctuary. I failed to recognize your esteemed presence. Please spare our wretched lives. Donghua cast his gaze downward, and spoke in a slow, measured tone. Mount Tian, you say, so you know who I am. It seems you are not the ones I'm looking for. You know who I am, yet did not speak my name. Quite wise of you, but letting you go, I find myself uneasy about that. Hearing those hesitant, ominous words, the man surnamed Hai broke into a cold sweat. From within, the Kunlun disciples watched in stunned silence as Haishan Feng prostrated himself at the sword Immortal's feet. We will keep everything a secret, and with this opportunity relocate our base to the western regions. We will never reveal a single word about you. We will also cease all acts of banditry. We swear to turn over a new leaf. But it seemed that Donghua still could not change his dim view of these wretches. Trust the words of you devils, Haishan Feng quickly interjected. Then we will serve you and obey you like dogs. Donghua waved his hand dismissively. Having more subordinates does have its conveniences. Haishan Feng swiftly replied, we are quite confident in our strength. Please spare us this once. Suddenly, Sajin poked her head out from inside the wagon and called out. Oh, uncle, her cheerful call made the men beyond the fence uneasy. Sajin, it's danger, stay put, but Sajin had met this man before. Hearing this, the wild wind sand leader whipped his head around, so astonished he could not form a single complete sentence. Sajin stepped out from behind the fence, walking straight toward him. The saintess, Haishan Feng asked, equal parts worry and alarm. Why is the saintess here? A terrible realization struck him. He looked up at Donghua's dangerous expression and trembled with fear. I've seen something I should never have seen. Your Excellency, if you spare us, we will share the treasures with you. The sword Immortal raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Share. Ano, we will offer them all to you. And thus began the legendary sword Immortal's thorough plundering. Half an hour later, Sim Ji and Donghua stood before a mountain of gold, silver, and jewels. This is the list of items the wild wind sand had prepared for their relocation. Donghua was mildly surprised. While the bandit leader and his men knelt nearby, not daring to so much as breathe loudly, Donghua quietly assessed the haul. Truly greedy beyond measure. Gold, silver, and treasures piled high as a mountain. Only now did Haishan Feng feel the bitter sting of regret. Damn it all, if I'd known I would never have taken this job. I thought it would be easy, just another merchant caravan to rob. He raised his eyes toward the radiant young man before him and cursed his fate. Who could have known a sword immortal would be here? His mind drifted back to that fateful day, a day he could never forget. 6 years ago when we left Mount Tian, that scene of carnage. That day the moon was stained blood-red. Thunder roared with such fury it shook the entirety of the colossal Tian Mountains, so-called 100,000 mountains. Even the elders and Dharma protectors who had always ground their teeth in hatred against the sword immortal were overwhelmed by a majesty this world had never seen. Only the sword immortal's power swept across the vast expanse like a thunderclap. Yet one man remained standing against the sword immortal's devastation. He laughed with unrestrained abandon. The heavenly demon turned toward Donghua and declared, truly magnificent. Indeed, you are the only one worthy of being called my equal. Only the heavenly demon can face the sword immortal without flinching. The heavenly demon swiftly conjured a torrent of power akin to thunder and lightning. Isn't that how it should be? Indeed, was he not the heavenly demon's sole rival in this world? Even facing the sword immortal's overwhelming majesty, the heavenly demon sensed no danger whatsoever, standing utterly defiant. In those days, the heavenly demon possessed power no less than the sword immortals. At the time, Haishan Feng had only dared to sit to the side, watching with wide eyes. A being that powerful, even with our numbers, we were nothing but dead weight to the heavenly demon. He understood clearly no matter how hard he struggled, he could never hope to reach their level. If being caught up in their clash meant dying for nothing, it was better to use whatever power he had to be king among ants. With that thought he left Mount Tian, but of all wretched Timingsui must the sword immortal and the saintess both be here now. Moreover, the saintess had been staring at him as though she recognized him. Just then Donghua called out and Haishan Feng, flustered, stammered a reply. Yes, Donghua pointed at the mountain of gold and silver without a hint of hesitation and barked his command. What are you standing around for? Load all of that onto the carts, now. Haishan Feng could not believe his ears. He asked again, what? All of it. Every last piece. The sword immortal replied with cool indifference. Yes, load it onto my merchant caravan's carts, and don't even think about riding horse, you walk on foot. Now get moving. Haishan Feng heard the order. It pained him to the bone, but he didn't dare argue back. Sim Ji behind him could barely contain his laughter. The old merchant looked at Haishan Feng and sighed inwardly. Who would have thought he'd live to see the infamous Haishan Feng, the wicked wind? Trembling in terror like this, one truly sees strange things if one lives long enough. But then he thought cheerfully, well, the porters have increased, no complaints from me. The sword immortal meanwhile cast Sim Ji a suspicious glance. Your expression is quite sinister, old man. The next day, everyone in the party busied themselves transporting goods. Yong Hwa led Sajin over towards Sim Ji. Busy already this early in the morning, aren't you, Sim Ji? Hearing this, the old man replied, Elder, the workload suddenly increased, so I'm reorganizing everything. Yong San on the other side was equally swamped. Yong Hwa, move that pile of cargo over there. Yes, he complied, then asked, by the way, where has Yong Du senior brother been since yesterday? We're drowning in work here. Just then, the towering figure of the senior disciple appeared, blocking his line of sight. Yong Du did not answer. Instead, his gaze drifted toward the grandfather and granddaughter. The sword immortal swiftly sensed someone watching him and turned his head. Yong Du approached with a look far from friendly, prompting Donghua to speak. What is it? Hearing this, the young man finally spoke. Without warning, the senior disciple dropped to his knees and said, Thank you, sir, you gave me the fright of my life. The sword immortal blinked. Yong Du continued, had it not been for your teachings, I would never have come to see the world for what it truly is. Yong San on the other side scratched his head. What's going on over there? Seeing the strange scene, he immediately tattled to me Yongya. Sect Grandmaster, it looks like senior brother Yong Du has gone mad. Should we stop him? But the elder held up a hand. No need, leave him be. Gazing at the young man's humble form, he murmured, Perhaps the critical moment has finally arrived for your senior brother. Over the past few days, Yong Du has had to confront the shattering of everything he believed to be true for 26 years. The first time was when he met the sword immortal. He had realized just how wretched his swordsmanship truly was, the very skill he once believed would earn everyone's admiration. At the time, his internal power was sealed, and he was reduced to nothing more than a common porter. I could see an entirely new world opening before me. A world filled with the very people I had once looked down upon. During that journey, Yong-du encountered merchants who were willing to share what little they had with him. "You must be exhausted, young man. Here, drink some water to quench your thirst." They too had lives of their own. And within those lives, they each held something they called their Tao. Something stirred deep within my heart, but I did not yet know what it was. The third time was when I went to watch a play with Sajin. He recalled the sight of Yong-Hwa braiding Sajin's hair. That day, I began to remember the things I had long since forgotten. The pure memories of childhood abandoned when I became consumed by the pursuit of swordsmanship. The fourth and final time was when I faced a raging force, overwhelmed by the sheer killing intent radiating from them. My fighting spirit collapsed entirely. Even if my internal power and martial prowess had been fully restored, in that battle I stood no chance of victory. I had to flee immediately. But suddenly, a man gripping a massive broadblade stepped forward and rallied the despairing Yong-du. "Hang in there, young man, everything will be fine, don't worry too much." To Yong-du's surprise, his gaze fell upon the man's hand, the one clutching the spear. It was trembling, even this man was afraid. But when he looked around at everyone else, he realized they were all terrified. The young warrior cursed himself inwardly. "How shameful! I have far more combat experience than any of them, yet all I could think of was running." Upon awakening from those dark thoughts, Yong-du seemed to glimpse a brilliant, searing light, as if something heavy had struck him violently at the back of his skull. Something tingled from his heart, spreading outward with fierce intensity. And then at last I understood what it was. The very Tao I had desperately sought for so long had been right here all along. The Tao does not dwell in distant heights. It hides within the small, the ordinary, and the things that truly matter. He realized that the Tao permeates everything, spreading boundlessly in all directions. Suddenly, Yong-du's entire body undergoes a transformation. The very moment that realization dawns, Yong-du's internal power begins to circulate with overwhelming force. And when I open my eyes, my danshan which Donghua had sealed suddenly bursts open, and my internal power is fully restored. He can feel the torrent of power surging back into his body. The harmony between the internal power within his body and the external qi achieves a state of absolute equilibrium. That was the moment I stepped into the pinnacle realm and returned to reality. Yong-du speaks to Donghua with overwhelming gratitude. "You gave me the chance to reach this realm. You are no different from a father to me." He presses his forehead to the ground and continues, "I do not know how I could ever repay such a debt." The sword Immortal, meanwhile, simply folds his arms and gazes up at the sky. He thinks to himself, what a pain in the neck. The onlookers can only stare in bewilderment at Yong-du's behavior. What is he doing? Yong-du too seems to sense their confusion. It seems I've achieved some form of enlightenment, but the pressure is immense. Donghua glances down at the young man kneeling at his feet and appraises him silently. "Not bad, all things considered, quite impressive actually. I sealed his danshan to push him toward enlightenment, but I'd nearly forgotten about it. To think he broke through the seal on his own and even attained Tao realization in the process. If his current mindset holds, he will one day become a pillar that bears the weight of Kunlun. Still, something like this calls for at least a word or two." That was what he thought, but naturally a protagonist must know how to put on a good show. Donghua assumes a strikingly cool expression, clears his throat with a dignified air and strides forward. The sword Immortal stands before Yong-du and delivers his lecture. "The path you walk is yours alone, there is no need for further words to me. Simply continue treading steadfastly upon the road of the righteous Tao." Then he thinks to himself, that should be enough, right? Surely he gets it now. Blinding rays of light erupt behind Donghua following his dramatic display, leaving every witness utterly awestruck. Sajin reaches out her small hands to catch the light and exclaims, "It's beautiful." However, the little girl quickly notices the gasps and murmurs of wonder from the people around her. "Every time I look at him, it feels miraculous. Could he truly be a celestial being? I wish he would remain with us on this journey forever." Hearing this, another person chimes in, "Don't be so greedy, he's practically about to ascend to the heavens. He won't be able to stay by our side forever." Upon hearing those words, Sajin turns to look at her grandfather, still absorbed in lecturing the disciple, with a faint trace of sadness flickering in her eyes. After receiving the sword Immortal's lecture, Yong-du clasps his hands and replies, "I am deeply grateful, sir, but I still do not know how to repay this kindness." One who seeks the Tao merely does what ought to be done, pay it no mind. He looks perfectly calm on the outside, but inwardly. Donghua is cringing. God, saying all these philosophical lines is so embarrassing I could die. The sword Immortal continues before the young man's reverent gaze. Even so, if you still feel indebted, then nurture what you have just awakened. Donghua rises into the air to strike another dramatic pose. Illuminate the world and share that path with those who have lost their way as you once did. But before Yongdu can finish his sentence, our dear protagonist speaks again. The Tao is something that loses its light the moment it is called Tao. The harder one tries to kindle it by force, the more it fades into obscurity. The tighter one tries to grasp it, the more it slips through like water through open fingers. Therefore, it is best to let it flow as nature intended. Hearing this, the young man lets out a soft gasp. The sword Immortal, after soaring and circling for a while, finally descends to the ground. He thinks to himself, all that philosophical rambling is bound to confuse people. In moments like this, you need to say something truly profound to earn even deeper respect. Suddenly, Yongdu exclaims in a loud, resolute voice, I understand now. The declaration catches him completely off guard. Understand what? Yongdu's face lights up with gratitude, blooming into a radiant smile. I too shall spread the Tao to all, but without force. I will help them grow so that their own Tao may shine with its own light. So it is, the Tao cannot be defined or confined. The sword Immortal suddenly freezes. Wait a moment. What is this kid? The aura and radiance emanating from Yongdu's body. Donghua instantly perceives the torrent of power surging within the senior disciple. It is the three flowers gather at the crown. This is the pinnacle realm when internal power flows unobstructed and erupts forth as overwhelming aura from the crown of the head. He reached the realm of great sect elders just from listening to a few offhand philosophical remarks. Our dear protagonist can only wonder what in the world is this guy, really. Yongdu quickly clasps his hands together, his face brimming with gratitude. As expected of the great senior, a true man of virtue, your depth is truly beyond measure. On the journey ahead to Sichuan, I humbly ask that you guide this foolish Yongdu. Helpless against the young man's earnestness, the sword Immortal begrudgingly accepts. Fine. Then he thinks to himself, strange situation, really. But if the one being exploited grows stronger from it, then so be it. Sometime later, the Kunlun sect disciples stand atop a cliff, gazing down at the massive procession below. What on earth is all of this? Well, it was already a sizable merchant caravan, but now it's grown to 6 times that number. Those above observe Donghua methodically pressing the acupoints of each soldier. All of the captives have been sealed, and even the sword Immortal appears weary. Yongya strides forward from behind and raps her knuckles sharply against the heads of her own disciples. Is this the time to be worrying about the sword Immortal? She then explains to the clueless disciples, what he is doing is the very acupoint sealing technique that we ourselves once suffered under. Unless the victim releases their qi and blood flow, they will be unable to use any internal power whatsoever. But on Yongdu's end, the young man looks positively thrilled by the display, which sends Yongya's fury skyrocketing. That kind of technique, the kind no one can resist, truly astonishing. The very next instant, that young warrior crumples to the ground beneath Yongya's fist, complete with a towering lump swelling on his head. Truly a sight to behold. Immediately after, the old man sinks deep into thought. The Sandstorm Bandits are the sworn enemies of our Kunlun sect. Seeing Haishan Feng tormented to this extent, one can't help but feel a twinge of pity. But he is not someone worthy of your sympathy. Down below, Haishan Feng wears a foolish grin. Here is your water, sir. Suddenly, Yongya turns to address her disciples. But where has your senior brother gone after causing all this trouble? Yongsan answers. He said he would spread the teachings of the sword Immortal, and then vanished without a trace. A moment later, Haishan Fengbak laden with a bundle of firewood trudges onward without complaint. His subordinates' martial arts have all been sealed. Yet carrying heavy loads across grasslands hotter than any desert proves tolerable enough. He furrows his brow. The most unbearable thing now is enduring the saintess's gaze, yet he dares not meet those piercing eyes head-on. Sajin directs her wide-eyed stare at that gleaming bald head, making him grimace with extreme discomfort. The girl calmly steps closer and asks, "Uncle, have you truly never met me before?" Haishan Feng quickly shields his eyes and stammers, I don't know." Undeterred by his strained composure, the girl innocently continues, "No, but I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Before the holy fire altar at the Demon Heaven Festival. From behind, Donghua calls out, "Sajin, come here." He gently pats the girl's head. Is it wise to approach someone so dangerous without a second thought? Yet looking back on that moment, it seemed the sword Immortal had some hidden intent, Haishan Feng reflects. At the same time, Haishan Feng scrambles to slip away, seizing the chance to find somewhere else to hide. He continues thinking at worst, he had assumed he would encounter some blind fool but never expected it to be a former pawn of the Tiananmen cult. He knows the Sandstorm Bandits were not the ones who destroyed the Feihu escort agency, but if the Xiaowu sect makes a move, they are sure to surface. Surely this much is enough to pick up their trail. Either way this works, just gather more information for now. Before Haishan Feng can make his escape, Donghua calls him back. He thinks to himself the man still has some value to him. Meanwhile, Haishan Feng trembles with fear. "Sir, you called for me." Come, Donghua says with a warm smile and a friendly wave. "I have something to discuss, come find me tonight." Outwardly that is how it appears, but inwardly he calculates in silence at first, extract as much information as possible. Before long night descends swiftly. In a desolate forest, Haishan Feng speaks first. "Are you asking about the current state of the Central Plains, my lord? Indeed, one must know how the world turns." "Go on," he continues. "I have been away from Jianghu for quite some time since that day." Haishan Feng seems to guess which day is meant and a flicker of fear crosses his face. Disregarding it, Donghua chuckles. "Those here have been away from the Central Plains for over 4 years now. As for that Kunlun lot, thee might as well have come from another world entirely. So I too am curious about the state of the Central Plains." The matter seems difficult to speak of, causing the leader of the Sandstorm Bandits to hesitate. "Oh, I'm not sure where to even begin." He then asks, should I speak of the events that followed that day? That day, the one Haishan Feng speaks of is a day Donghua could never forget. When he was young, he happened upon the existence of an organization known as the Society. It was an organization lurking in the shadows behind Jianghuan that ordinary people could never fathom. They always lurked in the darkness, waiting for the chance to devour the world whole. And he had fought against them for many long years. Following his master's dying wish, during that time he discovered that the Tiananmen cult harbored a mole from the society within its ranks. That year Mubek spoke thus while seated among the elders. "There were those who had secretly infiltrated our Tiananmen cult." Remembering this, a thought strikes him. "I immediately set out for Tian Mountain where the heavenly demon Mubek, a lifelong rival, resided. On that day, the heavenly demon and the sword Immortal above, one below exchanged challenge after challenge without pause. Mubek speaks first. "When you came alone to the peak of Tian Mountain, you said there were moles from the society hiding within the Tiananmen cult. Do you think this heavenly demon could be a pawn of the society?" Donghua responds with absolute calm. After 60 years facing each other's blades, you think I would suspect you?" Though he came to confront their common enemy, the society merely setting foot in the Tiananmen cult threw the entire place into chaos. On that day, Haishan Feng was still serving under the heavenly demon. He rushed forward in fury. "You! How dare you speak such words to the heavenly demon?" The demon immediately held him back. "It's fine." Standing atop the cliff, Mubek gazes down at the sword Immortal and speaks, "How can I trust the words of the man who has been my greatest rival all these years?" The heavenly demon then issues a challenge. "Prove it. Show me you are worthy of joining hands with this heavenly demon." In the end, atop Tian Mountain, Mubek and I had no choice but to face each other. Hearing this, the sword Immortal silently cursed the heavenly demon but in the end, agreed. "What a troublesome fool. Very well then, let me show you clearly." After that, everything unfolds just as Haishan Feng remembers. White lightning crackles across the heavens. Raging dragons roar and the earth trembles, a spectacle of breathtaking grandeur beyond words. For the second time in the annals of history, the elders and Dharma protectors of the Tiananmen cult who accompanied him fled in utter terror. Yet the heavenly demon himself charges into battle against him with wild delight. Haishan Feng, watching the streaks of light from behind, speaks in sheer terror. "Monsters!" The battle between the two rages on until the sun crests the horizon once more. Donghua grips his sword firmly, standing tall against the sky. Bathed in golden sunlight, he immediately collapses to one knee, utterly spent under Mubek's gaze. The heavenly demon, too, has exhausted every last ounce of his strength, forced to lean his back against the cliff face. All my life I have known nothing but weariness and disillusionment. He continues, panting heavily. Only now do I realize there exists a world this fascinating. Is this what happiness feels like? The demon murmurs in awe. The sword immortal can only think to himself, what a strange fellow. Suddenly, the heavenly demon bursts into hearty laughter. Indeed you are truly worthy of being Mubak's rival, Donghua retorts with a vexed sneer. Look at your tattered state and you still run your mouth this much. It seems I have proven my strength sufficiently. So will you help me or not? The old heavenly demon says nothing, he simply extends his hand forward. Donghua, puzzled, asks, what's this? Why are you suddenly reaching out your hand? Only then does the heavenly demon speak. We have known each other for how many years? From the moment you set foot on Tian Mountain. I had already decided to help you. Hearing these words, the sword immortal nearly bursts with exasperation. This lunatic. Mubak explains slowly and gravely, this handshake means that from this day forward, we are no longer rivals seeking each other's lives but comrades who can entrust their lives to one another. Donghua murmurs the words to himself, comrades, is it? Then, slowly he raises his own hand. The sword immortal swiftly clasps the heavenly demon's hand and speaks, I'll be counting on you from now on. After all, that day was the first time I had ever gained an ally and I harbored not a single worry that this man would betray me. From that day on, Mubek and I hunted the society together. Day after day, the two of us deliberated together, searching for the right path forward. But in the end, Mubek was betrayed by the very subordinates he had trusted. The scene shifts to the forest where the two once clasped hands. Mubak speaks, Donghua, please take care of Sajin. The heavenly demon now struggles to rise, delivering his final request to the only true friend he has ever known. The sword immortal stands in silence, gazing upon his friend who teeters between life and death, uttering not a single word. And so, honoring his dying wish, I took Sajin with me. After that day, Donghua departed Tian Mountain with Sajin, an old man and a child, side by side, holding her tiny hand. He silently chided the friend who had already passed beyond. You fool, I told you not to trust so recklessly. He recalls the days when they fought side by side. Mubak once said, are you telling me not to trust anyone? How could I possibly do that? Then should I not even trust you? He asks softly while playing with his granddaughter Sajin, leaving Donghua with nothing to do but scratch his head in silence. Receiving no reply, the heavenly demon turns away with a gentle laugh. You truly are a fool. On the day of departure, he silently ponders two words, friends. Yes, perhaps that is what we were. I have never called anyone a friend in my entire life, so I would not truly know. But I also considered him a friend, because he did not want this child to suffer the same wretched fate. He departed from Tian Mountain and brought her to Wudang, returning to the world of the living before him. Donghua gazed at Haishan Feng and thought to learn the truth, he needed to know what had transpired after that day. Though he had fought ceaselessly over the years, the Jianghu believed he had simply vanished into seclusion for 30 years. Donghua murmured, indeed. Tell me everything you know from that day forward. Donghua fell deep into contemplation. After leaving Tian Mountain, he could read the thoughts of those he encountered and learn things he had never known before, yet he still had not grasped the full picture of Jianghu. Now that he bore responsibility for Sajin, he could no longer continue living in seclusion. Recalling how Yongsan had looked down on him, the Wudang swordsmen had left him somewhat curious about the current state of affairs. Had they truly grown so weak that even Kunlun dared to despise them? What on earth had happened? Haishan Feng spoke up. Does your excellency know that Jianghu is currently divided into the 10 pillars? Donghua replied, I have heard of it. But explain in greater detail. Haishan Feng then began his explanation. So they have unified, with the 7 sovereigns at the center. He answered, indeed that is so. The sword immortal listened and thought, what a pack of blockheads. The moment he disappeared, they tore each other apart, fighting over scraps of power. The bandit leader suddenly added, but there is one more matter. Haishan Feng hesitated awkwardly. Before your excellency went into seclusion, did you defeat that man? No. After a moment of hesitation, he finally asked clearly, do you still remember the internal conflict within the alliance? The sword immortal was somewhat puzzled him. Then it seemed he recalled. Donghua suddenly remembered that period when he carried his sword. hunting down every wretch who had gotten on his nerves. Over 30 years ago, fed up with the 10 pillars who constantly stirred up trouble without proposing any concrete policies, he had used the pretext of martial challenges to seek out every last one of them and beat them within an inch of their lives. Come to think of it, it was also during that time that he thrashed the Kunlun sect. Nothing came of it afterward, and in his foul mood, he had long since forgotten the whole affair. Back in the forest, the sword Immortal furrowed his brows in confusion. Could it be that all of them were still harboring resentment over that incident to this day? Haishan Feng forced a delighted expression. Of course, not all of the 10 pillars feel that way apart from the Tiananmen cult. Some sects view your excellency as an enemy, while others merely suppress you in the shadows. Donghua found Haishan Feng's utterly gleeful expression unbearable. What nonsense are you spouting? He then began speaking about the talents of the major sects among the 10 pillars. Though they had not waged open war, the Wudang sect, the forces of Bowing City in Hunan, and the righteous sword house in Anhui were constantly at odds with one another. Hearing this, the sword Immortal rested his chin in contemplation. Bowing City and the righteous sword house, don't tell me you're referring to old Huangfu and old Nangong that I know. He continued, these bastards have grown that bold, it's been far too long since I taught them a lesson. Haishan Feng trembled at the sword Immortal's words. He dared call the divine eagle tyrant who had seized Tiger Den Cave and the xianxia and the heavenly sword righteous alliance in Anhui mere bastards. After pondering for a moment, he spoke, I have lived outside Jianghu for many years as well, so I am not privy to the finer details. What I know extends only thus far. He broke into a cold sweat, hoping the sword Immortal would release him. But Donghua remained unsatisfied. Nothing had changed in 30 years. Very well, let me ask one final question. Haishan Feng had no choice but to agree with trepidation. Please speak. He listened attentively to the sword Immortal's question. Lately, the northern slopes of Tian Mountains seem to be in turmoil. Could this be connected to the demons of the Tiananmen cult? Have demons descended from Tian Mountain? He replied, it would seem so. Something very serious has occurred, but since Tian Mountain keeps its affairs tightly guarded, I cannot verify the details. The bandit leader's gaze suddenly shifted. But if I am not mistaken, the child traveling with your excellency appears to be the saintess. Could it be that the heavenly demon? The sword Immortal's voice dropped to an oddly ominous tone. Curious are we. He then uttered a piece of earth-shattering news that left Haishan Feng utterly stunned. That old man is dead. Haishan Feng ultimately accepted the reality, speaking with sorrow. Ever since I left the Tiananmen cult, I have heard no news of him. Is that so? After answering and voicing the question that had weighed on his heart, Haishan Feng turned and departed. Dawn is nearly upon us, I shall take my leave. The first rays of sunlight blazed to life behind Donghua's back. He silently watched Haishan Feng's solitary figure recede into the distance, saying nothing. Then he set off on his way. Haishan Feng had lived outside Jianghu for so long, yet still knew this much. As he walked, the sword Immortal mused thankfully. The balance of power among the various factions had not shifted. Based on the close relationships with most of the leaders, the various factions would also forge alliances rooted in those bonds. He cursed softly under his breath, but these bastards lead organizations of tens of thousands, and their vision is only this narrow. Still seething over something that happened 30 years ago. Being ranked alongside them in the 10 pillars is truly humiliating. From inside, Sajin's voice called out. Grandfather, the little girl murmured sleepily, her hair a disheveled mess and her eyes still heavy with slumber. Where have you been all night? Sajin waited for you so long, Grandpa. The sword Immortal teased his little granddaughter gently. Waited, did you? You certainly look like you slept soundly enough. Look at that hair of yours, a proper bird's nest. Sajin rubbed her eyes and said, please tie Sajin's hair for her, Grandpa. Donghua still could not bring himself to be serious. Oh, not asking that Kunlun boy to do it today. The little girl sat on his lap, waiting for him to tie her hair, and asked out of the blue. Grandfather, are you an immortal? Hearing this, he thought, lately, she's been playing with those Kunlun lads and picking up all sorts of strange talk. Where did you hear such nonsense? From the porters, Grandpa. After her hair was neatly combed, Sajin turned around, opened her eyes wide, and declared Grandfather was summoned by the Jade Emperor himself to become an Earth immortal and ascend to the celestial realm. But he chose to stay behind to save and deliver all living beings. Donghua was struck speechless by his granddaughter's words. Good heavens, what kind of rumors are spreading out there? He quickly set the girl down and replied, Earth Immortal, why would I want such a troublesome thing? Now then, go change your clothes. But the little girl's curiosity was far from satisfied. Sajin asked timidly, You won't disappear, will you, Grandpa? As she spoke, she recalled her late grandfather, and her eyes began to glisten with tears. You won't suddenly leave like grandfather did. Before Sajin could finish, the sword Immortal's large hand gently settled upon her head. Unable to maintain the tender moment for long, Donghua brought both hands up and thoroughly tousled the hair he had just tied. He smiled and answered, Nonsense, don't worry about such foolish things. The little girl below wailed, Oh yeah, Sajin's hair is all messed up now. Looking at her, Donghua couldn't help but add, Good heavens, where could I possibly go when I have you right here? The little girl with the tousled hair could not help but question her entire existence. You really won't go anywhere, will you? The sword Immortal kneels down once more and places his hand atop the girl's head. Really, have you ever known me to lie to you? The girl answers without a shred of hesitation. Plenty of times. Hearing this, the sword Immortal parts his fingers and says, Well then, pinky promise, all right. The girl immediately hooks her tiny finger around his with such force that the sword Immortal lets out a yelp. Sajin, that hurts. At that moment, memories of the heavenly demon while he still lived come flooding back into Sajin's mind. He too once told her, Come now, hook fingers with Grandpa. If something happens to me and I can no longer protect Sajin, just follow that old man. As he spoke those words, a flicker of sorrow passed through the heavenly demon's eyes. Despite Donghua glaring daggers at him from the side, the heavenly demon cheerfully continued, Look. He may seem disagreeable on the outside, but on the inside, well, the inside is just as disagreeable. But he's not a bad person. The sword Immortal, hearing someone badmouth him, speaks up, Who are you calling disagreeable? Saying that, he walks over and gently places his hand on the girl's head. The sword Immortal kneels before Sajin and says, You look just like your mother. Hearing this, the girl asks softly, You knew my mother? He replies in a melancholic voice, Of course, she was once my disciple. Though still young, Sajin seems to sense his emotions. That sorrowful expression on her face identical to his own when grief weighs upon him. Being sad is exhausting. And so, the answer to the title Saintess that Haishan Feng used to address Sajin is finally revealed. The Saintess is one who must guard and protect the sacred fire that the Tiananmen cult worships. This duty binds her for life. From the moment she was born, Sajin was destined to become the Saintess. Since childhood, she lived within the sacred fire palace where the holy flame burned eternally, and was taught that this was the inevitable path of her existence. Everyone around her always insisted that it was only natural. I always tried to live up to their expectations. Even so, Sajin always knew that loneliness was truly unbearable. And then she extends her tiny hands toward the white-haired, silver-bearded man before her. After the heavenly demon's passing and Sajin following Donghua, her world begins to change. No longer the quiet, desolate sacred fire palace. No longer the Tianshan mountains, those twin peaks she could never truly leave, even when she stepped outside. The little girl opens her wide, round eyes and gazes at the colorful scenery unfolding all around her. A world brimming with sights she had never once laid eyes upon. Having left behind the sacred fire palace place that had once been her entire life. Just as he once told her, that world was full of novel, wondrous, and exciting things. The girl freely expresses the emotions blooming within her heart. Though there are frightening things at times, she feels not the slightest trace of fear. Returning to the present, that small hand finally reaches up to hook pinkies with him. Sajin responds without delay. Pinky promise. The sword Immortal gazes at Sajin with tender, affectionate eyes. Indeed, will always watch over her. Stepping out of the room, the little miss calls back as she walks, Grandpa, I'm going out to play. Meanwhile, in a far corner, a group of people huddle together, ceaselessly discussing Sajin's identity. Is that girl truly the Saintess? Why would the Saintess be in a place like this? As if sensing someone's gaze upon her, the girl glances toward that corner, startling the group half to death. She's looking this way, turn away, don't meet her eyes. Sajin's gaze lands on the bushes where several of Haishan Feng's subordinates are crouching in a clumsy attempt to hide. Though the sight does not leave her speechless. Like a curious little puppy, she trots toward them, sending the men into a cold sweat. Oh no, she's coming, what do we do? What do you mean, what do we do? Just play dumb. The girl does not walk straight up to them. Instead, she stops at the base of a tree and says calmly, "I've seen you all before." She innocently poses the questions that have lingered in her mind, leaving the men utterly stunned. During the Heavenly Demon Ascension Festival, you were with my grandfather at the sacred fire altar, weren't you? So why do you pretend not to know me? One of them suddenly recalls Heavenly Demon Ascension Festival is the grandest ceremony of the Tiananmen cult. It commemorates the day the Heavenly Demon first led the cult's followers up Tianshan, fulfilled his sacred mission, and ascended to the heavens. Thinking of this, the man's emotions surge uncontrollably, and tears spill from the corners of his eyes, utterly, heartbreakingly genuine. On the Heavenly Demon Ascension Festival, not only the cult leader but every last follower of the Tiananmen cult gathers before the sacred fire altar to pay tribute. I am no longer a follower of the Tiananmen cult, so why does it move me so deeply that the saintess still remembers me? I nearly committed the grave offense of staring directly at the saintess. One of them mutters under his breath. Don't act like you know her, you fool. Another hisses, leaving the first man flustered beyond words. No, you must have mistaken us for someone else. Meanwhile, in the distance, Haishan Feng has heard every word of the girl's questions. Only now does the group realize someone is approaching. Every one of them freezes in place. He walks up and stands before Sajin, paying no mind whatsoever to the men's greetings. Jifa. Seeing the vacant look on Haishan Feng's face, a subordinate speaks up. Chief, your complexion doesn't look well. I heard you spoke with the sword Immortal last night. Did something happen? His mind remains sunken in the weight of Donghua's words from the previous night. He recalls the sword Immortal's effortless, indifferent bearing at that moment, and a pang of humiliation stabs through his chest. That damned old man, despite every pair of eyes in the group fixed upon him, Haishan Feng remains lost in thought. The heavenly demon is dead, who could have? Why, should I avenge my late lord? No. That would be sheer foolishness. He looks at his subordinates who gaze back at him with worried eyes. He continues, you lot. We left Tianshan on our own 2 feet. That was our choice. The ones who followed me without a shred of hesitation. That was all of you. If they learned of the heavenly demon's death, they would go mad with thoughts of vengeance. They would charge headlong after the assassin and die for nothing. While Haishan Feng wrestles with his thoughts, a child's crystal-clear voice pierces through the silence. Uncle, are you all right? You look so tired. Only then does he snap back to reality, his eyes widen. Right, he is standing before the saintess. In the very next instant, Haishan Feng drops to one knee, bowing reverently before Sajin. I am fine. Seeing the girl's worried yet timid expression, he scolds himself inwardly. Perhaps the saintess has only just left Tianshan, yet her eyes already blaze with such unwavering resolve, the very image of the previous saintess. The thought has barely formed when the little girl's delicate hand comes to rest upon Haishan Feng's gleaming, bald head. She smiles gently, warm as the morning sun, and softly consoles him. Every time I had a hard day, Grandpa would stroke my head. It was magic, calming mood would lift right away. How do you feel now? The child's sincere words shatter his restraint, and he bursts into uncontrollable sobs. Seeing this, the girl gently cups his tear-streaked face and asks, Uncle, are you crying? From behind the bushes, his subordinates witness the scene and begin weeping along with their chief. Jifa. Haishan Feng asks himself in silence, Lord Heavenly Demon, what are we to do now? The others, having hidden long enough, finally crawl out and sob openly alongside their chief. A while later, while Sim Ji is helping everyone sort out their belongings, a voice calls out from behind, causing him to turn around. Hello there, uncle. From afar, Sajin comes skipping over, waving her hand in greeting. Behind her, the sword Immortal strolls forward at an unhurried pace. Seeing this, the escort responds with a gentle wave. Good morning. Nice out, huh? Sajin, advancing close, Simji immediately asks, is the mortal continent just up ahead? Yes, once we finish transferring all this cargo, we'll set off at once. Over here, the little girl Sajin, brimming with energy, continues her rounds of greetings. Uncle Yonya, hello. Sajin is radiant today too, isn't she? Seeing the adorable little girl, the man opens a package of pastries. Here, come over. Seeing this, the little girl's eyes widen with excitement. Wow, Sajin happily thanks you. Thank you. In the distance, a young woman also calls out. Sajin, come here, dear. The entire caravan has only one child, and one so adorable that every last soul dotes on her without restraint. You simply must let our Sajin have some cake. Here, take this one too. Seeing the girl so happy, Donghua unconsciously smiles along but still reminds her not to stuff herself, or it will all come back up. The escort beside him speaks up as well. It seems everyone treasures Sajin. By now, Sajin has already dashed toward the Quangfeng-san subordinates to continue her greetings. "Hello, uncles." A bald young man answers without thinking. "Hello there." The man beside him widens his eyes in disbelief. How dare he address the saintess so casually? The bald one notices and hastily explains, "Boss, it's not what you think." Over here, the sword immortal quietly observes the little girl. She looks so happy. He recalls the girl beside the sacred flame. Indeed, she who always dwells within the sacred flame palace or atop Tiantiananli. Those who have met her in person would recognize her. Seeing the girl so carefree and innocent, true to her age, the sword immortal feels a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps being surrounded by so many people is a wonderful thing and a true joy for the child. Sajin runs over to Yong Hwa, asking her to redo her hair. Look, Yong Hwa has tied her hair for her, and even Yong-du has taught her how to play the flute. And then there were the times the two of them played together on the grassy meadow. He also recalls the girl standing to the side, watching Haishan Feng's subordinates bicker amongst themselves, those uncles she hadn't seen in ages, always greeting her warmly and playing with her. The sword immortal has silently observed it all, ever since Haishan Feng learned of the heavenly demon's death. The lads from Quangfeng Sand have begun guarding Sajin without leaving her side for even half a step. He watches the little girl happily show off her haul after her morning rounds of greetings. "Grandpa, look, I brought back lots of candy and pastries." Donghua feels somewhat at ease. They don't seem to harbor any ill intent. Perhaps he should just let things be. Overthinking is exhausting. He turns to chat with his little granddaughter instead. "You seem happy. Having that much fun." Hearing this, the girl beams so wide her face could outshine the sun. "Yes." She smiles like a sunflower that has finally found its sunlight. "There are so many people, so I love it." The girl dashes off again, leaving the sword immortal alone with 1,000 thoughts. Sajin's little world is growing ever larger. At first, he felt a pang of sadness seeing Sajin constantly slipping from his embrace, but watching her like this, no, he cannot help but feel joy. He cannot hide the doting warmth in the depths of his eyes. It shows that Sajin is learning and growing. And when he looks at Sajin, he too discovers many new things. Afterward, Donghua strokes his chin in contemplation. Although the girl says she likes having many people around, there's currently no way to increase their numbers. What should he do? Sometime later, the entire caravan swiftly departs from the desert and continues on their journey. Haishan Feng drags his bare feet across the scorching sand, a massive luggage sack slung over his shoulders. As he walks, he thinks, ancient say resolve does not last 3 days. He lifts his eyes to the blinding sunlight that seems ready to incinerate his very body. His vision swims, his head spins, and sweat cascades down like a waterfall, yet he never imagined those words would come to haunt him. The bandit leader tilts his head back and gasps for air. "Avenge the heavenly demon, my foot. If this keeps up, he'll die for certain." Behind him, his subordinates are likewise struggling under the heavy luggage on their shoulders. "Boss, save us." He glances back and silently assesses his men's condition. It's not looking good. He grits his teeth and broods. Under such blazing sunlight, crossing the scorching valley of the mortal continent on bare feet is truly. That bald-headed uncle, his whole body burning with rage, flames surging in his heart back when his internal power was still at its peak. Things like this were trivial. This is hell, this place is hell. Meanwhile, behind him, Yong-san is grinning ear to ear. Yong-du wanders over and asks, "Yong-san, why the grin?" He speaks loud enough to needle Haishan Feng. "No, it's just I'm reminded of how I looked in the past." Hearing this, Haishan Feng's face turns purple with rage, but he only lowers his head and curses under his breath. "Avenge what? Avenge what? If this goes on, everyone will die." Noticing Donghua and Sim-ji discussing something up ahead, he hatches a plan. He wants to beg the sword immortal to use internal power, but chances are no one would listen. What should he do? After a lengthy discussion, the escort asks, "Sir, do you intend to recruit more people here?" Donghua replies, "Indeed, if it proves too difficult, there's no other way." The escort glances back and says, "No, actually I've been thinking the same thing." The cargo was already considerable, and now with the Quangfeng Sand Group's goods added on top, we can reach Jade Gate Pass. But we're short on manpower. Haishan Feng, standing behind them and panting to the point of collapse, still listens with rapt attention as if seizing upon an opportunity. He boldly raises his hand as if wanting to speak, causing the two men to turn and listen. "Well, I happen to have a brilliant idea. Please leave it to me. I have a way to supplement our manpower." The sword Immortal hears this and asks doubtfully, how do you plan to do that?" His tone a far cry from the commanding authority of moments ago. Haishan Feng sidles up close to the two, whispering in hushed tones, "It goes like this, then like this." After a moment of deliberation, the sword Immortal turns to the escort to gauge his opinion. "Not bad, is it? What do you think?" The escort nods thoughtfully. "Might as well let him try." Simji adds gently, "It would cause no loss to the old master or to us." And it seems Haishan Feng shares the same sentiment. Seeing this, Donghua gives his approval. Very well. Having received approval, Haishan Feng immediately straightens up, his eyes sparkling like stars as he turns his gaze toward their leader men. Without delay, the sword Immortal presses his index finger against the bandit leader's forehead, channeling strength back into his body. Haishan Feng opens his eyes and senses it at once. His internal power has returned. Just moments ago he felt heavy as lead, but now he's light as a feather. He clenches his fists with joy, feeling his internal power surging and circulating throughout his entire body. With this internal power restored, I could make a break for it right now. Before his joy could last even a heartbeat, Haishan Feng meets a gaze that reads his every wicked intention and a casual flick of the wrist. Gentle enough, yet enough to send him hurtling clear across the desert. In the next instant, he scrambles away on all fours, clutching his luggage, and vanishes in a flash. "Then I'll be off right away." Watching the figure disappear into the distance, the sword Immortal finds it hard to believe. "I don't know why, but the more I look, the less trustworthy he seems." Simji chuckles softly and replies, "Among all the demon lords across the continent, only he can truly be called one of the 72 demon stars." Setting aside what just happened, he resumes his discussion with the head steward. "Come now, continue with the story from before. And the item, have you brought it back?" "Yes." With a grave expression, the man opens a wooden box. Inside the box lies a gem of deep violet black, its surface swirling like the vast expanse of a galaxy. Upon seeing it, Donghua's eyes widen with intense excitement. The sword Immortal strokes his chin, a look of deep suspicion crossing his face. "It's merely a black jewel, nothing extraordinary. What on earth is this thing?" Noticing his strange reaction, Simji stammers, that there is certainly something mysterious hidden within this gem. Thinking back to the past, you were given the same mission as well." Hearing this, Haishan Feng, who has been kneeling the entire time, immediately responds, "Yes. Besides branch leader Du Haiyan of the Wulumuki branch, there was another person who also ordered us to retrieve the gem from the caravan." Upon hearing the three words "first young master," the head steward's expression darkens. It is someone he cannot possibly fail to recognize. That person is none other than Jin Xiaochuan, the first young master of the Shangxin Trading Company. He is locked in a bitter rivalry with the third young master, Yong Hwat, one who backs Simji. The steward's thoughts churn around the bitter struggle for the position of next company head. This time, third young master Yong Hwa has poured his entire fortune and manpower into launching a trade expedition to the western regions. If successful, it would not only yield immense profits but also establish new trade routes to the western regions, greatly elevating the third young master's standing. That is why the first young master dispatched the Quangfeng bandits to interfere and sabotage our caravan. But the first young master has overstepped his bounds. He has forgotten that most of the people on this caravan are long-time members of the company family, in all but blood. They have nothing to do with this power struggle. Simji gazes at the gem with a trace of sorrow. Innocent lives were nearly spilled all because the first young master ordered the Quangfeng bandits to act. He speaks to seize what they want from our Shangxin caravan. What could this gem possibly hold that would drive the first young master to such extremes? Hearing this, the sword Immortal falls into deep contemplation without rushing to answer. The head steward grips the box holding the gem tightly. This is truly baffling. The merchant who purchased this gem only thought it was a piece of jewelry or a valuable treasure that could fetch a high price. That was his sole reason for buying it. Donghua quickly leans in, staring intently at the strange object before him, then asks, "There is no information about where it was purchased or any other distinguishing features." Simji replies, "He said he dealt with an ordinary jewelry merchant, nothing more." The sword Immortal swiftly picks it up. Then may I hold on to this gem? The steward nods. Yes, we have already compensated the merchant separately, so it is yours to keep as you wish. Donghua presses on. As for that first young master, how do you intend to deal with him? Or shall I handle him for you? But Simji gently refuses. There is no need. I humbly ask that you allow me to handle this myself. His eyes grow heavy, his lips murmuring as though speaking to himself, one who dares endanger the members of this caravan people as close as family cannot be allowed to become the company head. He must be held accountable for this. Hearing this, Donghua smiles faintly. Very well. He turns to leave, but not without a parting remark. Remember well, if I find the results unsatisfactory, I will take matters into my own hands. The head steward manages a smile that barely reaches his eyes. I shall settle everything cleanly so that you need not worry or intervene. And we are about to arrive at Yumen Pass. My lord, the caravan arrives at a range of snow-encircled peaks. Yumen Pass. This is the great gateway that divides the central plains from the western frontier. To the west of the Kilian mountain range lies a faction known as the Snow Mountain Stronghold. The Snow Mountain Stronghold ranks among the upper echelons of the 72 Greenwood strongholds and stands as one of the most dangerous foes to guard against in the Gobi Desert. The Quangfeng Bandits Stronghold. A young runner bursts in from outside, shouting for the chief. He yells at the top of his lungs toward an old man sitting by the lake, fishing. Urgent news, urgent news. The old man seems utterly unconcerned with any so-called urgent news, caring only about the fish that just slipped away. Why all this racket? Because of your shouting, the fish I nearly caught has fled. This is none other than Kilian Daoing, the chief of the Snow Mountain Stronghold. If Kilian Daoing, the formidable leader of the Snow Mountain Stronghold, is so preoccupied with his fishing lately, the breathless young messenger can only stammer helplessly. Moments later, Kilian's panicked shriek echoes across the entire mountain. We've been robbed again. Those Su Tiantian bastards again. How in the world does the Tiananmen cult manage its people? The white-haired old man lowers his head in thought. The Snow Mountain Stronghold's plunder has dwindled by more than half in recent months. At some point, they lost all contact with the Quangfeng bandits entirely. If something has happened to them, it must be something big. Could there be turmoil within the Tiananmen cult? What if the heavenly demon has passed away? For instance, my mind is wandering into nonsense. The heavenly demon is a monster. How could he possibly die? There must be another reason. Forget it, back to fishing. Seeing the old man calmly resume fishing as if he doesn't exist, the young messenger shouts once more. Chief, the old man's temper finally snaps. Why do you keep yelling? You're breaking my concentration. The young man produces a slip of paper. Actually, a message just arrived from the Quangfeng bandits. The old man barks. You should have said that from the start. What a nuisance. At the mention of the Quangfeng bandits, the old man perks up. That scoundrel Xianxia, I thought he'd vanished off the face of the earth. So he's still alive, is he? Well then, let's see what he sent. After reading through the letter, Kilian Daoing is utterly astonished. This from the outside. Donghua stands in quiet contemplation before the gateway, heedless of the heavy snow falling outside. He stares at the towering pass, muttering under his breath. Yumen Pass. The next instant, the sword Immortal turns to the person standing behind him. As you requested, I have temporarily unsealed the demon's acupoints. Yes, my lord. Xianxia gazes at the long row of subordinates standing outside and says, this way. They should look like a grand caravan worth thousands in gold. And thanks to the letter I sent, they will rally to plunder a hall so massive that even the Quangfeng bandits dared not touch it. Then we will subdue the raiders from the Snow Mountain Stronghold and press them into service as laborers. Donghua eyes him with suspicion. The bait laid out in this letter seems far too thin. Will they really take the bait? Xianxia answers with absolute certainty. Yes, I have sent the letter to the Snow Mountain Stronghold. They will come without fail. Hearing this, Donghua falls into thought once more. If it's the Snow Mountain Stronghold, then their leader must be Kilian Daoing. He recalls Xianxia's whispered words from a few days prior. The scheme Xianxia laid out was to drag every bandit, horse thief, and mountain outlaw lurking at the gates of Sichuan into this affair. The sword Immortal watches Xianxia conferring with someone and makes a comparison. Back in the day, I pulled off my share of insane feats. But this plan of his is truly beyond belief. If not for Donghua saying there was nothing left to lose and Sajin wanting to gather more people, this one would never have joined. Moreover, the first target happens to be the Snow Mountain stronghold. The Kilian Diaong he knows is a man with a rather keen eye. At this thought, the sword Immortal fixes him with a glare that could set the heavens ablaze. If they gain nothing, they will simply confiscate all their martial arts and banish the lot of them. That gaze sends a chill down Haishan Feng's spine. An eerie, bone-deep aura seems to emanate from nowhere. On his side, he clicks his tongue. How should he deal with that fellow? At that moment, a young man up front shouts, "We're about to enter the gorge." The man smiles and points ahead, calling out, "The path narrows from here on, everyone stay alert." After observing for a while, he immediately senses that something is amiss. "People!" A loud cry rings out at once. There are figures on the cliff walls. Kilian Diaong peers down from atop the cliff. So many merchant caravans traveling at once. The intelligence about the Mad Wind caravan was indeed correct. "I am Kilian Diaong of the Snow Mountain stronghold. Everyone, raise your hands and drop everything you carry on the ground, and I shall spare your lives." He spreads his arms wide and bursts into laughter, as if he were the villainous tyrant that everyone dreads in tales of old. Witnessing that absurdly overconfident display, Donghua is rendered utterly speechless. What is this? He really has been deceived. In that instant, Kilian Diaong executes a breathtaking leap from the mountaintop, landing squarely on the ground before Donghua. He raises his head and peers toward the figure standing behind the man. "Haishan Feng, why are you here? If you're the guide, then you must have traveled a long way. Moreover, the person beside you looks terribly familiar." The question leaves Haishan Feng visibly flustered. The subordinates on the mountain, seeing Haishan Feng step forward as if signaling that the moment has arrived, swiftly descend to restrain Kilian's men. One of the captured men, despite being pinned down, still struggles to cry out to their leader. He lets out a thunderous shout that instantly draws Kilian Diaong's attention to the chaos above. "We've been ambushed." The old man's brow furrows with suspicion. Seeing that the situation above has turned dire, he wheels toward Mubak and snarls, "You dare deceive even Kilian Diaong." The words barely leave his mouth before peril is already upon him. In the next heartbeat, the sword Immortal's gleaming blade pierces straight into his left eye, forcing him to cough in pained agony. The men on the cliff above gape in shock, eyes wide as saucers. Chief Haishan Feng, witnessing every detail from this side, is equally stunned. Kilian Diaong was struck down with a single blow. Retreating back then truly was the wisest decision. While Haishan Feng is still lost in self-admiration, Donghua suddenly speaks. Who would have thought this mad plan would actually succeed? Mubek then offers words of praise. "Well done, Haishan Feng." The sword Immortal's words leave him frozen, as if he cannot believe his own ears. Despite the immense excitement surging within, Haishan Feng fights to maintain his composure. "You honor me far too much, sir." On his side, Donghua coolly shifts the subject. "Nowdy them all up." Kilian Diaong, upon regaining consciousness, stares at his tightly bound subordinates before him, seemingly unable to believe what just transpired. How did things end up like this? If he had known, he would never have listened to Haishan Feng. Because of his own complacency, even his subordinates have been captured. Now that things have come to this, he must protect the stronghold's headquarters at all costs. He must protect his descendants and the remaining members of his family at the base. He must safeguard those who are left by any means necessary. Only then will he one day be able to defeat that sword-wielding monster. At first, he thought the man was just some young lad. How in the world did he arrive here in such a thoroughly outmaneuvered state? Kilian Diaong stares wide-eyed at the two figures before him. The sword Immortal rests his chin on one hand and says to Haishan Feng, "Either way, I need to know where these people are based." He responds cheerfully, "I know." Seeing the two converse so harmoniously drives the old man to the brink of madness. He unleashes a roar that echoes across the entire mountain. "You scoundrel, Haishan Feng." He is so furious that tears stream from his eyes. Then he raves in a frenzy, "I've already planted spies, you wretch. Release me this instant. I'll take that treacherous Haishan Feng's head myself." Kilian Diaong thrashes desperately, cursing that shameless scoundrel as utterly devoid of honor. Witnessing this, Donghua responds with icy calm, "Enough of this nonsense. Barely a hair on your chin and already you're shouting at your elders." Having dealt with the raging old man, the sword Immortal turns to Haishan Feng. "So you mentioned planted spies. Where are they?" He answers without a moment's hesitation, "Honestly, I have no idea." Mubek flashes a warm smile, yet a frigid breeze seems to sweep past as he asks, You don't know, shall I cripple your martial arts again? Sensing the danger, he quickly corrects himself. But now I remember, sir, do you see over there? He points toward the mountain peak ahead of the two. Do you see that summit? Donghua says nothing, merely narrowing his eyes in observation. Seeing the sword Immortal's contemplative expression, he quickly adds, the one at xianxia. Xianxia did indeed leave someone behind. That person will head to xianxia to deliver the news, we need only follow. Having said this, he lets out a sigh dripping with reluctance. Bandits always think alike. Frowns, silently evaluating. The saying that a thief knows a thief's mind is indeed true. Haishan Feng gently rubs his bald pate and gives the sword Immortal a thumbs up. Of course, this is only a feasible plan because a great hero like you is here. If there are any matters in the future, please do not hesitate to call upon Haishan Feng. Donghua, having no other recourse, reluctantly agrees. Very well. The scene shifts to xianxia. Suddenly, a desperate, heart-rending scream erupts, startling everyone into looking up. Xianxia watches his assets being hauled away, crying until no more tears remain. He cannot believe that xianxia's stronghold he built with such painstaking effort has been plundered like this. Yet the Mad Wind Caravan's men pay no heed. Here too, treasures abound, chest after chest of gold, silver and jewels carried off one by one, nearly driving the old man to his knees. These were riches he had hidden even from his own subordinates, the Great Restoration Pill and the Shaolin Temple's divine medicines. Collected over the span of 10 years, the man holding the box. The divine medicine collector cannot help but marvel. Why are there so many elixirs? They look extraordinarily valuable. The Great Restoration Pillon of the most precious among the lot. Xianxia collapses to his knees before the courtyard, weeping as though the sky itself were falling. Others cry over heartbreak. This old man cries because his entire fortune has been cleaned out in the blink of an eye. Seeing this comical scene, Haishan Feng struggles to suppress a grin, yet still opens his mouth to call out. Hey Diaong, seeing that traitor makes your eyes burn with fury, doesn't it, that treacherous bastard? Haishan Feng leans close to Diaong's ear and whispers, think about it carefully. If you're the only one to suffer losses like this, wouldn't that be truly unfair? I have a brilliant idea. Hearing his scheme, Diaong hesitates. Even if I am a bandit, I would never stoop to such despicable acts. His words claim one thing, yet Diaong's actions tell a completely different story. There's no way I can bear this alone. He swiftly releases every last one of his carrier pigeons. Go on, fly higher. Carrier pigeons. The messenger doves released by the Kilian Elder soared high into the sky, spreading across every corner of Jianghu. Very quickly, people began receiving word from the Kilian Elder. This is a carrier pigeon from Sun Tra. The man stared in disbelief. The message within listed a host of lucrative rewards. It was a letter from the Kilian Elder. Its contents were identical to the letter Haishan Feng had dispatched to Sun Tra. Kilian Elder, what in the world is the meaning of this? The one who spoke in fury was the leader of the Black Bull Society. Taishan Black Bull, who had been wailing just moments before, now sported a cheerful grin once more. Old man, these men under Haishan Feng, I was the one who captured them. Can they not be considered under my jurisdiction? The fellow leader smirked with half a grin. Very well, but Black Bull down there still hasn't quelled his rage. You think these people would actually become subordinates of Haishan Feng's bunch? The Taishan Black Bull Society isn't half bad either. Of course, the wealth these men possess would become ours in an instant. But keeping their manpower under command is no small matter either. It would surely prove beneficial. He hummed thoughtfully, then voiced a recruitment proposal. Hey, Black Bull, don't you feel it's unfair that you're the only one getting the short end of the stick? We have a wonderful plan. Black Bull heard this and, though still seething, reluctantly spoke up. They immediately prepared to send out carrier pigeons. Those who had been deceived now hunted for other prey, their eyes blazing with fury. In just a few days, the numbers swelled to the thousands. Haishan Feng's desperate gamble was a resounding success. Now then, be careful with that luggage. At this moment, Haishan Feng was so preoccupied with his duties that he failed to notice someone sitting in the branches of the tree directly above his head. He silently rejoiced. If one cannot escape fate, then one might as well embrace it. After all, there was no escaping the palm of the sword Immortal. I need to find a way to make myself useful at all costs. After that, he returned to his role as a human loudspeaker. Over there, don't even think about resting, get back to work. Watching Haishan Feng's zealous demeanor below, Donghua felt nothing but exasperation. The man had barely tasted a scrap of authority, and already he was this giddy. At this point, he gently reached into his pouch as if to retrieve something. The sword Immortal produced a jade bead that resembled a streak of the Milky Way, and couldn't help but wonder why was Emperor Xuan Yuan's pearl here. The legend of the Xuan Zhu is mentioned in the Tian Dai chapter of xianxia. One day, Emperor Han Yuan journeyed to the northern mountains of Kunlun, and on his return he had dropped the treasure the Xuan Zhu pearl beside a lake called Zishui. At that time the most learned among his ministers, Li Yu, who could hear sounds from 100 miles away, searched with all his extraordinary skill yet failed to find it. Yet Sang Man, the most ordinary and dull-witted of all men, swiftly discovered it, leaving everyone bewildered. It means that even if the road ahead is shrouded in fog, if one keeps a calm heart, one can perceive true wisdom. After recapping the legendary tale, the sword Immortal furrowed his brow, viewed from another angle. The Xuan Zhu was also a treasure of extraordinary power, one that Emperor Han Yuan himself had desperately sought. In truth, he himself did not know exactly how to use this pearl. He could only sense a faint spiritual aura emanating from it, through which he immediately grasped its nature. If restored to its original state, it absolutely should not exist here, nor should it have been handled so carelessly. However, the fact that the eldest young master desired this object suggested there was a reason behind it. And in this case there were two possible reasons. First, they may have recognized this treasure immediately. Second, could there be someone pulling the strings from behind? Of course, either case was as clear as day. Eldest young master, though this one feels somewhat guilty towards Sim Ji the moment we cross into Sichuan, this one must strike him down. The more he observed, the more the man reeked of treachery. In any case, he owed him thanks, for it was through him that this treasure had been obtained. He raised the pearl, then gazed toward the sword and spoke tenderly, "Longsha, eat up." The dawn of a new day breaks through with warm rays of light. Sajin pokes her head out of the carriage window, gazing excitedly at everything around her. There are so many people. The little girl turns to look at Yong Hwa. The line of people stretches on endlessly with no end in sight. Hearing Sajin's voice, she gently warns Sajin it's dangerous outside, come back in. After saying this, a look of contemplation crosses her face. In the end, will things truly turn out this way? The journey through the Hexi corridor had now reached the Yinghui River. The number of people had swelled to thousands, most of them bandits. If they continued across the entire grassland, who knew how many more would join their ranks? Anyone who witnessed this would surely think a rebellion was underway. Jianghu would be thrown into an uproar. Moreover, once they crossed the Ying River, they would enter the territory of the Gongdong sect, the lords of Gansu. The Gongdong sect was situated on the periphery of Jianghu, where King Cheng Aimei, and together with Kunlun formed the core of the White Lotus Alliance. They would never stand idly by. When tens of thousands of bandits invaded their domain, the thought of Yongdu and his disciples only gave her an even greater headache. And if they learned that 5 elders of the Kunlun sect were present here, it would certainly cause an even greater shockwave. They might file a formal protest with the White Lotus Alliance, claiming that the Kunlun sect may have resurfaced. At this thought, Yong Hwa's expression darkened, her eyes heavy with contemplation. If they seized this opportunity to place the Tang clan's poison arts under the Gongdong sect's authority, matters would spiral beyond all control. This journey was like a powder keg that could explode at any moment. Put more simply, it was a complete mess. Some mysterious figure appeared to be quietly turning a blind eye to everything the sword Immortal was doing. And the other senior disciples were no different. And eldest senior brother Yong Duyu would normally be furious at things like this. Just then, a young man bounded over cheerfully, his booming voice cutting through her train of thought. It was Yong Du, the Almighty Father, as they now called him, who stood above, threw his arms wide and bellowed, "Everyone, do you believe in the old man Donghua?" Everyone responded with enthusiastic shouts of yes. Yong Hwa was quite taken aback by her senior brother's demeanor. Eldest senior brother had completely transformed after his epiphany. He was like the cult leader of some bizarre sect. The reason this ragtag army could function and march safely was thanks to the masterful skill of Grand Steward Sim Ji, who methodically distributed provisions to the entire force. "Come now, follow the order." He personally stepped forward to manage internal affairs, preventing conflicts between the various groups from erupting. Despite the mountain of work, he still chatted cheerfully with everyone. "You're from the Snow Mountain stronghold." He was truly remarkable. Despite thousands of men operating simultaneously, this journey had never once been delayed. Food and water were distributed equally as well. The one who had truly orchestrated this entire situation was merely lying there, utterly nonchalant. The person she had in mind was none other than our truly noble sword Immortal. Seeing him lounging about and sunbathing without a care in the world, she could only shake her head in exasperation and sigh. Will he really just let things be? Something is clearly wrong. I need to get to the bottom of this. No one knew when, but Sajin had appeared before Young Hwa, calling out to her in a sweet voice. Unni hearing this, she snapped out of her thoughts. Sajin, you're supposed to be in the carriage. Why are you out here? The little girl widened her big round eyes and pointed toward the distant horizon. I just wanted to watch the sunset together with you, she said, still pointing. The sky is so beautiful. Seeing this, she followed Sajin's small hand. Before them stretched a sunset of dazzling radiance. So breathtaking it drew a gasp of wonder from her lips. It truly is beautiful. Sajin gazed joyfully at the drifting clouds. Unni, don't those clouds look like a cat? She looked gently at the girl beside her. In truth, there was no great crisis at hand and Sajin was happy. Meanwhile, a rumor began spreading across the central plains. People started whispering about a countless horde of bandits that had appeared in Gansu. When had rumors from the borderlands flooded into the central plains, no one paid it any mind. They thought it was nothing but nonsense. A man speaks doubtfully, even with bandit groups like the Mad Sandstorm or the Snow Mountain Stronghold causing trouble. The 10 martial provinces still maintain the balance. Who would want a bandit group that large to form? The others strongly agree with this sentiment. Indeed, indeed. At this time the people spoken of in the rumors have appeared, but when they emerged from Yinghe the entire Jianghu was plunged into shock. The rumors were not wrong. What drew everyone's attention was their leader Haishan Feng the Fiend, once renowned throughout Jianghu. Along with notorious figures like Kilian Daoing and Iron Mountain Black Bull had amassed an enormous following beneath their banner. The revelation sent shivers of fear through all who heard. A fist slams the table. More than 1,000 bandits, a horde even larger than Thathad, crept to the very doorstep of the Central Plains, and not a single soul had been the wiser. The Eastern faction members, upon hearing the news, cannot conceal their shock. One secretly ponders countermeasure. Truly unbelievable that no one noticed a thing until it grew to such a scale. This is dangerous. They must cooperate with the surrounding sects to establish a defensive line. He then issues an order: immediately contact the White Lotus headquarters. This is an urgent matter. Dispatch reinforcements to Gansu with all haste. Yes, after a round of deliberation, the Eastern faction names the bandits after their leader's alias, calling them the Black Fortress, and begins preparations to intercept them. In Gansu, sects like the Tang clan and the Myriad Poison sect watch the unfolding situation with bated breath. The Jianghu, long at peace, now faces an unexpected upheaval. Meanwhile, at the Xiaowu sect's Lumyuki branch, a man rushes in to report branch leader. An urgent message has arrived from the Mad Sandstorm. Upon reading the message, the branch leader trembles with agitation. What is this? He trembles, biting his lip hard. Are they trying to kill me? The Mad Sandstorm bandits had requested an attack on the Xianxia trading group, but there has been no word from them for ages. Now they've suddenly sent me a letter. The branch leader's face twists as he racks his brain. What on earth has happened? Whatever the reason, what should he do now? After receiving warnings from the outside, not a single soul survived. His face goes blank. Should he flee? But given their speed and reach, he would surely be caught before he made it far. It would be better to stay at the branch and call for reinforcements. Thinking this, the branch leader clutches his head and barks an order: prepare a letter to send back to headquarters. Understood, branch leader, but wasn't there a letter that arrived from headquarters before all this? Upon hearing this, Hyun Sang opens the letter in surprise. Do you have any intelligence to report? There is intelligence, sir. They are rapidly assembling. Haishan Feng the Fiend is leading the bandits near Gansu. Reading the letter only deepens his bewilderment. What the hell is going on? Haishan Feng the Fiend was supposed to be coming to plunder this area. Why has he suddenly appeared in the Central Plains? And leading tens of thousands of bandits at that? How did this even come to pass? The previous letter was sent by Haishan Feng the Fiend, wasn't it? On top of that, the Xiaowu sect headquarters is now suspicious of him. Damn it, in any case, both Haishan Feng the Fiend and the headquarters have set their eyes on me. To survive, I must take action. Thinking this, the branch leader hurriedly wrenches open a drawer. It was clearly in this drawer. He pulls something out and holds it aloft in both hands, as though it were a priceless treasure. Here it is, the mysterious request that a man from the Wudang sect entrusted to me. I must find the owner of this cloth and dagger, then meet him face to face and discover what the hell he's after. Xianxia recalls the night he spoke with Donghua, the task the sword Immortal entrusted, one he had refused and set aside until now. With both Haishan Feng the Fiend and the headquarters watching him, if he wants to survive, he must do whatever it takes. He immediately orders his subordinates quickly find the owner of that cloth and dagger. Time is of the essence, move. Yes. A few days later, the branch leader sits in his chair and asks impatiently, well, what's the result? I told you to find something. Did you locate the owner of that item? Hearing this, the subordinate can only stammer that thing is. Just give me the result. Did you find them or not? Why yes, but the identity of that person, we also know. The subordinate answers with a hesitant expression. Before the words leave his mouth, his head is severed by a blade that strikes from seemingly nowhere, sending blood splattering across the floor. The branch leader stares at the carnage before him, stunned, speechless. From outside, an unexpected voice rings out. Are you really going to go through with something so futile? The figure carries a blood-drenched sword, strolling in at a leisurely pace, as though nothing of consequence has occurred. Xianxia, upon seeing the man, trembles and staggers backward. Why are you here? The man answers, utterly nonchalant. I hear you've been looking for something. The uninvited guest is Hiho, a man who has long shadowed him, perpetrating cruel deeds with that ever-present mocking grin. Xianxia has never been able to warm to him. Why has he appeared here of all places? Seeing the bewilderment on the branch leader's face, Hiho produces a cloth as if offering an explanation. It seems you don't understand why I've shown up so suddenly. This is your answer clear enough. As understanding dawns, the branch leader trembles even harder, sweat cascading down his forehead. That cloth is identical to the one the sword Immortal gave as the task. The branch leader spins around, desperate to find an escape route. Damn it, death is right at my heels. I have to get out of here now. Unfortunately, before he makes it far, the other man's blade cleaves him in two, sending him to the afterlife. Hiho gazes down at the still-twitching body of the branch leader. He cannot help but sneer. What's this? Your body's been split in half and you're still breathing. The man trembles, his mind racing for any way to escape the demon's blade. I can't die here. Even with the sword pressed against his neck, he still cannot stop his desperate thoughts. At last, all the scattered clues begin falling into place. From the incident involving the Flying Tiger Escort Agency to the recent events, every piece of information connects, and the full picture starts to emerge. Hiho walks over, smiling, and speaks with polite courtesy. Forgive me. Our Lord says he no longer wishes to be entangled with the sword Immortal. He merely said it gave him a headshot, but that was already enough trouble from that man. Now there's virtually nothing left, no further damage can be dealt. And this time, thanks to the fake letter we sent under the Sandstorm's name. Rumors that Haishan Feng the Fiend has been slaughtering people will begin spreading throughout the Central Plains. As he speaks, his gaze suddenly turns razor-sharp. This is the last time, help us once more. Uncle Xianxia, truly we've been suffering just as terribly. Not long after, screams erupt from outside. Fire, fire, the guest house is ablaze. Where is the branch leader? Everyone, evacuate immediately, douse the flames before they spread. Not far away, a figure stands atop a tree branch, silently watching everything unfold. He stands there, coldly admiring the masterpiece he has painted. Then the scene shifts. A peaceful forest comes into view, where children play together beneath the canopy. The next seeker is me. Come on, count to one, okay? Caught you. Come on over here. A timid child approaches, calling out softly. Captain. The one called Captain is the youngest nephew of Killian Dioing. Han Hyenho. The boy gestures and whispers, look over there. That little girl has been hiding behind that tree, watching us play this whole time. He turns toward the tree and says, looks like she wants to join in. Should we go talk to her? From behind the tree, Sajin peers out with sparkling eyes full of longing toward the group of children. Hyenho shakes his head no. Remember what grandfather Killian Dioing told us before. Hyenho, you may play with the children in this group, but be careful of the girl in the silk dress on the carriage. That's the child the sword Immortal brought along. One grandfather said we must be extremely careful around. The boy obediently heeded his grandfather's words and reluctantly said to the little one, pretend you don't know, we're just playing together. Seeing the other child clearly ignore her, the little girl hung her head in sadness. Sajin could have fun too, after all. Young Hwa approached from behind and asked a question, startling the girl. What is it? Young Hwa sister. She asked again, you seem rather unhappy, don't you? Tell me about it. Sajin hesitated, glancing at the children playing happily up ahead, and spoke haltingly. Well, you see. Young Hwa understood the problem at a glance. Truly, as the group grew larger, so did the number of children. She gently regarded Sajin's expectant expression and thought that for a long time there had been nothing but adults around. Now that the girl had met children her own age, of course she wanted to fit in. The very next moment, Young Hwa knelt down and asked, do you want to go play with those children over there? The girl could only respond shyly. Yes. Then why don't you go join them? The girl replied with a hint of sadness in her voice. Sajin had never had friends her own age, she simply didn't know what to do. Hearing this, Young Hwa looked at her little sister with a pang of heartache. Sajin was just like her. If you grew up surrounded only by adults and never had the chance to mingle with peers, naturally it would be far harder to fit in with children your own age. She herself had lived with her master deep in the mountains since she was very young. Even now, she still didn't know how to properly socialize with others. Even with her senior brothers, she sometimes felt shy. She wanted to help Sajin somehow. The best outcome, of course, would be for those children to accept Sajin into their group on their own. Just then, Young Hwa's gaze happened to lock eyes with the boy, Han Hyunho. And the boy noticed it too. His face instantly flushed crimson, and he hurriedly looked away. Watching from where she stood, Young Hwa understood at onset seemed those children were quite wary of Sajin. Perhaps it was because they had witnessed Sim Ji and Haishan Feng treat the sword Immortal with such profound reverence. And that sight had left a deep impression on their young minds. Maybe she should ask her eldest senior brother about how to look after the children. By the time they reached Yongdu, they found him already grinning from ear to ear as he played with the children. Is this about getting the young lady to play with the children? Since when did I start calling Sajin young lady, she thought to herself. Young Hwa nodded. Yes, eldest senior brother, you're so good with the children, so I was wondering if there might be a way to help. Hearing this, he tilted his head. Young Hwa, it seems you've changed quite a lot. She thought to herself, is it only the eldest senior brother, once a warrior, who has changed? Yongdu pondered for a moment, then said, the child who used to be taciturn and gloomy can now sincerely worry about another child. Then he beamed, it truly makes this eldest senior brother proud. That teasing remark made her flush red and she protested, who said I was taciturn and gloomy? He gently ruffled her hair and spoke with sincerity. Either way, being able to genuinely care for someone means a person has matured. And sharing those worries with another, that means you trust and rely on them. That is truly precious. Young Hwa, both embarrassed and vexed, could only grumble inwardly. There he goes, dredging up her dark past again. After teasing her for a while, the eldest senior brother offered a suggestion. Either way, we need to find a way to help the young lady fit in with those children. How about this? After the conversation circled back to Young Hwa being suddenly called out like this, she wondered what he wanted to say. The unexpected proposal left him momentarily stunned. Ask Sajin to learn to read and write. Young Hwa answered softly, that's right, it seems Sajin is having trouble fitting in with the other children. If they study reading and writing together in a group, she might be able to befriend the others more quickly. Eldest senior brother Yongdu suggested as much. Hearing this, the sword Immortal's expression went blank. That little one, she has truly changed a great deal. Young Hwa mused silently. After all, making friends with one's peers was no easy thing, so it turned out Sajin had been worrying about this all along. The time spent with the children has been longer than before. I need to take a hard look at myself. Seeing the sword Immortal lost in contemplation, she continued, among the children there are some who can't read or write at all. So I thought about teaching them the 1,000-character classic or elementary learning. Perhaps I could even teach the Tao Te Ching. Hearing this, he had no choice but to agree. Very well, if that's the case, I have no reason to object, but there is one problem. He furrowed his brow, their levels are mismatched. That remark left Young Hwa puzzled. She asked, mismatched levels? Donghua sighed and explained, if they're children, they're surely the sons and daughters of bandits. Little ones who know nothing but the blade. If they study alongside Sajin, they'll only feel the chasm between them widen. Can they possibly keep pace with someone who has already passed the provincial examinations? Sajin has already learned to read and write. The provincial examination. The sword Immortal spoke with evident pride. The state-sponsored preliminary examinations covering both literary and martial subjects, held across each region. She has not only mastered the 4 books and 5 classics but has even completed the Spring and Autumn Annals and the Book of Rites. The 4 books and 5 classics, the foundational education of the ancient Confucian scholars. Elementary learning, the Great Learning, the Analects, Mencius, the Doctrine of the Mean, the Book of Songs, the Book of Rites, the Book of Documents, the Book of Changes, the Spring and Autumn Annals. Now that Confucian orthodoxy has grown too rigid, she may well be studying along the lines of Sun Tzu or the School of Diplomacy instead. Young Hwa was utterly astonished. She studies such difficult subjects. Moreover, Sun Tzu and the art of diplomacy, even the most outstanding scholars find them formidable. Of course, she had always noticed that Sajin was brighter than other children, but she had assumed the girl could only manage the 1,000-character classic at most. So what on earth should we teach her? At that level, Sajin could actually teach the other children herself, but if she did, it would only widen the gap between them. Hearing this, she offered a suggestion. Then how about teaching them some simple martial arts? The moment those words left her lips, she sensed something was terribly wrong. A sudden bone-chilling wave of cold qi washed over her. That frigid aura emanated from Donghua, making the surrounding air plunge several degrees colder. His eyes widened, fixing squarely upon Young Hwa. Now we're talking about martial arts. Instantly, a bottomless abyss erupted from the depths of those eyes. She froze, instinctively scanning everything around her. Those eyes devoured all light, their depth utterly unfathomable. She couldn't form a single thought. Her instincts screamed a warning, bone-chilling, deep and dark, and impossibly dangerous. A few seconds later, Donghyun's voice and expression softened ever so slightly. Wrong. He turned to leave, then addressed Young Hwa, the girl standing behind him, in a cold tone. I do not permit the teaching of martial arts. Even if Sajin wishes to learn, it is forbidden. However, if Sajin wishes to learn, I will consider allowing other activities. She answered weakly. Yes, but she still couldn't help wondering. What exactly was that? The sword Immortal's abyss-like gaze seemed ready to swallow everything whole. The man himself silently shifted his attention toward the group pressing onward. Since crossing the Engen River, the 1,000-strong merchant caravan had continued southward without encountering any obstacles. Before long, the entire group halted at the gates of Lanzhou City. A merchant turned to Simji and said, Grand Caravan Master, it seems you should go out front. Hearing this, Simji thought after crossing the Engen River. He had expected to arrive here without incident, but the atmosphere felt as though war were about to break out. If that weren't the case, how else could there be so many soldiers and Jianghu figures standing atop the city ramparts? He glanced up at the armed figures above and silently asked himself. After pondering for a moment, the caravan chief turned to Haishan Feng and said, It seems the rumors I heard were true after all. Haishan Feng asked in return, You mean the news about the Kongdong sect establishing a united front? Atop the battlement stood a formidable army, their proudest striking force. The 7 phantom demon-subduing swords of the Kongdong sect, the Beihua Lotus, the Orchid Squad, and the 10 Dynasty Squad. Yet what truly surprised the two was something else entirely. Wait, that one standing in the center, he's the one who spoke up. What business do you have bringing such a mighty army to besiege the walls of Lanzhou? That person was none other than Mok Bikong, the military governor of Shanxi. He was stunned by the sheer size of the army below. He had assumed they were merely a band of bandits, but the reality was on a terrifying scale. He furrowed his brow. Wait, that face, doesn't it look familiar? Simji called out from below in greeting, Commander Mok, it has been a long time. Recognizing the face below alongside that greeting, Mok Bikong's eyes widened in shock. Caravan Chief Dong. Why are you here? Have these people taken you hostage? The caravan chief shook his head. No, we've just finished all our dealings in the western regions and are on our way back to the Central Plains. Simji smiled, gesturing toward the rather unfriendly crowd behind them as if to explain. These are all people we ran into along the road. Hearing this, the governor grew even more bewildered. A trade caravan. With all those weapons and wagons packed to the brim, you call this a trade caravan? Haishan Feng, watching the two converse from above and below, asked with a puzzled look, You know that man? Yes, the caravan chief replied quietly. 4 years ago, when the Shang-Xin Trading Company opened the northern Tianshan desert route, the troops under Commander Mok's command escorted us all the way to Yumen Pass. He then looked up toward Mok Bikong and said, "I understand your bewilderment. If you would, please prepare a place where we can share a cup of wine and talk." Haishan Feng simultaneously laughed and frowned. What a headache. Now that the Kongdong sect is involved, this has become a matter of Jianghu. Whether righteous sect or heretical faction, in a world where the mighty rule, what is there to fear? If we announce that the caravan is protected by a sword immortal, there shouldn't be any problems. After a moment of deliberation, he raised his voice and spoke before the sea of curious onlookers. "Do you brats even know who stands before you? It is none other than the sword." Just as he was about to declare it with glee, a voice echoed directly within his mind. "Oh right, I almost forgot to tell you, don't exploit my name. Those who recognize me of their own accord, fine, but I originally intended to return to the Central Plains in silence. If I get entangled in this mess, the rumors will only spiral further out of control. So any problems that arise from this caravan of your macking, handle them yourself." Having said his piece, the sword immortal crossed his arms and closed his eyes, utterly indifferent to the world's affairs. Haishan Feng stood frozen as if struck by lightning, speechless. His face scrunched in agony, his brain ready to burst. You only bring this up now? What was he supposed to do? He had clearly said it back when the caravan was just getting started. He recalled that night in the mean forest. Donghua had casually draped an arm over his shoulder and said, "Hey, from now on, don't come to me anymore. Handle things on your own. You need to think about your own future and build up your power. As a leader, expand your forces. Even if you grow stronger, I'll still be right behind you, backing you up. When necessary, you can leverage my name to settle things." Yet now he retracts his word. Haishan Feng was so furious his teeth nearly cracked, his entire body trembling. "You said all that, and now you're going back on your word." "That bastard," Mok Bikong looked down and spoke slowly. "That man is Haishan Feng, formerly an elder of the Tiananmen cult. He abandoned his position of his own accord and seized control of the entire northern Tianshan desert route. A great demon lord. If such a terrifying figure were to personally take action." Just then, a voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Commander, perhaps it would be best to let us handle this. Please fall back for now." Mok Bikong turned around, utterly astonished. "Ga Subyok, you're Ga Subyok, the grand elder of the Kongdong sect." The demon-slaying sword hero thumped his chest and continued, "Indeed, they're no ordinary rabble. If they were, how could Haishan Feng the fiend possibly command such a formidable army?" He then issued the order, "Everyone prepare the iron crossbows." The disciples responded in unison, "Yes." They immediately set to work, bustling about as they positioned the iron crossbows along the city walls. One of them rushed over to report, "All crossbows are ready to fire." "Understood." Ga Subyok nodded. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, am I, the grand elder of the Kongdong sect, truly cowering before a demon lord?" A strikingly handsome young man walked over and patted his shoulder. "Grand elder, please don't be so tense." Ga Subyok turned around in shock. "Young master, so you are wind-chasing sword thunder of the Beihua Lotus?" The young man continued. "One way or another, we'll manage. No matter how arrogant that fiend may be, surely he doesn't truly intend to wage war against all of us." Wind-chasing sword thunder rested his chin on his hand and smiled faintly. "According to our intelligence, Haishan Feng the fiend is cruel but extremely cautious. He must have some demand of his own. He doesn't want an all-out war with the Kongdong sect, the Beihua Lotus, and the myriad poison gate. And even if it does come to that, we simply withdraw. What is there to worry about?" Having said this, wind-chasing sword thunder spread his hands as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, then broke into a wide grin. Seeing that carefree demeanor, Ga Subyok was taken aback. The chief disciple of the Beihua Lotus master speaks so calmly about retreating. Whether to call it bold or simply brainless was anyone's guess. The young man regained his composure and continued, "You know, the situation is getting quite interesting. There." He peered down from the wall and shouted, "Isn't that Yongdu, the chief disciple of the Kunlun sect, Poison Heart Sword?" Seeing his own disciple about to charge forward, Mi Yongya hurriedly cried out from behind. "Yongdu, no, if you rush in now." But before he could finish, Yongdu had already turned around and cut him off. "Martial uncle," the chief disciple replied with utmost solemnity, If we let this continue, a great disaster will unfold. By all means, we must resolve this misunderstanding to prevent bloodshed. Isn't that right? Hearing this, Mi Yongya clenched his fists, weighing the situation. It was a foolish choice. Yet in a situation that could erupt into conflict with the Beihua Lotus, at least Kunlun could choose to stand on their side. Watching that broad back, he called out in haste, "You are not merely a disciple of Kunlun. You represent the entire next generation of the Kunlun sect. Every action you take from this moment forward could determine the Kunlun sect's stance. If your actions make the Kunlun sect an enemy of the Beihua Lotus, what then?" Mi Yongya's words grew heavier and more grave. Yet Yongdu remained steadfast. "Martial uncle, when upholding justice, must I also worry about the judgment of others? If we cannot act heroically because of the world's watchful eyes, how are we any different from sinners seeking redemption? How are we different from the demon lords being condemned, or those who only calculate their own self-interest?" Those probing words, laden with accusation, forced Mi Yongya into a hasty explanation. "You know that isn't what your martial uncle meant." Yongdu did not respond. Instead, he pressed on with his reasoning. "It isn't about bloodshed, it's about preventing unnecessary sacrifice and resolving this misunderstanding." Having said that, he immediately turned and strode away, leaving his martial uncle standing frozen behind, lost in thought. This kid really does have a point. He's grown into someone far greater than he was just months ago. But precisely because of that, I cannot allow him to be harmed here. He called out to the other disciples, "Everyone, stop your senior brother." Hearing the command, the group immediately moved to block Yongdu's path. Yongdu kept walking, frowning with displeasure as he glared at the disciples standing in his way. At this moment, the decision was pushed squarely back onto the chief disciple's shoulders. What would he do? Yongdu could only hesitate. Wind-chasing Sword Thunder extended his hand and asked once more, "Do you accept my proposal?" Mi Yongya continued to issue orders. "Yongsan Yongkaiyun, stop your senior brother." Immediately after, he once again tries his utmost to persuade his eldest disciple. "It is not that I don't know what you're thinking, but you are the representative of Kunlun. I cannot allow you to go there." Yongsan, upon hearing this, nods in agreement. "Senior brother, martial uncle is right about this. Please, elder brother, stop, don't make things more complicated." But the more they try to persuade him, the angrier he becomes. "Out of my way, if you don't move, I will be forced to use force against every last one of you." The words barely leave his mouth before he snaps into an attack stance. Yong-san and Yong-Kaiyun don't even have time to react before the senior brother's strike sends them hurtling through the air. Everyone present can only wonder what just happened. From behind, the elder speaks up calmly, as if he had anticipated this all along, forcing even the fighting youth to turn his head. "I knew you would do this." Immediately after, from above, he unleashes his power, binding the senior disciple's body in place, a move that catches even him off guard. "Martial uncle, the Mi Yongya clan believes that explanations are futile. Actions speak louder. Things have come to this, I have no choice but to stop you myself." Yet before the deed is done, another figure steps in to block the way. Yong-Hwa. Yong-Hwa appears from nowhere, knocking the very sword from his hand. "Why must you do this as well?" Ignoring the accusation, she quickly turns and speaks, "Senior brother, go now." Among all who seek to block his path, she alone stands firm in support of her senior brother's decision. "Martial uncle, I share the same conviction as senior brother. I will accept whatever punishment follows." He departs in haste, able only to offer silent gratitude. Yong-Hwa, thank you, sister. Thanks to Yong-Hwa's intervention, Yongdu swiftly makes his escape. A short while later, the young man lands squarely before Haishan Feng. Haishan Feng asks with visible concern, "I heard all that commotion behind you. What do you intend to do?" Hearing the question, he answers nonchalantly, "I'll persuade them. After all, the sword Immortal is testing us." Haishan Feng's face goes blank with confusion. "What do you mean?" Seeing that foolish expression, Yongdu hints subtly, "You're the closest to him, and you still haven't figured it out. You truly believe that the sword Immortal only wishes to exploit us? Or do you think he lets this dire situation drag on merely for his own amusement?" The senior disciple's words only deepen his bewilderment. That's exactly what I thought." Yongdu then breaks into a faint smile. "But I only just realized it myself, so it's only natural that you haven't yet." The young man glances behind him, a spark of quiet confidence flickering in his eyes. "Sword Immortal, please watch over this Yongdu. The surrounding crowd is seized by a wave of naive, hopeful thoughts. They murmur among themselves, the sage wishes to stand up for us. He wishes to perform a miracle. Wait, everyone, please hear me out. Brothers of Beihua, I beg you lower your weapons. These people are absolutely not our enemies. The soldiers below break into hushed murmurs. The Loneheart Swordsman isn't that the Loneheart Swordsman? Why is Kunlun sect's senior disciple appearing among this group of heretical cultivators? Could it be that Kunlun has decided to forge an alliance with the demonic path? Down below, the young man tirelessly continues his explanations. According to the Grand Marshal of the capital, on the return route from the western regions, not only Kunlun but all Dark Path factions were compelled to participate. There was no other choice given the circumstances. Recently, due to inexplicable turmoil within the Lingshan cult, even those of the demonic path were forced to leave Tianshan to seek a way forward. We know that with the trade caravan's ever-growing scale, the Central Plains will also descend into chaos. So in a situation like this, it's best not to bring up the sword Immortal or Sajin. The entire group of demonic path cultivators behind him stands in solemn silence, hanging on every word of Kunlun's senior disciple. For this very reason, these people have voluntarily accepted acupoint sealing to have their internal power sealed away simply to be allowed to survive. If you find that hard to believe, honored brothers, you are welcome to send a representative to verify. Yongdu pulls out every argument he can muster in his explanation. This is an oath I make upon my own honor and that of the Kunlun sect. Gasu begins to waver. Acupoint sealing, you say? That demonic cultivators would voluntarily accept acupoint sealing is already astonishing enough, yet here stands the Loneheart Swordsman, renowned as a battle-crazed madman, saying all this. What in the heavens has happened? He then recalls that recent intelligence has indicated unusual activity around Tianshan, so it seems they may not be lying after all. Mok Beikong beside him remains wary, but faced with such numbers and fearsome demons like Haishan Feng, he too cannot help but feel a twinge of anxiety. We can't let them pass through so easily. Instructor Mok swiftly proposes a new course of action. Very well, how about this? But instead, moments later, the air itself is torn asunder by a voice booming from atop the battlements. Dark sword bandits, hear me well, a man's nature cannot be changed. We cannot accept your lot on a whim. And that is merely the opinion of you and Kunlun alone. How are we to know whether you have truly reformed or not? Ga Subik adds, however, if you accept my terms, I will permit some of you to pass through. Yongdu's face is wrought with anxiety. What are your conditions? He answers without hesitation, split your caravan, no group shall exceed 100 souls and all must submit to our escort. Under those terms we shall personally escort you into the Central Plains. Hearing this, Haishan Feng immediately retorts, what? It took us no small effort to assemble this army, how can we possibly accept that? Gub clenches his teeth, barely containing his fury. Sure enough, he immediately draws his sword and speaks as if he had seen through everything from the start. Just as I expected. With negotiations collapsed, he wastes no time and issues his orders. Man the crossbows, aim at your targets. Crossbows, mechanical weapons that require no human strength to draw, mounted on stands and fired through a trigger mechanism. Haishan Feng, upon seeing this, remains remarkably composed. I knew it, everyone prepare for battle. Haishan Feng, let me try to negotiate once more. Calm down. Ignoring Yongdu's words, he barks back, calm down. At this rate they'll shoot us all dead. He raises a hand to rub his head, which is spinning like a top. Everything's gone completely haywire. Sword Saint, please grant me the wisdom to resolve this. What should I do? Before he can finish his thought, Yong-san swoops down from above. Seeing this, Yongdu looks up, though his hands still clutch his head. San, ignoring the mob screaming his name, cheerfully waves and makes his way toward Yong. The crowd above watches in utter bewilderment. Grand Master, what is he doing? However, San has eyes only for Yongdu. He had expected to meet him at the Poison King's longevity banquet, never imagining they would cross paths here. He greets him warmly, it's been a while, Yongdu. Without waiting for reply, Yong-san eagerly continues. Both of us are in quite the wretched predicament, aren't we? Don't you think? San hesitantly calls out to Yongdu and at this moment speaks with utmost earnestness, please trust us and let us pass. The young man simply shakes his head. That is rather difficult, even with internal power suppressed at this scale. It can already be considered an insurrection. The one known as wind-chasing sword thunder continues. Aside from the merchant caravan, everyone here is a bandit and a demonic outlaw. If a fight erupts, we too will suffer tremendous losses. So let us do it this way. He puts forth a new proposal. Both sides shall each select 3 fighters and duel. The winner's word is final. Yongdu hears this and immediately asks back with suspicion. But inwardly, he was secretly calculating something. Indeed, the one I wish to duel is not you, Yongdu. He knew it well. Even concealed among this vast crowd, there was an extraordinarily formidable figure. An expert whose very presence made his heart pound. He smirked, devising his plan in silence. From now on, there would be 3 matches and through the triple immortal duel format. He would draw out those 3 hidden experts. In the first match, he would effortlessly overwhelm Yongdu to warm up. In the second, he would challenge Haishan Feng the heretic to push his fighting spirit to its absolute peak. In the final match, if he could duel that hidden expert one-on-one, then even this journey to such a remote place would not be in vain. Perhaps everyone knew that San was a prodigious talent among the 10 most outstanding figures of Jianghu. The first disciple of the White Lotus Master, holding a place among the 10 martial dragons. Recalling the old days always knew how to make everyone fret. Yong San walks along calling out, "Grand Master, where have you gone, Grand Master?" Yet he paid no mind to whoever searched. He himself lay sprawled leisurely atop a tree branch drinking wine. A free-spirited temperament, yet he despised being burdened with responsibility for anything. Despite the dazzling reputation of the Hua Lang Grand Master, it existed only out of duty to his master and sect. In truth, were he freed from such obligations, he would find the world full of wondrous things. He lived only for pleasure and adventure-regening life-or-death battles against the strong to grow ever mightier. Without the title of Hua Lang Grand Master, he might right now be wandering the Central Plains, perhaps taking part in some martial tournament. Martial tournaments, a practice of seeking out the strong across the land to test one's martial prowess and grow ever mightier. The reason he and Yongdu grew close was precisely because of such a temperament. Deep within Yongdu's eyes, a yearning for freedom identical to San's also flickered. Although unlike him, San harbored no affection for his sect. Yongdu instead burned with pride for Kunlun. Yet both shared the same passion, dueling the strong. Moreover, having received guidance from Soyu Qingyu, didn't that make him qualified to stand as his equal? Yongdu looked at him with a tinge of disappointment, unable to believe that the ambitious friend of old had changed so much. "What is that martial attire? It's in tatters." San looked on with mild contempt. His appearance had improved somewhat, but his martial uniform was as ragged as a beggar's. Whether he could even hold a sword was questionable, and even if he could, one could only hope he wouldn't cower in fear. "So feeble, Yongdu, you no longer have the right to compare swords with me." Even so, outwardly he remained perfectly amiable, asking, "Well then, do you accept my proposal?" Mubak atop the city wall grew ever more anxious. "Hua Lang Grand Master, there was no discussion of this. What is the meaning of this? If you truly release them, how do you intend to take responsibility?" Nevertheless, San was wholly consumed with convincing Yongdu to follow his plan. "Give me your answer quickly," didn't even bother with the rest. "I truly wish to avoid such conflict, but has it truly reached its limit here?" Haishan Feng and Sim Ji. At this moment, they simply waited in silence for Yongdu's decision. A moment later, the senior disciple responded solemnly, "Very well, San, I accept your proposal." "Then who will the first match be against?" San had been waiting for exactly this. He swiftly drew his sword, then answered with a triumphant grin, "Why ask something so obvious?" He dashed before Yongdu and spoke in a tone dripping with provocation, "Isn't it you and me?" The senior disciple, caught off guard by the sudden assault, could only grit his teeth to withstand San's opening strike. After sending Yongdu sliding back several meters across the ground, San spoke in a tone of pure contempt. "You've gotten worse." Yongdu heard this. Then San muttered, as if speaking only for himself, "Finish you off quickly, then move on to the next opponent." Seeing Yongdu on the verge of defeat, yet holding only a far from intact sword, San assessed the situation. "What is this? Holding a sword that is nearly broken, with only the hilt remaining. You dare face me with that thing?" In the very next instant, San erupted into fury for the most absurd of reasons. "Yongdu, are you looking down on me?" Gazing at his old friend before him, he could not help but sigh. Indeed, San was stronger than when they last crossed swords. Was it because of worry? The Cloud Dragon sword felt heavier than usual today. This was the first time he had held a sword since that day. Was accepting the duel under the triple immortal duel format the right decision? At Kunlun he had not practiced qi circulation or cultivating during his spare time, so his martial prowess had likely deteriorated severely. On the contrary, San had grown far stronger after their time apart. Could he still win? Mi Yongya could not help but worry it would likely be difficult. Before she could finish her sentence, another person stepped forward. Yong-san was equally worried. Martial uncle, senior brother won't listen anymore. Hearing this, the man simply shook his head. The opponent keeps creating obstacles. How could I possibly stop this? He appeared contemplative, his gaze following his senior disciple as he spoke. Though he has attained new awareness and his overall skill has elevated, without regular practice wielding the sword, his instincts will grow dull. Saying this, he sighed softly. That disobedient one also calls me master. It is worrisome, but I cannot simply sit by and watch. Yongsan quickly interjected. From behind, the sword immortal seemed to have heard everything. He slowly transmitted his voice. Relax. Release all unnecessary tension in your hands, shoulders, and legs. Listen to the voice of the sword. Why has the once confident swordsman suddenly become like this? Hearing this, Yongdu suddenly realized in astonishment. The sword immortal says to listen to the voice of the sword. What does that mean? But after a moment, understanding dawned. I see now. San on the other side remained utterly triumphant. He sneered with contempt and declared, now it ends. Leave finishing this match to me. Yongdu. He surged forward, continuing their duel. San was smug, ceaselessly spitting out words of contempt toward Yongdu. Are you dodging like a coward? If you truly possess martial skill, then face me head-on. The senior disciple of Kunlun paid not the slightest heed to these provocations, focusing solely on connecting with the sword in his hand. Erase all unnecessary thoughts. Channel every ounce of qi into the blade's tip. The next instant, Yongdu's entire body was enveloped by crackling azure lightning that illuminated the entire sky, leaving San with nothing to do but stare upward in awe. The moment Yongdu raised his sword aloft, the white dragon materialized from thin air, displaying its awe-inspiring might. Mi Yongya witnessed this spectacle and immediately surmised that the sound was the dragon's roar. Yong-san also realized with shock that the dragon's roar was emanating from the cloud dragon sword. Senior brother is unleashing the dragon's roar. I've heard that even martial uncle Kinghe could not accomplish such a feat. When the dragon within the cloud dragon sword awakens from its long slumber and roars, Kunlun's celestial phenomenon shall blanket the sky. Martial Aunt Mi Yongya stood stunned, gazing toward her senior disciple. A legend passed down through the ages within the sect. To witness this spectacle with her own eyes in reality, Yongdu seemed to feel boundless power surging through his body, as though he were riding a dragon through the clouds. His entire body was enveloped by the white dragon, forging a scene of majestic ferocity. Then with a grin brimming with exhilaration, he called out to San, that's the spirit, now let's play. The very next instant, Yongdu harnessed a burst of speed swift as lightning and shot toward the one called wind-chasing sword thunder. At the same time, he raises his sword, not forgetting to issue a challenge. You think just because your sword possesses a dragon's resonance that the outcome will change. Duck-san snarls, the position among the 10 great martial dragons isn't something you can achieve so easily. The two charge at each other, making the clash incredibly intense. Duck-san declares with absolute confidence, I will shatter your blade so you can never wield a sword again. Very well, if the sword breaks, the match ends. However, for reasons unknown, the sword in Yongdu's hand has already restored itself to its original form. Wait, a radiant stream of light surges from the sword, leaving him utterly astonished. Just what is the power of this sword? In the end, two torrents of force collide, sending both fighters hurtling in opposite directions. Duck-san still cannot believe what just transpired before his eyes. In denial, he allows his body to crash down, shattering the wall beneath him, yet he still refuses to accept the truth. Has Duck-san lost to Yongdu of all people? Kunlun's chief disciple gazes at his old friend with a fleeting trace of heartache. Yongdu then turns toward the fortress and speaks 2 words. Receiving no reply, he furrows his brow and calls out, you. Is there anyone else? Mock Being stares at Duck-san's wretched state, finding it utterly inconceivable. Impossible. From Duck-san onward, in the end, even the Grand Master of the Than Tin sect had stepped in. All of them, defeated in succession, separated by mere seconds. He is stunned. In that brief span of time, both the Elder and the Grand Masters of the Kongdong sect had all been vanquished. He thinks to himself there were rumors that the solitary heart sword Yongdu was Si Guang, but he never expected him to be this powerful. No matter how he racks his brain, the governor still cannot fathom what in the heavens just happened, regardless of what anyone thinks. Victory is victory. Yongdu shouts, his voice cutting through the air. The outcome has been decided. He fixes his gaze on the formidable fortress walls ahead and issues his command. Now keep your word. Open the gate. Hearing Yongdu's words, the subordinates dare not act rashly, scrambling to ask what they should do. Commander, what should we do? Should we open the gate? Mok Being remains stubbornly intent on breaking his promise. It may have been a wager, but we cannot let them pass through just like this. After a moment of hesitation, he issues his order, no, reinforce the guard on the gate. The governor thinks to himself, if he lets them in, he will bear all the responsibility. Seeing no movement from those atop the walls, Haishan Feng grows impatient and asks what's wrong with them. Why won't they open the gate? Yongdu, standing beside him, grows somewhat angered and curses under his breath, unable to endure it any longer. Haishan Feng leaps down from his horse in a single bound. Unbelievable, this is exactly why Central Plains folk can never be trusted. The words barely leave his lips before he channels a torrent of power as if to shatter the fortress walls before him. Do they take us for fools? Haishan Feng raises his fists, fury erupting. The Black Hand Killer roars and throws a devastating punch. The blow slams down, cracking the earth beneath in numerous fissures. I will show them the might of Haishan Feng. A devastating strike laden with destructive force hurtles straight toward the fortified gate ahead. Yongdu, realizing Haishan Feng's intent, rushes forward to stop him. You're going to destroy the fortress walls. I will try to negotiate with them once more. Please stop. But Haishan Feng merely scoffs in annoyance. Kid, I've already seen your methods. Persuasion, promises, they are all useless. Only force gets things done. For someone like me who rose from the demonic path, this approach is far more effective. The moment he finishes speaking, Haishan Feng readies yet another devastating strike. Mok Being, standing atop the walls, feels the violent tremors and is seized by sheer terror. The walls are about to collapse. Retreat no. The subordinates are still manning their posts, Commander Thiel Nui among them. Crossbows, stone throwers, none of it matters. He doesn't care. Preserving lives is the only priority. Forget about it. Get down from here this instant. Amid the chaos, he still doesn't forget to order, escort the Elder and the Hwarang Grand Master to safety. At this moment, Duck Sands slowly opens his eyes after his period of unconsciousness. He forces himself upright and asks what's going on. What did you say, Hwarang Grand Master? You've awakened. The subordinate then explains the situation to him. The leader of the Black Sword Bandits is currently outside the fortress walls. Hearing this, Duck Sands suddenly jolts upright, realizing something is terribly wrong. He hastily shouts to halt the chaos. Stop. Everyone, stop this at once. Even Haishan Feng, consumed by his fury, is forced to halt. What is it now? Duck Sands' body is so battered he can barely stand, requiring two subordinates to support him on either side, yet he still forces himself forward. You, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to drag our honor through the mud? How can you discard a promise so carelessly as sworn brothers of the White Lotus? The governor, flustered, begins, but Grand Master, before he can finish, Duck San cuts him off. Let them pass as we promised. Seeing this, Haishan Feng clicks his tongue with a hint of disappointment. I was just getting warmed up. Yongdu, however, merely smiles faintly and calls out to Duck San. Duck San then declares in a booming voice, I will take full responsibility for all political consequences that follow. Everyone, stand down. This is not a command from the Hwarang Grand Master. This is my command as the next master of the White Lotus. Mok Bing. He and the subordinates stand frozen, not daring to protest. Outwardly they submit, but Mok Being seethes silently within. Damn it, I don't know what to do anymore. He ponders further. Even if they hold the fortress, the battle will only continue and bring nothing but more destruction upon Lanzhou. Left with no other choice, Mok Being reluctantly issues his order to the men. There's no other way, prepare thoroughly, then open the gate. Obeying the command, the massive city gate slowly begins to swing open. One voice from the caravan shouts, the gate is open, everyone move out. Hearing this, everyone cheers and readies their gear to enter the city. The chief disciple, who had been standing quietly in the back observing, is suddenly approached by Duck San, who calls out Yongdu. Seeing him, Yongdu smiles and asks warmly, San, how does your body feel? Before the words can fully leave his lips, Duxan suddenly lowers his head. I failed to keep my word immediately and even caused trouble. I hope you can forgive me. Seeing him like this, Yongdu is taken aback. He thinks it is truly hard to believe that the prideful Duxan could humble himself like this. He quickly responds, not at all. On the contrary, I am grateful that you made such a crucial decision. Duxan, still bowed, speaks, but you must also bear responsibility for what you said. He then lays down his condition with utmost seriousness. If even a single stone of these fortress walls is damaged, there will be no choice but to place the blame squarely on Kunlun. Yongdu does not hesitate to agree. Very well, you have my word. Duxan firmly clasps his hand. Indeed, only such resolve befits the one who conquered Duxan Somyeon. I willingly acknowledge. He continues cheerfully, though I may have lost today, the next time we meet I will not fall so easily. Remember that well. Yongdu smiles faintly and nods. Ah, very well. He then turns and waves farewell to his friend. Duxan watches Yongdu's retreating figure and murmurs to himself, he has grown so strong. I feel ashamed for having underestimated myself. He turns his back. When I return to the sect, I will relinquish my title of H-Warring Grand Master and devote myself entirely to training. And one day, Yongdu, I will defeat you without fail. Duxan seriously contemplates the future. After that, I will send challenges to every master I have yet to face. Meanwhile, Donghua sits chin in hand on the carriage. Sim-ji points at the map and says we're currently heading toward the province bordering Gansu and Sichuan. Now this is truly the Central Plains. Come to think of it, ever since we passed through the gates of Lanzhou, the fame of Yongdu and the Black Sword Bandits has spread far and wide. In particular, Yongdu was also known by the nickname the Invincible Half-Sword. After defeating Yongsan and claiming consecutive victories in the Three Immortals tournament, his fame could not help but spread far and wide. In recent days, the name Kunlun was frequently on the lips of the common folk. The Sword Immortal heard this and asked back, his face betraying not a single emotion. Kunlun, fine, but what in the world are the Black Sword Bandits? It was the first time he had heard that name, but Sim-ji swiftly enlightened him. Apparently, it was a gang led by Haishan Feng. Given the massive scale of this caravan and the incident at Lanzhou, they had reportedly been placed under the immediate surveillance of the 10 Venerables. Beihua Lion seemed quite bewildered, resting his chin in puzzlement. What was so special about all this pomp and display? He cast a sidelong glance at the little grandchild sleeping beside him and mused silently. But one thing had become certain, greater the presence of Yongdu and Haishan Feng. The more completely his own existence and Sajin's would be hidden from view. Though this whole affair had begun for Sajin's amusement, the prospect turned out to be far more interesting than he had imagined. As for securing a vast fortune for his twilight years, that went without saying. Sim-ji saw the scene and spoke hesitantly, Sir, what do you truly intend to do with all these people? Beihua Lion had used Kunlun's name to pass through. But from Sichuan onward, they would be entering the myriad poisons sect's territory. Passing through would be no simple matter. This time the Black Sword Bandits would surely not let it slide. Upon hearing these words, the Sword Immortal merely smiled faintly. Sim-ji, on the other hand, grew more anxious by the minute. Moreover, the Tang clan could not help but be on high alert with all the preparations for the birthday banquet. If the Black Sword Bandits and the caravan part ways one day, we won't be able to guarantee anyone's safety. When that time comes, will there be any place willing to take in a crowd this enormous? Donghua, calm and unhurried, reached into his robe to retrieve something as he spoke. I understand your concerns. For me, being recognized within this crowd is of no consequence, but you cannot foresee what may come after. Era codes. So bring this to the military officer we met in Lanzhou. He produced a scroll from his person and handed it over. Sim-ji took it, his curiosity piqued. What is this? It looks quite valuable. Donghua heard this but did not answer, offering only a cryptic smile. Just as Donghua and the Black Sword Bandits arrived in Sichuan, back in Lanzhou City, Commander Mok was suffering a splitting headache over the mountain of documents piled on his desk. He rubbed his temples and asked his subordinate, So, have they all gone down? Yes, they've reached the Sichuan border, the man continued. As per the agreement, they haven't caused any trouble whatsoever. And according to the soldiers secretly tailing them, they've been using the government roads as main routes under state control. I hear a few villages were even left untouched. The more Commander Mok heard, the dizzier his head grew. He could only heave a long sigh. So, what are the standing orders then? Relay the order to maintain surveillance. The man straightened up and acknowledged the command crisply. Commander Mok leaned back in his chair and continued to sigh. Ever since those black sword bandits had entered the city, dispatches had poured in by the dozen. Hadn't slept for 3 days straight. If this continued, being recalled to the imperial capital for dismissal or exile would only be a matter of time. The subordinate returned once more, holding something in his hand. Commander, know that I recall I forgot to deliver this to you. Commander Mok was taken aback. What is it? The man quickly recounted the details. This morning the Grand Caravan Master had sent someone over. Hearing that name, he looked at the object and asked, the Grand Caravan Master. He confirmed it himself. Yes, they said only you are permitted to see it. He opened it, still unable to fathom what this was about. The moment he finished reading, the commander's face turned deathly pale as if he could not believe his own eyes. In the letter, it was written that from the Prince of Qin's residence, the xianxia command had issued an edict to Muping. Commander Mok trembled and sank to his knees, muttering under his breath. This subject. The subordinate beside him stared in bewilderment. Commander. He swiftly kowtowed before the letter and declared in a loud voice, this subject humbly obeys the decree. Redirect all forces to this sector at once. Donghua sat at leisure in the forest, roasting sweet potatoes over a fire as he chatted. By the way, was the cargo delivered smoothly? Simji promptly confirmed. Yes, I've received the report the goods were delivered safely. Donghua was exceedingly pleased to hear this and offered his praise. Good, you've worked hard. Something still seemed to nag at the man, and he ventured a question. Might I ask, sir, what exactly was that document? I didn't hear the details, but they say Muping was completely thrown into upheaval. This only deepened his curiosity. Donghua, for his part, saw no reason to keep it hidden. It was an autonomous execution decree from the Prince of Qin's residence. An autonomous execution decree was a document issued by the emperor, granting official rank or territoria certificate bestowed upon those who had rendered distinguished service to the empire. Hearing this alone, Simji was stunned. Wait, the Prince of Qin's residence. Are you speaking of the Crimson Lotus Marshal Marquis, the Grand General? He replied casually, yes, that's the one. The man's brow furrowed with worry. Could that letter truly have been an autonomous execution decree from the Prince of Qin's residence? By rank and merit, numerous feudal lords and kings existed throughout the empire. Among them, the highest-ranking were known as first-character princes. In truth, apart from the emperor and the crown prince, no one could lay a finger on them. Thus, nearly every first-character prince was a household name, yet the first-character prince of Gansu and Shanxi, the Prince of Qin's house, remained virtually unknown. The Grand Caravan Master ventured a guess. Wait, if that's the case, then the letter from the Prince of Qin's residence? Donghua didn't hesitate. A smirk crossed his lips as he admitted it openly. Yes, that's right, it was me. Long ago, when I spotted a promising young child, I lent him my aid and one day he became emperor. Simji was so shocked his jaw hung open. The current emperor, the one who governs the commanderies, the feudal domains, the census, and even the nomadic tribes. At last the realization dawned on him. The reason the young emperor had been able to hold firm to the throne amid so many upheavals was because the Prince of Qin had been supporting him. From the shadows, in gratitude, the emperor had bestowed upon the Prince of Qin the title of Crimson Lotus Marshal Marquis, Grand General. Simji was still reeling in thought. The sword Immortal, a legendary existence shrouded in mystery, often spoken of only in tales. Is it truly him, the sword Immortal elder? He pressed on with his question. In the Prince of Qin's residence you had about that. The sword Immortal answered with utter nonchalance, I never cared much for such things. But when he was about to leave, he tossed something at me almost as if he wanted me to hold on to it. Having said that, he gazed at the roasted sweet potato and smiled faintly. This one must be saved for Sajin. Simji thought to himself, certainly. For someone like the sword Immortal Elderef, the Prince of Qin still wielded great influence within the imperial court. Then whenever turmoil erupted in the palace, seeking his aid would be far easier. Having ascended the throne at merely 10 years of age, he could now grasp at least a little why the emperor had managed to cling to power all this time. His doubts, however, were far from settled. Was that autonomous execution decree bestowed by His Majesty himself? Donghua nodded. Yes, it was, but there is something I must impress upon you. The sword immortal's smile gradually turned inhuman. The myriad poisons sect, especially the Tang clan, under no circumstances are they to learn of my existence. The Grand Caravan Master concurred at once. If we're discovered, it will be troublesome indeed. I shall bear it in mind. Simji then broke into a smile of relief. With this, we no longer need to worry about how to handle the Black Sword bandits. With the Prince of Qin backing us so firmly, we only need to concern ourselves with the central officials and the myriad poisons sect now. Especially the latter, they'll be preoccupied with the birthday banquet. Just thinking about the sheer scale of the Black Sword bandits is exhausting enough. Regardless of Simji's swirling thoughts, the sword immortal's attention remained fixed on one thing alone: the sweet potato. Oh, it's done. He lifts another sweet potato from the campfire and sighs in appreciation. It's still scalding hot. The caravan master watches and thinks to himself, say what you will, has met the sword immortal several times. But who knows how many secrets the old master still hides? Impossible to guess. He volunteers at once. Please allow me. I am accustomed to handling hot things. Since you have offered, how could this one dare refuse? Ah, thank you for your help. The light of dawn has long since descended. Sajin wanders through the forest alone. Mid-stride, the girl suddenly spots something and stops, her eyes widening with admiration. A child's voice rings out. Go, Captain! It turns out several boys are using tree branches as swords, pretending to duel. Though thoroughly delighted, Sajin can only stand alone behind a tree trunk, watching the boys at play from afar. A moment later, the boys also spot their uninvited guest, Sajin, startling the girl in return. One boy asks Han Hyun-ho for his opinion. Captain, should we just ignore her like this? It's been 15 days now and she sneaks a peek at us every single day. Hearing his friend's question, Han Hyun-ho can only smile inwardly. Does she have no sense of pride at all? If she keeps being ignored, she should be hurt enough to stop coming. Or at least say she wants to play with us. Grandfather told me to be careful, but I should also think about playing together. Sajin's eyes suddenly light up, as if containing 1,000 stars within. Seeing this, Han Hyun-ho stares in a daze, his face flushing red. But how was she born with eyes so beautiful? Because he was busy gazing at someone else's granddaughter, Han Hyun-ho takes a strike from his opponent, who charges in. The blow lands rather hard, sending the boy tumbling to the ground and throwing the other children into a panic. Captain, the boy who struck him is overcome with remorse. I'm sorry, I didn't think it would be that hard. It must really hurt. Han Hyun-ho quickly waves it off. It's fine, I just wasn't paying attention. The other boys still feel uneasy. We should call an adult. Hearing this, he protests, hey, why call an adult over a scratch like this? But a voice suddenly cries out, wait. Sajin, who has been watching from the other side all along, rushes over. Can you move aside a little? The entire group of boys stares at her, dumbfounded. Flustered before Han Hyun-ho, Sajin pushes past her shyness and speaks up. Sajin will treat your wound. Before the boys can react, Sajin drops to one knee and rummages through her coat pocket. Wait a moment, that girl just... She pulls out a small box. Han Hyun-ho recognizes it at once. That's golden healing salve. He wonders silently, where did she get such a precious medicine? The girl gently applies the medicine to his scraped cheek with her tiny fingers, massaging softly as she asks, are you okay? Does it hurt a lot? The boy stammers. Han Hyun-ho forces a smile, trying to appear nonchalant. This is nothing. But the girl points at his face and says, you're bleeding from your nose. Sajin continues applying the medicine while gently scolding, you're bleeding, how can you say it's nothing? Han Hyun-ho looks at the girl, worrying over him, unable to comprehend. She should hate me for keeping my distance all this time, yet here she is, treating my wounds like this. With her this close, a thought crosses the boy's mind. Up this close, Han Hyun-ho finds himself mesmerized by her big, round eyes, brimming with starlight. As she diligently tends to his wound, is utterly spellbound. So beautiful. He bashfully lowers his head, not knowing what to do. He doesn't know. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally musters the courage to speak. If you'd like, would you want to play with us? Sajin lifts her head in surprise, then immediately agrees. At the same time, Young Hwa slowly makes her way toward the forest. As she walks, she thinks about wanting to help Sajin fit in with the other children, but truly has no idea how. Forcing them into groups might only make the girl feel even more isolated. Stop overthinking it. Letting the children sort it out on their own is one way, as Yongdu had said. But then the sound of laughter and chatter draws her attention to the children nearby. Before her eyes, the children are playing together with great joy, and among them is Sajin herself. One of the boys loudly announces the next player is Sajin. Young Hwa is utterly astonished to see the girl there, even more so to see her smiling brightly. Since when did Sajin grow so friendly with the other children? She stands rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the children. I was worrying for nothing. Sajin managed to do it all on her own. In the deep, quiet hours of the night, two figures, one large, one small, sit huddled around a campfire. Donghua speaks up, so Han Hyun Ho, the girl answers quickly, he's a boy I just met. He's quieter than I expected, but very thoughtful. I hope we can become closer in the future. He hears this and presses on. The child is a boy. Sajin, sweet potato in hand, eating happily, quickly confirms yes, but when he's with his other friends he's very loud. But whenever I come near, he goes strangely quiet. Hearing this, the sword Immortal's expression does not change, yet anyone looking at him can tell he is furious. The girl asks sadly, I must still make him uncomfortable, right? Donghua, sitting across from her, trembles with rage that brat Han Hyun already trying to court her this early. In the blink of an eye, the sword Immortal pulls the girl close, draping an arm over her shoulder, and begins his lecture through gritted teeth. Sajin, your grandfather has lived a long time, and there is one thing I want to tell you: the bonds between people cannot be forced, nor can they be severed at will. He smiles gently and continues, so don't worry too much. If someone is destined to grow close to you, even if you don't reach out, they will naturally come to you. Hearing these words, Sajin's face lights up with joy and she makes her resolve. You're right, grandfather, from now on I'll be more proactive. I thought we would just keep being distant forever. The girl savors his gentle head pat. It really was the right decision to talk to him. Mem, he speaks up again to ask, but whose son is that boy? The girl answers eagerly, her eyes shining and her smile radiant. Oh right, he said, he's from the Snow Mountain stronghold. Hearing this, the sword Immortal's temples bulge with blue veins and his lips curl into a sneer. So it's that old fool Chi Lion. The girl excitedly shares even more. Tomorrow we're all going to gather and play together again. Tomorrow, he stammers in reply. The scene shifts to the myriad Poison Gatia place formed from the alliance of many noble clans and sects revolving around the Tang clan, an ancient power rooted in Sichuan. Leadership of this place has traditionally been held by the head of the Tang clan. But following the Poison King's announcement that he will declare his retirement from Jianghu at an upcoming birthday banquet, the current gate master of the myriad Poison Gate, Jiang Kuang, is leisurely strolling when someone suddenly calls out, "My lord." A letter has arrived from the Rear Army Commander's office. The Rear Army Commander's office serves as the central headquarters, divided into various regional commands. The Rear Army Commander's office is one among them. He snatches the scroll from the man's hands. What is this about? If there are any plans regarding the Black Sword bandits entering Sichuan, I demand an immediate review. He wonders, what does this mean? Jiang Kuang grits his teeth in fury. Though the letter says one thing, the true meaning is clear. To let the Black Sword bandits pass through unimpeded. Upon hearing that even Mubek and the White Lotus had already let them pass without resistance. Yesterday I argued through the entire night with the Sichuan provincial commander in protest. What power stands behind the Black Sword bandits that everyone adopts such an attitude? His subordinate answers the summons. Did you call for me, my lord? Jiang Kuang points at him and issues his order. Tell Qi Dong to prepare a delegation immediately. Then have this letter delivered to the Black Sword bandits. He hears this and hesitates slightly before asking again. Even the Black Sword bandits? Clan head Jiang ponders silently. If the new young mistress arrives in person, even the other side would be forced to show some deference. He furrows his brow and speaks to the man before him. Entering Sichuan without any authorization whatsoever is utterly unacceptable. However, the birthday banquet takes precedence at the moment, so this matter must be handled with the utmost discretion. As he finishes speaking and turns to leave, the man behind him asks, does this issue require a separate report to the current patriarch and to Shadow Heaven Valley? He answers in a raised voice, I will report to father personally. As for the one at Shadow Heaven Valley, he is far too busy, has even forgotten his own grandfather's birthday. He is the old man's grandson after all. To avoid unnecessary disturbances, notify all guests and family members that no one is to wander near Shadow Heaven Valley. Before the encampment of the xianxia merchant caravan and the Black Sword bandits, the Grand Headman stands with clasped hands, introducing himself. "Greetings, I am Sim Ji, Grand Headman of the caravan." The man before him bows respectfully in return. "I have arrived so suddenly, thank you for the warm reception." The other party quickly introduces herself in return. "I am Jang Qidong." The girl named Jang Qidong is none other than the crimson blood poison flower among the most fearsome of the 10 great dragons of the myriad. Poison Gate. Upon hearing this name, he cannot hide his surprise. He thinks to imagine that Jang Qidong herself would be dispatched directly from the myriad Poison Gate. He speaks somewhat awkwardly. This humble place hardly deserves to host the young lady of the Tang clan. Sim Ji turns aside and extends his hand. "Please, enter first." He leads the way, but not without casting a backward glance to appraise her. Jang Qidong, the crimson blood poison flower, is renowned as the most ruthless and vicious among the 10 great dragons. A prodigy so exceptional she was personally designated as the sole successor to both the Tang clan and the myriad Poison Gate. When the Prince of Qin's decree was issued, he had anticipated a reaction from the myriad Poison Gate. Yet Jang Qidong's direct arrival makes his shoulders involuntarily tense, as though an invisible weight has descended upon them. Nevertheless, the Grand Headman speaks with measured composure. "It is a great honor to serve the new mistress of the myriad Poison Gate." The person beside her steps forward and leans in to whisper softly. Perhaps it is her merchant's blood, but her composure is flawless. She even carries a certain boldness about her. "This is the grain supply depot." Watching the man incessantly rattling off introductions about everything around them, she murmurs just loud enough for 2 ears to hear. "I've heard that this Grand Headman is a figure held in high trust. The xianxia caravan holds him in especially high regard. He was a founding contributor who helped build the caravan in its early days and is also considered the physician of the third young master." Li Kaio's eyes widen with surprise upon hearing this. The third young master of the xianxia caravan, truly unexpected. He is a far bigger figure than I had imagined. This is only natural. One must not underestimate this opponent. Sim Ji, over on this side, seems to be muttering to himself. "We've been on the road, so I'm rather filthy at the moment, I'm afraid." Jang Qidong ponders inwardly. What reason could father possibly have had for sending me to a place like this? Filthy and reeking, not a trace of a powerful expert's aura anywhere to be sensed. She had heard that a band of bandits even managed to defeat the Black Sword bandits. Meanwhile, up ahead, Yongdu is scolding the children. "You brats better not go running around with those clueless expressions on your faces. Did you hear me? Where on earth is that person? I heard he's rather handsome." At that moment, her gaze accidentally falls upon the senior disciple and the cluster of children. She takes in the sight, and her face instantly twists with disgust. How utterly filthy. Her expression and words come so swiftly that Li Kaio beside her cannot react in time, only managing to stammer, "Young mistress." "Watch your expression," she commands. Because of this, the men around all exchange uneasy glances as everyone busies themselves with work. She harbors some doubts. "I heard the Black Sword bandits are a notorious bandit group that once terrorized the region. Is that correct? Surely there must be some familiar faces among them. They're all bandits who have made names for themselves across Jianghu. Then why are they all laboring like common workers?" After a soft sigh, she speaks once more. "Where are the truly capable ones who should be out here commanding them?" Li Kaio beside her answers helplessly. "Perhaps they are inside." Then she offers her own speculation. "If that's the case, within the Black Sword bandits they would hold nothing more than senior member ranks." Seeing the person beside her fall silent, Li Kaio calls out, "Young mistress, where are you looking?" Jang Qidong's face flushes red as she stares fixedly at the man before her, completely ignoring Li Kaio's question. She silently praises the beauty of the man standing before her eyes. "So handsome." Donghua also notices Qidong, but what escapes his lips is a different name entirely. Nin. Hearing this, the girl blinks in confusion. "Nin, how does this man know grandmother's alias from Shadow Heaven Valley?" At that moment, he realizes he has mistaken her for someone else. Upon closer look, she is different indeed. He examines each feature on her blushing face, appraising her carefully. Her eyes and the faint spots on her nose differ from Nin's. The sword Immortal lets out a quiet breath of relief. "Damn, that gave me a fright." The group upon hearing this erupts in fury, chaos breaking out among them at once. "Damn it all." Li Kaio clenches her fists so hard her entire body trembles with rage. A nameless bandit dares to. The very next instant, she channels her furious strength and lunges forward with a thunderous shout. Before the mistress of the Tang clan and the myriad poison gate. Damn it, sheer insolence. Zhang Qidong immediately intervenes, raising her hand to stop her. Li Kairo. Stop! Li Kaio, mid-charge with killing intent blazing, freezes in her tracks. She whips her head back as if to protest. Young mistress, that man. Qidong merely flashes a warm, gentle smile and repeats, I said stop. Zhang Qidong smiles and calls out to the man standing not far away. Grand headman, he responds at once. Yes, young mistress. She speaks in an utterly gentle tone. I have a matter to discuss regarding the future relations between the myriad poison gate and the Black Sword bandits. By now they have moved inside the tent. Given the enormous scale of the operation, the myriad poison gate cannot help but harbor concerns. Li Kaio bows and presents a formal scroll the elders had sent correspondence regarding the terms of discussion. The grand headman picks it up and begins reviewing its contents. There are several points of inquiry pertaining to the negotiations. Zhang Qidong pays little attention to the discussion at hand. Her gaze remains fixed upon the sword Immortal. Donghua suddenly speaks. Simji, once this is concluded, organize everything and report to me. He approaches the tent flap, parts the curtain, and moves to step outside, but not before leaving one instruction: I shall step out for some air. The man responds without delay, yes, sir. A while later, the sky has painted itself in hues of amber, and the sun sinks beneath the horizon, yielding its stage to the descending veil of nightingale. Then do the discussions finally conclude. Simji is the first to speak. Thank you for making the long journey here. Qidong responds composedly, no need for formalities. We are also pleased that the negotiations proceeded swiftly. They quickly make their way toward the horse carriage that had been prepared in advance. Zhang Qidong turns her head and says gently, then farewell. The grand headman stands there watching the carriage gradually disappear into the distance. At that moment, a voice unmistakably belonging to one particular man rings out behind him, startling him half to death. The Tang clan moves faster than I expected. Asir, Simji quickly lowers his head in apology to the man before him. Forgive me, they arrived without warning. I should have notified you in advance. Donghua hears this and casually pats the old man's stooped back. It's fine. Donghua suddenly recalls an important matter. What about the negotiations? Simji answers promptly, yes, I shall relay the details to you inside. Every line of the scroll is laid out before Donghua's eyes. Members of the Black Sword bandits are strictly forbidden from approaching within 3 li of the sacred grounds. Quarters for the Black Sword bandits shall be provided by the myriad poison gate. They must not cause disturbances to any distinguished figures attending the birthday celebration. Should any matter arise in the capital, a private notification must first be sent to the myriad poison gate. He furrows his brow, his gaze deep in contemplation. Additionally, the number of personnel shall be limited to no more than 30. However, current members of the xianxia merchant caravan shall be excluded from this count. Should incidents such as robbery or arson occur, it will be regarded as a declaration of war, so tread carefully. The sword Immortal covers his mouth, chuckling softly. My, that must have been quite the ordeal. They conceded quite a bit on their end. He responds at once. Perhaps it's thanks to the directive from the prince's manor. During the Black Sword bandits' stay here, the myriad poison sect will cooperate fully to avoid any inconvenience. It could also be that you negotiated well. Donghua's unexpected compliment leaves the steward standing there, grinning from ear to ear. It seems their concern was directed at the person from the Tang clan. He offers his own speculations. Donghua scratches his chin, puzzled. But that person, Qi Dongsha's from the Tang clan, isn't she? Things are about to get tangled. Recalling the face of Zhang Qijiang from just now, a thought surfaces in his mind. Every time he sees that girl, he can't help but think of her. By now, she must be holding a position within the Tang clan. Meanwhile, Simji lowers his head in apology. I sincerely apologize for this matter. From now on, I will not allow such troublesome matters to arise and cause you concern. The sword Immortal furrows his brow. Even if you say it's fine, what matters most is that right now, at the myriad poison sect, unless they are seasoned veterans or above, they won't be able to recognize me. Oh, I hear we depart tomorrow. He replies cheerfully, yes, I plan to set out tomorrow morning, on this journey. Those from the Black Sword bandits and the rest of the caravan need time to acquaint themselves with one another, so I intend to depart at dawn. The sword Immortal turns to look at him and speaks. By the way, regarding the transport, would you reserve space for me and Sajin? Sajin wishes to see the world and I have a few places I need to visit as well. I'll inform everyone at once to make preparations. He tilts his head in response, thinking Silent Live destination must be the Xiaowu sect. He speculates inwardly, the elder wishes to reclaim the bait he laid long ago at Wulumuki Checheng. Night has fallen, only the faint glow of moonlight and Zhang Qiyong's horse carriage remain. Outside the carriage, Yi Kaiyong casts a worried glance inside, quickly leaning down to inquire. My lady, the negotiations are finished, so why does your face still look so sour? She does not answer, instead she brings up something else entirely. Yi Kaiyong, I think I understand now the reason my father sent me there. Hearing this, Yi Kaiyong ponders, is she about to speak of that silver-haired man? That man, though I couldn't see him clearly, overwhelmed as Iwashi's aura, even when perfectly restrained, carries a dark and formidable power. He surely holds no small position among the Black Sword bandits. Perhaps he is the one truly pulling the strings behind them. Zhang Qiyong sits inside the carriage, head bowed low, murmuring softly, her cheeks burning red with shyness. It seems I've found the one destined for me. These words send Yi Kaiyong into a panic, letting out a shriek. What? Could it be that silver-haired man? Zhang Qiyong quickly composes herself and confirms. Indeed, if one wishes to become the other half of Zhang Qiyong, their appearance must be worthy of such a match. Though I didn't appreciate how he wouldn't meet my eyes throughout the entire negotiation or how he left partway through. So that's what has been vexing her all this time. Yi Kaiyong quickly grasps the reason behind her mistress's earlier irritation. Zhang Qiyong blushes, smiling with absolute confidence. Once someone has caught the eye of Zhang Qiyong, I will make him mine without fail. No man can escape the net of love when faced with a beauty like mine. Suddenly she hesitates, words catching in her throat. There is one thing that still troubles me. Yi Kaiyong quickly asks, what might that be, my lady? Zhang Qiyong recalls the painting hanging at her grandmother's residence and compares it to the sword Immortal. That man bears a striking resemblance to the figure in the scroll, almost identical, in fact. Scene change. Yongdu carries a young boy on his back. He asks the sword Immortal, where are we headed next, sir? Yong-Hwa confirms. Yes. Sajin had mentioned it this morning. Yongdu doesn't respond, instead bowing and pressing his palms together toward the couple before him, chanting. Yuanqi Tianzun, Yong-Hwa pipes up from behind. She's very excited to travel together. The devotee carries on with his endless greetings, rendering Yong-Hwa utterly speechless. No matter how many times she witnesses it, she simply cannot get used to this scene. Yongdu finally speaks up, so we should travel together as well. That's what you were about to say, wasn't it? Indeed. She pictures Donghua's towering, heaven-defying presence. Wherever the sword Immortal treads, storms are sure to follow. I think I'm beginning to understand that old saying long circulated throughout the Jianghu. His appearance is bound to bring turmoil wherever he goes. Sticking together is the wisest course. Besides, the Kunlun sect's original objective was, Yong-Hwa continues. And after all, we came here for a reason in the first place. He nods in agreement. That's right, the very reason we descended the mountain was precisely this. Yongdu chuckles, his eyes glancing at the child on his back. I nearly forgot. Hearing this, she can only sigh inwardly. In this world there are things one ought to forget, but forgetting the sect master's orders, how can that possibly be acceptable? She recalls the earlier occasion representing the Kunlun sect. They had visited the Myriad Poison sect to convey the sect master's birthday congratulations to the Poison King. That was the original reason we set out on this journey. Looking back, everything that has transpired over the past few months is enough to make anyone forget. Ever since they entered the Central Plains, that man's presence had simply vanished. Yong-san, Yong-du, and their senior brothers had been reduced to little more than pack mules. Naturally, everyone forgot their true purpose. Yongdu steps closer to her and speaks. I understand. I'll speak privately with the elder and martial uncle. Even the thought of leaving a place we've grown attached to, it stings the heart. He smiles gently. But what must be done must be done. Ah, if it's a birthday banquet, the capital must be buzzing with excitement, right? She confirms. Yes. That's why the Myriad Poison sect has also requested that all conflicts be kept to an absolute minimum. Every time a birthday celebration arrives, the streets overflow with people. I've heard the eastern capital is so packed that not a single inn has a vacant room left. He exclaims, "Oh, is that so? Could it be that the chance for the people of the capital to witness the sword sage's teachings has finally arrived?" While he's rambling on, a hand has already landed on his shoulder without him noticing. "Speak of Cao Cao and Cao Cao shall appear," Yongdu yelps, sword sage. Donghua expressionless speaks. "What were you muttering about?" Yong Hwa and Sajin also call out to her. He presses on, "So you're heading to the capital as well?" "Yes." Hearing the confirmation, he adds, "What a coincidence, I happen to be short on carriers." Sajin chirps up from behind. "Grandpa, if that's the case, can I bring my friends along?" The sword immortal agrees without a moment's hesitation. "Very well, bring them." However, a question lingers in his mind. What's this? Not long ago she could barely make friends. Now it seems she's already made a few who want to come along. "Well done." The little girl leaps down joyfully and shouts to her friends, "It's true, everyone, come on, let's go." Immediately, a gaggle of children rushes over from seemingly nowhere, each one bursting with excitement. "Let's go." Donghyun's face darkens as he stares at the spectacle before him, utterly bewildered. What is this? This many friends. This isn't a trip anymore, I've become their guardian. Simji approaches and calls out to the elder. "It's time for us to depart." He gazes at the swarm of children below, unable to hide his astonishment. That's so many. Meanwhile, Donghyun beside him is trembling with dread. Arg, this is enough to drive a man insane. He stands there trembling like a statue, having assumed there would only be one or two people coming along. Who are all those people? Yongdu over there is shouting at the top of his lungs, calling everyone over. "Elders, honored guests, please board the carriage in an orderly fashion." First the children, now a whole troop of elder-lithe sword immortal feels ready to collapse on the spot. And what on earth is all this luggage? In stark contrast, Yongdu rushes out with boundless enthusiasm, eager to help. "Be careful, no, don't fall. Safe travels, good health to you all." Yongdu and the elderly exchange cheerful greetings, while behind them, the caravan master introduces them. These are the elders of the Black Sword Bandits. The sword immortal scratches his head in exasperation. "You lot called them here. When did they arrive?" "Fanatical devotees, children, there's already far too much to worry about." Simji forces a strained smile in response. "The Kunlun sect members can help guide them, but with this many people, they may well violate their agreement with the Mandok Gate." He understands the logic and agrees but still hesitates. The procession of old and young stretching before him is giving him a splitting headache. The number of people originally permitted to enter the capital was only about 30. If you count the entire caravan, they're already an exception. Our man clutches his head, brows furrowed, rubbing his temples. "This won't do, I need to reinforce the manpower immediately." But seeing the other man's blank expression, a wicked idea springs to mind. If there are too many people, just claim they're all part of the original caravan and march right in. Simple, isn't it? And so Donghyun lets out a thunderous shout, summoning Haishan Feng over. Immediately at this moment, along the sacred way, the clear blue sky paired with blossoming flowers makes for a perfect day to stroll. The children gaze around in wide-eyed wonder. It's too crowded, uncle, let's go that way." Haishan Feng is utterly at his wit's end. One child asks, "Uncle, can I have this to eat?" "No, you can't." Before a few seconds even pass, he has to shout again, "Stand still, don't wander into the street." He lets out a weary sigh. A pack mule, a bandit chief, and now a damned nanny. What the hell is this? At least there's a silver lining. Glancing back at the group behind him, Haishan Feng thinks to himself, those poor bastards will have to endure this too. Black Bull, carrying a little girl on his shoulders, grumbles, "Damn it all, why do I have to be a babysitter?" As for Elder Killian, the old man furiously curses those wretches. Haishan Feng witnesses this and chuckles to himself, but quickly reins in his thoughts. If even a single child vanishes under my watch, that cursed sword immortal will never forgive me. I must stay sharp. Suddenly, Sajin points in a certain direction and asks, "Grandpa, what is that thing over there?" He raises his head toward the treetop above and answers, "That. It looks like a bird's nest." The little girl asks excitedly, "A bird's nest? Are there eggs inside? I want to see it up close." Haishan Feng hears her and turns his attention to the girl. A moment later, Sajin is gazing into the bird's nest. Haishan Feng lifts her up high so she can see the nestlings. She squeals with delight. They're so tiny, there are baby birds inside. He asks, "Can you see them clearly?" Then he adds softly, "Their mother will probably be back soon, don't touch them." Witnessing this scene, Elder Killian immediately shows his disdain. Unbelievable. He gently rests his hand on his grandson's shoulder while thinking that bastard is lounging on horseback without a care in the world, playing nursemaid. His mind drifts to a time long past, a time when he was the great chieftain who once reigned over Kilian Mountain and the Gobi Desert. Ever since that man outmaneuvered him, he has had nothing left worth mentioning. The stronger the black sword bandits grew, the less his own power advanced. Instead, every ounce of his effort fell right into that man's hands. Elder Killian's fist clenches tight as he heaves a quiet sigh, reminiscing about his former glory. Han Hyun, noticing this, asks with concern, "Grandpa, are you all right?" Looking at his grandson, the old man feels his anger ease somewhat. At least the boy adapts well, there's nothing to worry about on that front. Back on Kilian Mountain he had no friends, but here he's fitting in with everyone. Suddenly Sajin calls out to the boy, "Hyun, come over here for a moment." "Coming." The boy's cheeks flush red as he turns around. Sajin asks, "Can you see the baby birds in the tree?" Seeing his grandson so happy among friends fills the old man with a sense of peace. After all, here the boy is the grandson of the great chieftain, no longer needs to bow to anyone. Besides, he's getting on in years and he's been seriously considering retirement. So living like this isn't such a bad thing after all. Compared to the brutal days of sandstorms, savage winds, and never knowing when death would find him in a foreign land, no, even if it's a bit noisy. At least he doesn't have to fear a blade in his back. This current life of peace and contentment is clearly far more comfortable. He nods slowly, savoring the tranquility of the present. However, the moment his gaze falls on Sajin, a realization strikes him: that child, the very one the sword Immortal has been traveling with. His entire body freezes, as though he can feel killing intent bearing down on him. Wait a moment. Come to think of it, he's been sensing a bone-chilling aura creeping up from somewhere behind him this whole time. He tells himself he must not turn around to look. And that proves to be a very wise decision, for behind him stands Donghua, his expression dark as a thundercloud, radiating waves of glacial killing intent. By now, the caravan has arrived at its destination. They cheer with joy, "We've made it, we're here." This is the Manorth Zhangtian Manor, some grow nostalgic. It's only been 4 or 5 years, but it looks almost exactly the same as when we left. Another person responds, "Indeed, it's as if time itself has stood still here." Sim-ji sees everyone so lively and smiles. They're all brimming with energy and excitement. The people behind him keep chattering, "What do you mean stopped?" If anything, it feels like the place has been moving right along. He gazes forward, deeply moved. "Truth is, this is my homeland. After 4 years away, of course I'm overjoyed to return. But this place isn't as idyllic as it appears on the surface," he judges. "Ahead lies a world where you either devour or be devoured. One could say this is a world far more ruthless than the Jianghu he knows." When they arrive, he will have to confront the eldest young master. Even though the man is the son of a caravan leader he deeply respects, he cannot forgive him for deploying the cyclone chariot to sabotage their trade. He cannot let this stand. He asks the person beside him, "We've arrived, so why hasn't anyone come out to greet us?" The other man shares his puzzlement. "I definitely sent word ahead that we'd be arriving today. Moreover, the caravan has been knocking on the gate for a while now, yet no one has answered." Hearing this, suspicion creeps into his voice. Could it be that word of our arrival hasn't reached this place? Come to think of it, the scout he sent ahead hasn't returned either. Could something have happened inside the manor? The caravan master rushes forward, pounding on the gate and shouting, "Hey, open up, it's Sim-ji and the Western Region's trade caravan back after 4 years." He slumps to his knees before the sealed gates of the manor, trembling with helplessness. "Please open the gates." At this, the entire caravan breaks into a frenzy. Why won't they open the gate? Could something have happened at the manor? Shenji refuses to give up and shouts once more, "Someone answer me." Yenunhua asks with worry, "Senior brother, what's going on?" He responds quickly, "The situation seems to be growing complicated." After a moment of thought, she conjectures that perhaps the eldest son has done something, and he agrees. Indeed, the eldest son, young Master Jin. I heard the Quang Feng attack on us in the past was orchestrated by the eldest son himself. Glancing at Haishan Feng up ahead, the senior disciple says, "However, with Haishan Feng Harith head of Quang Fenjevan, if the eldest son tries to cover this up, he cannot. He too wonders what is going on. How are things progressing? So if we side with Grand Steward Du's views, the eldest son's downfall is practically a foregone conclusion." He turns to Mong Jia and says, "Perhaps I should go out and investigate for myself." Upon hearing this, the elder immediately rushes forward and seizes his arm, refusing to let him leave. Absolutely not. Yenanhua. Mongjia blocks their path with all his might. This time there must be absolutely no interference. Yen Ongdo. You have already meddled far too much in outside affairs. In other words, you have been continuously violating the sect's rules. Yen Ongdo tries to speak up from his side. Martial uncle, but before he can finish, the elder cuts him off. I too know what crimes the eldest son of Changxin has committed, but this is their affair alone. If we interfere further, it is nothing but meddling in their internal affairs. The Changxin merchant group has deep ties with the Wandu sect. This is not like the fortunate incident in Lanzhou that could be swept under the rug. Yen Ongdo tries once more to persuade him. Martial uncle, if one looks closely, this can be considered an act that brings harm upon us here at Kunlun. The remaining disciples can only watch in silence as the two argue back and forth. Mongjia speaks once more. Harm. That is for the separate enforcement branch within the sect to handle. We are not the ones who must deal with this. He thumps his chest and declares with defiance, if you still insist on going, then this time you will have to step over my corpse. Those words leave Yen Ongdo utterly shaken. Martial uncle, why would you say such a thing? The elder remains resolute. Even though I no longer possess the strength to block your path, I can still hold you back. He then turns and asks once more. Yen Ongdo, I ask you, are you a disciple of Kunlun or of Wuding? Yen Ongdo is rendered speechless, unable to answer. At that moment someone suddenly exclaims, it's open! The manor gates swing open before the eyes of the entire merchant group. Seeing this, Shen Ji strides forward and demands why, if they were inside, the gates were opened so late. However, the somber scene before him freezes him in his tracks. The entire manor is shrouded in an atmosphere of mourning. The scent of incense drifting through the air like the breath of ghosts. He cannot help but wonder, what in the world is this situation? He asks dumbfounded, what is this? A person steps forward to address him with an air of complaint. I thought it was merely noisy outside, but it turns out to be this. The man tilts his head and looks toward Shen Ji. Isn't this the Grand Steward who hasn't been seen in ages? Shen Ji pays no mind to the man's questions and rushes forward. Yao, what is the meaning of this situation? Where is Shangyuan? Please calm yourself. The man advises coolly. Even looking at the funeral banners, you still cannot recognize the situation. He then explains the current state of affairs. The former merchant group leader, Gu Zhenlong, is being laid to rest. Hearing this, Shenji is utterly thunderstruck. What a grand funeral! Gu Zhenlong the former. As the merchant group leader of Changxin, Gu Zhenlong was the man Shenji had devoted his entire life to serving loyally, a sworn brother closer than blood itself. And now, a grand funeral is being held for that great merchant. Shen Ji stands in a daze before the memorial tablet of his fallen brother. The man from moments ago approaches him, his tone dripping with mockery. My, he immediately moves to chase Shen Ji away. For the sake of old affection, I have allowed you entry. But after you have paid your respects, I must ask that you leave. He adds, furthermore, tell those rough-looking men to stay out of sight. The funeral atmosphere grows tense, and the air turns heavy and oppressive. Now the Grand Steward finally gets a clear look at the man, and a question rises unbidden in his mind. This is the first time I have ever seen this face. What is your name? Hearing the question, the man grows visibly annoyed. My name is Hong Hak. I am the current head steward of this manor. Everything that has unfolded leaves everyone utterly astonished. It is almost impossible to believe. This ceremony, is it truly the funeral of the former merchant group leader? How many more times must I repeat myself? Shenji approaches with lingering doubt. Before his departure, the man had still been in robust health. Hong Hak waves his hand dismissively, his ears full of contempt. 4 or 5 months even, a perfectly healthy old man could close his eyes by then. He ponders, was it about 4 months ago? At that time, the chronic illness His Excellency had suffered from for years suddenly worsened, and he took to his bed. He burned with fever without cease, and 5 days ago he passed away. And until his very last breath, he was still searching for the Grand Steward. Hearing this, Shenji's brows furrow deeply with sorrow. The Grand Steward trembles violently, as though his legs might give way beneath him. He stands frozen in shock, his mind reeling into the void. Merchant leader, what happened while I was away? Why did things come to this? But now is not the time for grief. The faces gathered here are almost entirely unfamiliar to him. All of his former subordinates, every merchant and attendant he once knew have all but vanished without a trace. Even the third young master and the other brothers of the eldest son are nowhere to be seen. In name, this place still bears the banner of the xianxia merchant group, but in truth, it has become something else entirely. At that moment, a person sprints from afar, calling out to the Grand Steward. Seeing him, Shenji immediately perks up. "Steward Kang, you've come." The man leans in close and whispers into his ear, "I've questioned the familiar faces at the funeral, and every one of them says that after the merchant group leader fell ill, the eldest son seized power and every person here was brought in by him." Upon hearing this, a realization strikes Shenji like a bolt of lightning. If it was 4 months ago, that was precisely when the Quang Feng attack occurred. Could all of this truly be mere coincidence? He marches toward Hong Hak and demands, "Take me to the eldest son, now." Hong Hak responds with utter indifference, "The eldest son. He is now the merchant group leader of xianxia. All visitors have been instructed, no outside guests are to be received during the mourning period. But considering you traveled a long way, I shall permit you a brief moment inside." He waves them off dismissively, "Pay your respects, then leave swiftly." Shenji refuses to relent, continuing his desperate pleas. "Even just for a moment, please let me speak with him. Let go now." While the two of them argue back and forth, Xiu Yin drifts past from somewhere. The girl walks in a dreamlike haze. Xiu Yin must go now. Han Hian notices this and rushes over. "Hey, where are you going?" Xiu Yinan of the Saintess's most sacred duties is to guide the souls of the departed to their eternal rest, so that they may safely reach the heavens. The girl approaches and kneels beside the coffin of the departed. The Saintess serves as the bridge between the world of the living and the dead, a true spiritual medium. At this moment, a golden light flickers to life within the girl's eyes. Shenji calls out anxiously, "Xiu Yin, where are you going?" Before his words are even finished, a hand blocks the boy's path. Donghua appears out of nowhere and raps his granddaughter squarely on the head. Xiu Yin spins around, clutching her head in fury. "Grandpa, what was that for?" "That hurts." The sword Immortal silently thanks the heavench nearly activated the Huonjinzheng. Perhaps it is the funeral hall's dark influence, but the heavenly demon Qi seems to have stirred awake. The Huonjinzheng is a divine ability not only capable of transformation and spellcasting, but of perceiving everything about one's target. As for the heavenly demon Qi, it is the energy of the heavenly demon itself. Donghua had infused his own innate spiritual power into Xiu Yin's body to suppress it. Of course, his intention was to protect his granddaughter. But if such a thing were discovered in front of this many people, it would bring grave trouble. It must be buried deep, kept hidden beyond all detection. He smiles and explains to the girls, "Sorry, you looked like you were sleepwalking on your feet, so I gave you a tap. At least it woke you up, didn't it?" He gently releases a wisp of spiritual energy to soothe the pain, then thinks to himself, in any case, Shenji is no longer in his right mind at the moment. He then turns to glance at the group behind him. Those people seem to be causing mischief out of sheer boredom. Honestly, he doesn't particularly care, but why are the Kunlun people acting this way? Despite his curiosity, Donghua lets it go. "Fine, their affairs have nothing to do with me. What truly irritates me is that the host of this manor hasn't shown us the slightest warmth. Truly, I am far from pleased." At this moment, inside the grounds of the xianxia merchant manor, Jin Ziohuan, new master of the xianxia merchant group. Formerly the eldest young master, stands with arms folded, questioning the steward. So Shenji is still skulking around the manor. Hong Hak hesitates. "We tried to deal with it swiftly, but the forces behind them seemed far from ordinary." That brat quickly embedded himself among the Haitian Feng heretics. The eldest young master stomps forward, his voice tight with fury. "You sent those dogs after vermin and they ended up colluding with Shenji. That good-for-nothing has made a complete mess of everything. Because of that traitor, I had to rush everything, had to resort to using my own father." After dismissing all the senior handlers and merchants, Ziohuan pulls out a small vial from the drawer. "Of course, those men were already marked for removal the moment I seized power, but I still have them backing me. Without the drug they gave me, it would have been nearly impossible to fake my father's illness, and I certainly would never have been able to eliminate my brothers and seize control. To move this swiftly, moreover, the sum I contributed to the Poison King's birthday banquet was quite substantial. My connection with Tang Huanhu will become the new sect masteress already established. The Wandu sect can be considered on my side. No matter what Shen Ji schemes with Haishan Feng, the Changxin merchant group is already completely in my grasp. What can they possibly do? He ponders for a moment, then asks, not to mention you still haven't found the Heian seal. Hong Hak hesitates once more. That, we sent men to search the merchant group's possessions, but it seems someone among them has hidden it away. Hearing this, the young master flies into a rage and hurls the vial straight at the steward. Damn it, nothing ever goes my way. Despite the pain, the steward still scrambles to placate the furious new master. For now, let us bide our time. In the end, they're nothing but ignorant bandits who only know money, aren't they? Once Shen Ji realizes there's no more profit to be had, they'll fracturine try to deal with us, using whatever leverage they can find. That's when we'll make a deal to obtain the Heian seal and dispose of Shen Ji after. Hearing this, Jinzai Ohyun breaks into a deeply satisfied smile. Yes, exactly. He raises his head and calls for the head steward. Yes. The steward responds with forced cheer. Jin Zai Ohyun, his hair disheveled, places a hand on the steward's shoulder. His voice carries a dangerous edge, a fine idea. I shall wait just as you suggest. Outside the courtyard, Dong Hun questions the senior handler. This place is no longer the Changxin merchant group you once knew. What will you do next? The old man bows his head. Forgive me, elder, for now. I will seek out the third young master and I must also gather the scattered members of the group. According to our informants, the third young master and the others have fled to escape the eldest young master's tyranny. There are also reports that the eldest young master has sent men in pursuit. In truth, the previous merchant group leader's death was deeply suspicious. The eldest young master must have resorted to some underhanded scheme. Looking at that young master's sinister face, it's hard to believe otherwise. Shenji keeps his head bowed. If I can find the third young master before the eldest does and protect him, I can use him as a rallying point to gather the remaining members and resist. He speaks with iron conviction. Hearing this, the sword Immortal chuckles softly. He begins to speak but catches himself. The senior handler raises his head and faces. The sword Immortal. It has to come to blows. They crossed the line first, so I will use every means to seize it all back. You expect me to sit still and take it? Dong Hun finds this thoroughly amusing. He gazes into those fierce, hound-like eyes and smirks. Noble words, but how exactly do you plan to buy time to find the third young master? If the eldest young master continues unchecked, there will be no way left to resist. Why wouldn't there be a way? This old man is right here. Shenji blurts this out, leaving Dong Hun wide-eyed with surprise. Dong Hun's head fills with questions. Why me? Shenji beams in reply. Didn't you say you would invest? So when it's time to collect, surely the elder must take responsibility. These words leave Dong Hun utterly speechless. Look at this shameless fellow. Shenji adds, as a merchant, there are times one must bide one's time for what one desires. Dong Hun forces a wry smile. Truly just my luck, another headache. He speaks evenly. Fine, once the merchant group is reclaimed. My share is 70%. Shenji protests at once. If you take 70%, what's left for me? Then I'll concede a 60%. Shenji still refuses. 5% is that really all it's worth? Hearing this, Dong Hun props his hand against his forehead in exasperation for the second time. This fellow is utterly shameless. Dong Hun smirks and raises his palm. If anything goes wrong, let's see about that. A blinding radiance erupts from his hand, engulfing the entire manor before them. A deafening explosion rips through the air, from within the billowing smoke and dust. Jinzai Ohyun comes hurtling out. What? Before he can even comprehend what just happened, Dong Hun has already seized him by the throat. Pain and terror twist his face. What the hell is this? How did it come to this? I was in the main hall. How was I dragged out here? Jinzai Ohyun grabs the sword Immortal's wrist, weakly trying to pry himself free. This thigh's outrage. Release me at once. What in the world is the meaning of this? Dong Hun regards him with a faint, knowing smile. What game, you ask? His grip tightens in an instant, crushing down until the young master cannot even gasp. The veins in his neck bulge and burst, dark crimson blood splattering outward. The onlookers clutch their mouths in horror, murmuring amongst themselves while the sword Immortal's expression remains utterly indifferent. He speaks without a trace of emotion. I'm merely placing your memorial tablet next to your father's. Not far away, Hong Hak stares in abject terror. This man. He quickly rises to his feet, jabbing a finger at him and bellows, "What the hell are you doing?" The people behind him stammer in abject terror. "This is murder," another cries out. "How dare you do this to the merchant group leader? What are you playing at?" Restrain them at once. Haishan Feng and his 2 subordinates approach, utterly bewildered. Why did the old man suddenly act like that? I have no idea. Donghua suddenly raises his voice, seizing his attention. What are you all still standing around for? The sword Immortal's silhouette stands tall and imposing. Are you going to keep standing there like a bunch of dummies? He turns his head, his face still streaked with blood, and speaks coldly. Not going to apprehend them. The sword Immortal chuckles. A few insignificant shrimp like the Sezerli, they don't require any real martial prowess to capture, do they? Shenji speaks up in confusion. Wait a moment, could it be that the old man, Haishan Feng suddenly understands, did he just flip the table on them? That sort of thing isn't that my area of expertise. Remember, don't kill anyone. The sword Immortal instructs. Haishan Feng charges forward, shouting at the top of his lungs. You all heard what the old man said, didn't you? Don't kill, just restrain them, leave no one behind. Honghak, watching from the side, is utterly stricken with panic. Quickly, quickly, what are you doing? Why aren't you stopping them? Another man stammers, forgive us, sir. Because of the mourning period, we have no weapons on hand. I'll go fetch them right away. The mob surges forward, brandishing whatever makeshift tools they can grab, charging with reckless momentum. Listen up, everyone, stop those black sword bandits. Don't let a single one of them touch the manor. Half an hour later, Haishan Feng brings a crowd of captives before Donghua. These are all the people from the manor. He glances over and remarks, it seems the numbers have dwindled. Haishan Feng quickly explains, all the funeral attendees fled. Only those who actually worked here were captured. He turns to the Grand Steward with a self-satisfied expression. Is that so? Shenji, is this enough? Ahais. He replies, yet in his mind. He thinks killing the eldest young master and seizing the manor by force as such a plan was supposed to take at least a year to accomplish. Easy to say, but it is something that should have required no less than a year to complete. Shenji gazes at the sword Immortal, who is now playing gently with Xiu Yin, and sighs in disbelief. He cannot fathom that it was all accomplished in merely half an hour. Just moments ago, the sword Immortal was utterly cold-blooded, yet now he is remarkably tender, asking Xiu Yin softly, weren't you scared just now? The little girl replies cheerfully, not one bit. I just felt a little envious watching Uncle Haishan Feng fight. I'll have to learn from him in the future. Looking at the smile on his face, Shenji thinks once more this is something only the old man could have achieved. Then he says, old man, the Wandu sect will surely claim we violated the agreement this time. He replies nonchalantly, that you handle it yourself. Shenji can only smile wryly. Yes, I understand. Shenji then gently leans down and asks the man kneeling below, you are Honghak, aren't you? The man replies in a panic, why yes, that's right, sir, please I beg you spare my life. He desperately grovels, if you tell me to be a dog, I'll be a dog. The Grand Steward hears this and smiles. There's no need to go that far. He leans in and says, for you to leave here alive, there is only one way. Honghak is overjoyed no matter what it is, he begs to hear it. Shenji smiles warmly. From this moment I give you exactly 2/4 hours, roughly 30 minutes. Take these fools and leave at once. Get out of my sight. The scene shifts to the following morning at the Wandu sect. Jiang Guang suddenly roars, what? The subordinate kneeling on the floor reports due to a sudden incident at the Changxin merchant group. The position of the merchant leader has been left vacant, and the black sword bandits have already occupied the premises. The envoys we dispatched have all confirmed the same report, sir. Those damned bastards, he clenches his fists in fury, teeth grinding audibly. We only signed a cooperation pact with the Black Sword Bandits a few days ago. They've already lost control and violated the contract. Moreover, they dared to strike at the Changxin merchant group itself. This batch of deliveries for the birthday banquet contains many critical goods. If things continue like this, the birthday feast will face a catastrophic problem. This cannot stand. Father will be absolutely furious. He slams the table and barks, gather all intelligence and prepare a countermeasures report immediately but proceed covertly. We cannot afford any leaks or disturbances. The servant hurriedly obeys. Jiang Guang furrows his brow and seethes inwardly. Black Sword Banditcho, dare you violate the agreement with the Wandu sect. It would be best to punish them at once and proclaim to the entire Jianghu the majesty of the next Wandu sect master. The only thing that gives him pause is Li Qiu's words from before. That white-haired man in black and red robes seemed deeply suspicious. His internal energy doesn't match his age, and even the most fearsome demonic figures all defer to his every expression. Further, Furthermore, even the poison outposts in Lanzhou and Shanxi didn't dare lay a finger on the Black Sword Dao. He silently speculates what if that man is connected to the imperial family. Jiang Guang, the Wandu sect heir, widens his eyes at this thought. If that man truly has ties to the imperial family, his father's birthday banquet will face a catastrophic problem. If they want to kill him, they must exterminate him completely, leave no roots behind. After Shen Ji assumed control of the Changxin merchant group, much has changed. First, the funeral of Jin Xianzhang, the late merchant group leader, was originally planned to be held in silence to avoid the Poison King's attention during his birthday celebration. Now it has been held with such fanfare that it resembles a grand festival. Conversely, the eldest young master Jin Ziohuan, who was temporarily acting as the merchant group head, did not organize the funeral at all. Instead, he expelled his siblings and family servants from the merchant association. Furthermore, he posted a detailed proclamation enumerating his own crimes at the front gates. This is a tragedy within the Changxin merchant group's lineage. The matter was resolved thanks to Shen Ji and the Black Sword bandits. And so recently, in the taverns of the capital city, people are not discussing the Poison King's birthday feast, they are talking about the saga of the Changxin merchant group. On the other hand, to stabilize the chaotic situation within the merchant group, Shen Ji has begun issuing directives to the remaining loyal servants and the merchant group members who have just returned. He thinks to himself, first, I need to grasp everything that transpired at the Changxin merchant group during the 4 years of my absence. Then he says, before long, an official summons will be issued. The stewards holding managerial positions within the merchant group are responsible for auditing the ledgers. There may be gaps or deliberately concealed entries. The escort leaders serve as the merchant group's protectors, and the men responsible for transporting cargo within the merchant group shall compile a full account of the association's current status and relay the intelligence to all branch offices. Finally, the Grand Steward speaks with solemn gravity. We must locate the scattered family servant San, the third young master, who has vanished without a trace. He rolls up the report scroll. That is the current state of affairs within the manor. Sir Donghun speaks up. Why do you have to bring all this up while we're eating? I can handle things on my own. Why the need to report every detail to me? Shen Ji smiles and replies, aren't you now the head of the Changxin merchant group? Of course you should know the state of the merchant group's affairs. He continues eating, suspicion flickering behind his eyes. Isn't this just using the excuse of being the head to shackle me to the merchant group? How could that possibly be the case? He turns to give Xiao Yin some instructions. He chews carefully, then says, I wonder if I've gotten myself into deep trouble. What about the investigation I asked for? The Grand Steward hears this and replies, we are still investigating the reason why the eldest young master wanted to find Xianzhu. So far, we only know that the eldest young master had dealings with a group of people of unknown origins. He pauses, his lips curling slightly. It appears they are the ones behind the scheme to seize the merchant group. The eldest young master's greed for Xianzhu is what set it all in motion. Shen Ji taps his fingers on the table, his thoughts drifting to the escort bureau matter. The sword Immortal suddenly transmits his voice, wait. Since Jin is listening, the matter of the escort bureau, write it down on paper. He ponders silently, contemplating the course of action needed to keep his promesito fulfill the vow he made to Shen Ji in Urumqi. I will have people stand ready and at the same time track down the missing servants of the escort bureau so we can bring them back swiftly. This is the signaled hunt for the mastermind behind it all has begun. The collapse of the Bihu escort bureau and the vanishing of its families. The sword Immortal smiles with quiet confidence. Good news is sure to come. Suddenly, hurried footsteps thunder from outside. Someone bursts in frantically and exclaims, Grand Steward. Steward Choi has returned to the manor with his family, is that true? Outside, Steward Choi and his family are already waiting at the entrance. Choi beams with joy and exclaims, Shenji, is it really you? The two embrace each other tightly. Shenji breaks into a wide, radiant smile. Are you safe and sound? He responds with equal cheer. Of course I am. The rumor that you had returned, is it true? He quickly leads the way, ushering everyone inside. You must have endured much hardship these past days. Come inside quickly. Yes, let us go in and talk. Steward Choi suddenly remembers something. Right, what is wrong with my head? What is it? He turns around in puzzlement. Choi continues, there is someone else you should meet first. A familiar voice rings out, startling him beyond measure. It has been a long time, Grand Steward. I hear you have endured great hardship these past days. Indeed, your loyalty to the merchant group is without equal. The one who spoke is none other than the second young master of the Changxin merchant group. Shen Ji looks up, his heart swelling with joy, so overjoyed he nearly forgot, just as he supports the third young master. Steward Choi supports the second young master. For both factions to return together is only natural. He recalls the former master of the merchant group, Jin Xiandi. Though the eldest young master has fallen, the second young master still remains. The battle for succession is far from over. Moreover, the fourth and fifth young ladies could leverage their husband's influence to interfere in the group's management. The second young master smiles and extends his hand. You have surely endured much hardship during this time, but there is still much to be done. The Grand Steward thinks to himself. The second young master returned immediately after the eldest young master's death. And from the very start, he has been acting as though he is the new master of the Changxin merchant group. The second young master's abilities are decent, but he is arrogant and greedy. He keeps his hand extended and bows slightly, saying, "Let us join hands and strive forward together." The Grand Steward forces a smile, thinking a man like this must never be allowed to manage the merchant group. I must find the third young master as soon as possible. As evening descends, everyone bustles about in preparation. Merchants cry out eagerly to attract customers. A spot with prime feng shui overlooking the grand birthday celebration venue costs merely 10 taels of silver. "Hey, handsome young sir, do try a piece of cake." The stall owner looks at Dong Xuan and cheerfully introduces, "This is a local specialty. Grilled rice cakes." He furrows his brow and raises his hand in refusal. The sword Immortal frowns with suspicion and asks Hai Shenfeng, "Hey, are you certain this is the right way?" Hai Shenfeng affirms it is. The sword Immortal surveys the surroundings and asks, "Zia Wu Men is situated in a place this crowded?" Zia Wu Men is a gathering place for the dregs of the underworld. Naturally, all manner of illicit dealings take place there. That is precisely why their branches are never set up in bustling areas, but rather in quieter locales. He casts a suspicious glance at Hai Shenfeng. Yet this fellow has been deliberately choosing the most crowded routes the entire time. That piercing gaze makes Hai Shenfeng break into a cold sweat. He quickly turns around to explain, "I heard that today is the first day of the Poison King's grand birthday celebration. Perhaps that is why there are more people than usual." Hearing this, Dong Xuan lunges forward, punching and cursing. "What grand birthday celebration? You've been leading us through nothing but crowded streets the entire time." Hai Shenfeng raises his hand to shield his forehead. "This really is the right way, young master." Suddenly, a voice rings out from behind, seizing the attention of the two. "Excuse me, good sir." The person approaches and questions, "I have been watching for a while. No, is it not excessive to treat an elder this way?" Dong Xuan hears this and narrows his eyes in suspicion. "What?" The young man presses on reproachfully, "It seems the old man at your side is your servant. But even a servant should not be mistreated so harshly, let alone an elder." He thunders with fury, "How dare you humiliate someone like this in the middle of the street?" The speaker is none other than the lone cranny-legged as a solitary crane lost among the rivers and mountains of Xianxia, a pillar of the Yitian Pavilion Nangong Huan. Dong Xuan regards him with undisguised contempt, causing a ruckus in the middle of the street. "That is precisely what someone like you would do. Moreover, I am your elder." A great sword hangs across his back. His emperor's aura unconsciously radiates outward, crushing everything in its vicinity. The emperor's aura is a sovereign's presencia, kingly bearing that commands the submission of all who stand before it. The sword Immortal immediately discerns it is someone from the Nangong family. That illustrious house is presently renowned as the Righteous Sword family. Their patriarch is the 10th Venerable Righteous Heaven Swordsman. With 8 swords that blot out the heavens, he obliterates all enemies and commands dominion over the southeastern reaches of the Central Plains. Dong Xuan silently speculates that this noble lineage has come here for the grand birthday celebration. Those trailing behind are equally from illustrious clans, no less prestigious than the Righteous Sword family. Suddenly, the clacking of heels rings out alongside a voice. "That's Dong Xuan." Seeing this, he thinks to himself, Huh, that brat. Jiang Zhijiang covers her mouth, her face flushing crimson. Isn't that the young master I encountered during the negotiations with the Black Sword Bandits? Nangonghuan asks doubtfully. In league with the Black Sword Bandits. Those beside him are equally astonished. That ice-gold cousin of mine is actually smiling at him. He looks at the two before him and thinks, I thought he was merely an impertinent youth. Turns out he belongs to the Black Sword Bandits. Seeing her approach, he turns his face away. I believe you have the wrong person. Jiang Zhijiang only giggles shyly, still playing around. Perhaps this is fate. Forgive us, but we are pressed for time. We shall take our leave. He turns to leave. Wait. He pauses. Someone speaks up. What's the rush? The young man then speaks. Brother Nangong and cousin haven't had their say yet. I am Xiongfu Zhenguang. He smirks. The iron fist of swift force, youngest brother of the divine martial emperor Xiongfu Zhenguang. The iron fist of swift force is his sobriquet, for he is likened to a man of devastating power, his speed like thunder and his fists like lightning. He sizes Dong Xuan up and sneers, you look like some pretty boy who survives on his looks alone, a kept man. And yet you dare disrespect my cousin and us, thinking you can just walk past. He must show everyone will crush this wretch right here and now. He speaks, I hear you belong to the Black Sword Bandits. Meeting like this, consider it fate. Why not have a little chat? Dong Xuan places one hand on his hip. Didn't I already say I'm busy? He stares at Xiongfu Zhenguang with deadly seriousness. Out of my way, brat. Then a smug, triumphant smile spreads across his face. I see right through you. You are just trying to show off to win someone's favor, aren't you? As if his darkest secret had been laid bare, he stammered out a rebuttal. What do you mean? Don't go spouting such misleading nonsense. My apologies, but I haven't the slightest interest in Haran. She couldn't care less about you. Jiang Chejian's face flushed scarlet the moment she heard those words. The sword immortal then snarled in a low, furious growl, don't make assumptions on your own, step aside, I'm busy. Xiongfu Zhenguang trembled with rage upon hearing those words. How dare this brat, he screamed in fury, do I need to use force to make you listen? The other merely rolled his wrist and turned his gaze elsewhere. Can you not comprehend words when spoken plainly? Fengzai, aren't you going to make a move? Haishan Fengzai materialized in an instant, planting a fist into the wretch without missing a beat. I was awaiting your command. As you wish, sir. A torrent of black energy then erupted from his palm. Haishan Feng seized one arm while his other hand clamped down on Zhenguang's skull, forcing a scream of agony from the boy's lips. He sneered mockingly, squealing like a pig at slaughter. Truly befitting of your wretched face, you damnable brat. Do you even know where you are, daring to open that insolent mouth? Dong Hun observed the scene from a distance. That movement technique trailing black smoke, without a doubt, it was Haishan Fengzai. He continued, if you don't wish to witness this wretch die a gruesome death, then do not act rashly over this matter. The pillar of Yishan Pavilion was still stammering when Jiang Chejian spoke up. Forgive my boldness, but causing a commotion in a place teeming with civilians is hardly the wisest course of action. She continued calmly, we harbor no desire for conflict with you, sir. An accord exists between our sect and the Black Sword Bandits. Do you intend to break it? Dong Hun's lips curled into a provocative smirk. If you have the gall, then by all means stream me. Outside light streamed into the room where Yi Yangdo stood. He half closed his eyes and slowly donned a fresh set of robes. At that moment, the words Mi Yundo had spoken gradually surfaced in his mind. Even I once had to tread carefully around the sword immortal. As of late, even Yi Yangdo himself has heeded only the sword immortal's word. But we are disciples of Kunlun. The reason we descended from Mount Kunlun this time was to represent our sect at the Poison King's birthday celebration. Remember that well. After a moment's reflection, Yi Yangdo felt the old man's words were not wrong. Martial uncle speaks truly, but what I truly want is, he furrowed his brows, I just don't know what to do anymore. A voice suddenly called from outside, senior brother, it is time. He understood. Yi Yangdo answered, then sank back into his thoughts. These Kunlun robes were the same ones he always wore, so why did they feel so unbearably heavy today? He sighed and returned to his companions. Dong Hun flashed a provocative smile, go ahead and true it, can't you do it? Even if you wish to act, your grandfather would never approve. Jiang Chejian tensed, a flicker of suspicion crossing her features. Does this man know my grandfather? He tilted his head, glancing at Xiongfu Zhenguang pinned beneath Haishan Feng, and said, truth be told, I was just about to lop off this insolent brat's arm and gouge out an eye while I'm at it. but Donghun's silver hair rippled softly in the breeze. Haishan Fengzai caught the sword Immortal's silent cue and nodded. He released Huangfu Zhengguang's arm in an instant, letting the boy's entire body slump to the ground. Haishan Fengzai watched with cold indifference as Donghun rushed over in concern. "Brother Huangfu, are you all right?" By now Donghun and Haishan Feng had already turned to leave. "We've only exchanged a few preliminary blows," he said. "Let's end it here." Jiang Chejian hesitated, then called out, "Wait a moment, young master," but the sword Immortal paid her no heed, striding decisively away alongside Haishan Feng. A gust of wind swept through, carrying withered golden leaves that forced her eyes half shut. She stood there, speechless. When the wind passed, she suddenly realized they were gone. Elsewhere, Haishan Fengzai asked with concern, "Are you unharmed, sir?" He continued, "This incident doesn't just involve the Wandu sect, it could draw Tyrant King City into the fray as well. That Huangfu Zhengguang from earlier is the youngest son of the Xinju Tyrant King, the overlord of Tyrant King City. They will undoubtedly seize upon this incident as a pretext for vengeance. Should that come to pass, even the sword Immortal's own sect Wudong will not escape unscathed." Donghun raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "What does Wudong have to do with any of this?" "Sir." The question left Haishan Feng utterly dumbfounded. Donghun pressed on. "I currently belong to the Black Sword Bandits, correct? Then worry about the Black Sword Bandits instead." Haishan Fengzai's face went deathly pale. Is he openly planning to use the Black Sword Bandits as a shield?" The sword Immortal's face lit up with unrestrained delight. "Whether it's the Wandu sect or Tyrant King City, if they want to come, let them come. When have I ever stopped them?" He replied helplessly, "How could that possibly work?" But the sword Immortal, who had just been grinning cheerfully, shifted his mood a full 180 degrees. He seized Haishan Feng by the collar and roared, "Is this really the right path? We've been walking for hours and there's still nothing in sight. Do you want me to deal with you the same way I dealt with that Huangfu brat?" Cold sweat poured down Haishan Feng's face in sheer terror. "Sword Immortal, sir, look over there, it seems we've arrived." Donghun whipped around. What? Before them stood a gate with a signboard hanging above. "This," the sword Immortal exclaimed. "This is a library." Haishan Feng stammered fearfully, "But senior brother also said this was the correct place." Donghun replied skeptically, "Shenji said that. Then it must be true. This world has truly gone mad. Have those Xia Wu sect lunatics really lost their minds?" A library is a sanctuary devoted solely to the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, a gathering place for scholars yearning to serve in government, where they study, learn, and debate together. Beyond that, it also serves as a site for honoring the great sages of ages past through ritual sacrifice. The sword Immortal's mind swarmed with questions. "But the Xia Wu sect has set up a branch inside a library." "Unbelievable. If the location is a library, then we can't simply demolish the building like we did with Ulumuki last time." The library doors slowly swung open. A figure stepped out and spoke. "I have been awaiting your arrival. Please enter." He cupped his hands in a respectful salute. "The one I serve awaits you within. I shall lead the way." The man then guided the two of them into the library's inner courtyard. Haishan Feng could not contain his curiosity, his eyes darting about in wonder. Donghun glanced at the group of scholars chatting by the lakeside and thought, "I thought it was just a flashy facade. I never expected it to actually function as a real library." Of course, Seth's setup eliminates fear of official discovery, and the tax exemptions make money laundering far easier. It's also perfect for disguising their true identities. Moreover, if the scholars trained here go on to establish factions across the land, they'll gradually become a tremendous asset to the Xia Wu sect. Donghun furrowed his brows, mulling it over. Unlike the Ulumuki affair, dealing with this place would be far simpler. The guide led the two of them to a secluded courtyard deep within the library. "When you enter, the branch master will be waiting for you inside." As the two approach the doorway, a man seated within suddenly rises. He speaks. "I have been awaiting this moment." The branch chief smiles, clasping his hands in a respectful salute. "Ever since arriving in the capital, I have waited a long time for your excellency." At that same moment at the Hoya Inn, His Highness the Garrison Prince and the Changxin trade party revel in merriment. Someone calls out, "Hey, waiter, bring us another jug of wine." Xu Yin holds a small steamed bun in both hands, popping it into her mouth. She looks utterly adorable. Yu Wenghua, seated beside her, gazes at the little girl and asks, "Is it tasty?" "It's delicious." The little girl answers with a radiant smile. Keeping that smile, she turns to the boy beside her. Han Yunho, well, how is it? It's good, right? The boy nods shyly in reply. The inn's doors suddenly swing open. A figure strides in, exclaiming, what is all this? Has a pack of bandits taken over the heart of the capital? Yi Wenghua immediately snaps her attention toward the voice, while Han Yunho looks toward her. Huangfu Zhengguang, his face bruised and battered, bellows furiously at the sight of beggars crowded towards their what an unbearable nuisance. Nanggong Huan immediately steps forward, as if to intervene. Brother Huangfu, why must you cause trouble here again? However, Huangfu pays no heed, even berating him in return. What have I done wrong? Is calling them beggars supposed to be a problem? At this moment, the inn's waiter hurries over. Honored guest, my apologist's birthday celebration is about to begin, so it is more crowded than usual. Hearing this, Huangfu rounds on the waiter, seizing him by the collar and roaring. You mean we have to sit alongside those beggars? Brother Huangfu. He tries to rush forward and stop him, but Suo Yuchi-en grabs his sleeve. Easy now, easy, calm yourself, why bother stopping him? This looks rather entertaining. Nanggong Huan hears this and blurts out in disbelief. Entertaining, Suo Yuchi-en. Are you in your right mind? De Gao glances over and chimes in. Why wouldn't it be entertaining? The reason behind his behavior couldn't be more obvious. How so? He was humiliated by Miss Tang, who told him not to contact her for the time being. Furthermore, Miss Tang stormed off in a fury right after. De Gao sneers contemptuously. He merely wants to act tough in front of strangers. How can anyone be so consistently foolish? Nanggong Huan is helpless, but bullying innocent civilians is crossing the line. Huangfu Zhengguang glances at the group behind him, cursing inwardly, damn. Even these people dare look down on me. Indeed, he had just been humiliated by those bandits. The 10 great martial dragons comprise Nanggong Huan, Suo Yuchi-en, Zhu Xianxia, Huangfu Zhengguang, and Jiang Cheiyang. They are the heirs to the 5 houses and 10 venerables destined to compete for supremacy across the martial world. Outwardly, they maintain cordial relations, but in truth, they are bitter rivals. He thinks to himself, if he is looked down upon here, they will regard him as weak for the rest of his life. He wheels around and shouts at the waiter. Waiter, if you've got a mouth, then speak up. Nanggong Huan continues trying to intervene. Brother Huangfu, that's enough, let's step outside. Suddenly, from a table nearby, Yi Wengdong, the senior disciple of the Kunlun sect, rises to his feet. You had best stop here. They all turn at his words. Nanggong Huan gazes at him with worry. His aura is utterly formidable. Smiling with supreme confidence, Kunlun's Yi Wengdong introduces himself to the group. This humble one is Yi Wengdong. Hearing this, Nanggong Huan is stunned. Yi Wengdong is none other than the one who defeated Dushan, the man they call the Invincible Sword Arbiter. Yi Wengdong clasps his hands and regards the two. This humble one does not know your identities, but judging by your solemn bearing and noble demeanor, you are surely scions of a prestigious and illustrious house. Then he speaks, a trace of contempt flickering across his expression. However, what a pity your character and bearing do not seem to match that standard. These words ignite Huangfu Zhengguang's fury at once. He roars, what did you just say? Nanggong Huan, standing beside him, turns his face away in shame, thinking he isn't wrong. Were my own actions at the market not repaying kindness with ingratitude? Huangfu Zhengguang sneers with disdain character. He forces out a bitter laugh. Does Kunlun, which still keeps company with bandits, have any right to say such things? Why, did Haishan Feng and that silver-haired wretch warn you to watch yourself around me? Kunlun was once hailed as the most mysterious power beyond the border show. Has it fallen so low? These words make Yi Wengdong deeply uneasy. That one Yi Wenghua also fixes her icy gaze upon him. Yi Wengdong's expression suddenly darkens. Insult me and I may endure, but slander my sect, that is utterly unforgivable. The words barely leave his lips before he draws the sword at his hip in a threatening display. Seeing this, Huangfu Zhengguang shows not the slightest fear. Very well, let me witness the strength of the one who defeated Dushan. At precisely this moment, Suo Yin steps forward and speaks softly. The sage once said petty men and shallow women are difficult to please. Draw close, and they lose all respect. Keep distant, and they seethe with resentment. He looks at the little girl and sneers, what nonsense are you babbling? Yi Wengdong, standing beside the child, clearly reveals his worry. Don't come any closer. Miss Suo continues, truly, you are as shallow as any commoner. Revan, your learning is superficial. Let me spell it out for you. Moreover, Confucius also taught that petty men who love to nitpick and belittle others should be kept far away. So I advise you leave this place at once. The little girl shouts, jabbing her finger toward the door, clearly ordering the man to leave the inn without the slightest trace of fear. De Gao, behind them, bursts into laughter at this, which only fans the flames of Huangfu's fury. Huangfu Zhengguang grits his teeth in rage. He was destined to become a king among many it now, from bandits to innkeepers to even a mere child. All dare look down on him. He channels every ounce of his internal energy, his voice a vicious snarl, "You brat, still wet behind the ears, and you dare presume to lecture me." Zhu Yin, far from frightened, continues to lecture even louder. Doesn't the Book of Changes say speak words of virtue and beauty, and blessings will naturally follow? It means that only when one's heart is in harmony with the will of heaven will blessings arrive. Yet, uncle, I see absolutely no sign of such harmony in you. Your entire life has been nothing but mediocrity. Sooner or later, you will bring calamity upon yourself. These words, pouring from the mouth of a child, send him lunging forward in blind fury. Yao, you insolent little wretch. Nangong Huan watches in disbelief. She is barely 10 years old, yet her killing intent is already this fearsome. Outrageous, this is utterly outrageous, he calls out loudly for brother Huangfu. A figure flashes past in an instant, leaving Xu Yin wide-eyed in astonishment. Han Yunho rushes in from seemingly nowhere, raising his arm to block. No, he swiftly positions himself in front of Xu Yin and declares, "I will protect you." Suddenly a tremendous crash echoes through the inn. Nangong Huan gazes anxiously at that senior brother. The Kunlun disciples on this side stand frozen in stunned disbelief. Han Xuan's eyes narrow in confusion, unable to comprehend what just happened. The boy quickly recognizes his savior and calls out. He is in another room. Dong Hun and Haishan Feng the heretic are deep in conversation with a stranger. The stranger speaks, "This humble one is the chief of the Sichuan branch." Liu Deng Qiang also drains her cup. He sneers, "Tr letter 1e5n Vuong, judging by how you address me, it seems you already know who I am." The man nods and replies, "I once served in the Ministry of War and had the honor of beholding your excellency from afar within the imperial palace." Hearing this, Dong Hun immediately asks, "Are you a man of the Yang Prince?" The man lifts his gaze slightly, a cryptic smile forming, "Just old memories." The sword Immortal smiles as well. "Then my affairs are also of the past. Speak freely." After that, Liu Deng Qiang relaxes as well. "In that case, I shall understand that your excellency has come in the capacity of the sword Immortal, and I will receive you with the utmost respect. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Dong Hun's expression turns grave. "Very well, I shall get straight to the point. You surely already know the reason for my visit, don't you?" Liu Deng Qiang gives a slight nod, glancing toward Kun Xian, and replies, "Yes. Of course, these are the findings from the investigation you commissioned. We had to sacrifice a great deal to obtain this intelligence." She then brings forward a dagger and a handkerchief, placing them before him. Looking at the items before him, he chuckles softly. "Sacrifice, you say? Indeed, I've already heard about what happened at Urumqi. I hear that Urumqi was completely wiped out by assassins. The association sent. Is that correct?" Dong Hun picks up the items, musing silently. "I originally only assigned that task to Urumqi to lure the association out. I never expected them to react so violently." He speaks up. "Before Du Hai Un Sang perished, he managed to relay information to us in time. Only then could we barely complete the mission." Hearing this, Dong Hun immediately asks, "Have you found the owner of that saber?" He promptly answers, "It belongs to someone called Xiao Dao Tianluo. I have never heard of that name before." Liu Deng Qiang explains, "He is a figure who rose to prominence during the sword Immortal's absence from the Jianghu. He is currently the manor lord of Qing family manor and has formed a marriage alliance with Jiang Wan, the sect master of the Wandu sect." These words startle him and he exclaims aloud, "What?" The sword Immortal rests his chin on his hand and sighs. "Truly those people have never known how to judge character." "Then this Xiao Dao Tianluo will also be attending the birthday banquet, correct?" He nods. "Yes, most likely." He furrows his brow in thought. "Damn it. There's a high chance I'll run into that woman at the Wandu sect. But now that I know the association has planted agents within the Wandu sect, they must be uprooted completely. I'll attend the birthday banquet with a forged invitation." Seeing Dong Hun rise to his feet, Liu Deng Qiang asks, "Are you truly leaving?" He replies, "Thanks to you all I have gained invaluable intelligence. Indeed, the Central Plains are leagues above the rabble elsewhere. What about the commission fee? He bows respectfully. To be of service to your excellency is already the greatest honor we could ask for. Donghua glances at the items in his hands. Is that so? Then while we're at it, there's one more thing I'd like to ask. The Wu Feihu escort agency incident last year, do you know anything about it? He immediately responds, that was a major event that shook all of Yunnan. We tracked it very closely. Though we haven't been able to investigate every detail, we have confirmed that the Feihu escort agency case is connected to the Dharma Guardian demon Taoistoff, the Ming Tian sect. His secret place of origin is none other than the Feihu escort agency. Donghua recalls the demon Taoist ranks second among the 72 demon stars of the demonic path and is acknowledged as the third most powerful figure in the Ming Tian sect. Alongside the sword demon who once served as vice sect master, they are hailed as the left and right arms of the heavenly demon. However, in stark contrast to his thunderous reputation, information about him remains scarce. All that is known is that he hails from the background of a nameless third-rate wanderer. In his youth he joined Tianxian, starting from the very bottom and climbing step by step to his current position. His age, his hometown, and the two sects of his origin remain mysteries never once revealed. Whenever he clashes with the martial world, he slaughters countless foes with his ice-gold hands, showing no mercy. It is precisely his piercing gaze and ruthless killing intent that earned him the title Blood Flame Demon Taoist. The sword Immortal thinks to himself to have dug up even the demon Taoist's history quite impressive. A faint, amused smile crosses his lips. I see, if you've already uncovered the demon Taoist's background, then you must know this as well. No. Liu Dongqiang asks back, puzzled. Pardon, know what? He continues at a measured pace. The one who accepted Du Hai Unsang's commission and raided the Feihu escort agency in the Great Desert. You know who they are, don't you? Of course we do. He answers promptly. But there's something rather strange. I had assumed the sword Immortal already knew about this. Long Agond was even traveling alongside that person. The sword Immortal is baffled. Traveling alongside? What do you mean? The leader of the Snow Mountain stronghold, Kilian Dioing. The name alone stuns Donghua into speechless disbelief. What? Liu Dongqiang replies awkwardly, all I know is that you willingly embraced that person. Before her words even fade, one of her subordinates bursts through the door. Commander, something big has happened. He speaks in a panicked rush. The Wandu sect appears to be on the verge of waging war against the Black Sword bandits. In an instant, the sword Immortal's hand shoots out from seemingly nowhere. He seizes the man by the throat and slams his face into the floor, knocking the breath from his lungs. He orders sharply, explain yourself, now. Quickly. The man gasps for air, struggling to recount everything. The demon lord of the Black Sword bandits has clashed with Lei Taiqun at an inn. In the meantime, the Wandu sect has mobilized the Black Sword Legion. All of the Black Sword bandits present at the scene, including the children, have been escorted back to the Wandu sect and are being held captive. Hearing this, Donghua clenches his jaw and shouts in alarm, the children. Without another word, he rockets out of the room, leaving Liu Dongqiang and her subordinate staring in stunned bewilderment. He's gone. She kneels down and asks her subordinate, are you all right? The man answers softly that he is fine. As for Kun Xian, she observes quietly from the side. Over 30 years have passed. I would have thought his temperament would have mellowed by now. Truly astonishing. That man they call the sword prodigy. He replies softly, that man has always been unchanging. That is precisely why I consider myself fortunate. She asks skeptical, fortunate? He nods in reply. Indeed, if that man's temperament had changed, I would have had to expend time and resources to account for it. Xian listens with rapt attention. Of course, disasters can never be predicted in advance, but at the very least, one can prepare to some degree. The current sect master of the Zia Wu Gate smiles gently and asks in return, then, Senior, you saying that the time to prepare is precisely now? He bows respectfully and replies, indeed, teach them one thing and they comprehend 10. Truly, one is fortunate to have such a student. She smiles and asks in return, you mean he's going to continue? Even a great sword immortal like him couldn't understand the young lady. Of course, that was also because the young lady was far too extraordinary. She suspects, does she truly believe that is what happened? He listens puzzled. Yes. Recalling how earlier when the sword immortal departed, Donghua furiously issued his orders. Feng Zhuo, prepare our belongings, we leave for Gao Ziyan immediately. He suddenly stops in his tracks. One more thing. The sword Immortal turns, pointing ahead with a raised voice. I'm far too busy to deal with this now. But next time remember to choose a proper location before using the flame heart art. Otherwise, there will be consequences. Understood. Roy Dungkyung stares in astonishment. Something like that actually happened. Zio Jenin smiles coldly. Indeed, he said those words then vanished like the wind. But now things are clear. If we had his strength, we could trample the very organization we've been relentlessly pursuing. With that, she gazes out through the doorway. By now, the evening banquet at Gao Ziyan must have already begun. A slight worry gnaws at Hirsch, hopes there won't be too much bloodshed. Returning to the devastated inn, left in ruins after the clash between Huangfu Zhengang and Kilian Daoing. He sweeps his gaze over the children and asks, "Are you all unharmed? Are any of you injured?" he asks with concern. Han Ziyun lets out a sigh and replies, "I'm fine." Kilian Daoing swings his fishing rod fiercely, snarling with rage, You dare lay a hand on my grandson." He furrows his brow and leans forward. Even the tyrants of old did not dare show me such disrespect. You wretched brat, Daoing fixes Huangfu Zhengang with a frigid glare brimming with killing intent. Han Ziyun cries out in panic from the side. "Grandfather!" She is immediately held back by the adults. "Come here, children, this place is far too dangerous. What were you thinking, charging out like that?" The man questions the person beside him. How did the old Daoing manage to unleash his internal energy? The sword Immortal clearly struck his acupoints. The other speculates, could he have used innate chi to unseal his acupoints? He is stunned by the response. What? To use innate chi at his age would be no different from suicide. Huangfu Zhenggang's face is slick with anxious sweat. That old fishing rod actually shattered my thunder art. Gong Huan stands outside, silently observing and assessing the situation. Subduing an opponent with a single fishing rod that can freely adjust its length at will. There aren't many masters in the Jianghu with such a distinctive ability. He ponders silently, just barely escaped Haishan Feng, and now it's Kilian Daoing. No matter Huangfu brothers' mistakes, he is still a fellow disciple of the same martial lineage. First I must quell Kilian Daoing's fury. Dai Gao speaks softly. I believe it would be unwise to intervene between those two. Can you break through Kilian Daoing? Can you break through Kilian Daoing? I cannot, and truthfully I have no intention of doing so. She glances toward the two brothers. Most importantly, this is a perfect opportunity to weaken the power of Yawang City. Should we really let this chance slip away? Xu Jin nods in agreement upon hearing this. Sound reasoning indeed. Their words leave Gong Huan deeply displeased. What? In a situation like this, you can speak such heartless words. The other listens and replies calmly, Brother Nangam, I understand what you are trying to say. He continues in a measured tone, but as my sister said, in matters like these, it is best we maintain our distance and judge with a cool head. Even if it means sacrificing Huangfu brother, Gong Huan furrows his brow in exasperation. How can you be this ruthless? On the other side, Huangfu Zhengang is screaming. Don't come any closer, he yells at the figure before him. If you have something to say it from there. Kilian Daoing steps closer as he speaks. Out of respect for the divine eagle tyrant king, I will spare your life. But you dared harm my grandson, I will take your right arm here and now. His threat sends visible terror across the young man's face. What? My arm? In the next instant, he sneers and leaps forward toward Kilian Daoing. Now even bandits are trying to mock me. He speaks with utter contempt. What is the black sword bandit supposed to be? I will slaughter every last one of them. Huangfu then charges forward with his ultimate technique, thunder suppression annihilation. Kilian Daoing swiftly sidesteps and evades the attack. He flicks his fishing line toward the young man and says, Come closer, that's much better. Kilian Daoing asks with a razor-sharp gaze, Didn't I warn you that I would take your right arm? The words barely leave his lips before the fishing line coils tight and severs Huangfu Zhenggang's right arm clean from his body. He screams in agony, his face a mask of utter horror as he stares at his severed limb. His face drained of all color, he weeps silently, gazing at his beloved arm. My army arm. The very next moment, he lets out a wail of pure anguish. My arm! Kilian Daoing does not relent, advances and rains blows upon his face. So if you want to start trouble, at least pick an opponent worthy of the challenge, not this sorry display. Huangfu Zhenggang's face is beaten beyond recognition. The old man continues his assault, punctuating each blow with words. You dare look down on me, on these people. Gong Huan is held back outside, jaw dropped at the spectacle. Hyungfu brother, he cries out in fury, demanding the others move aside but receives only refusal. We don't wish to complicate matters further, but our leader is truly enraged. Unless you want war, it's best to stand still. He furrows his brow and says nothing. Deep down, he thinks to himself, these people are no ordinary bandits. Every one of them is a renowned figure in the Jianghu peak-level powerhouses. One cannot simply draw their sword against them. Killian Daoing rises to his feet, his face dripping with killing intent, and coldly orders Hyungfu Zhengang. Get up. Hyungfu Zhengang, his face swollen and bloodied, sits on the ground. He silently laments, terrifying. Is this truly the legendary great demon who once terrorized the entire Jianghu? And I actually dared to charge at a man like this. The old man remains intent on teaching him a lesson he will never forget. Where is that brash arrogance from moments ago? The scene sends Han Zegun into trembling fear. He speaks with a voice seething with anger. Why didn't you heed my warning from the start? If you had, you wouldn't be suffering like this. Suddenly, a small hand grabs hold of Daoing's blood-soaked sleeve. Xiaojun speaks to comfort him. Please don't be so angry. The little girl lifts her glistening, wide eyes and says to him, this is enough. He then looks toward Han Zegun, who stands anxiously outside, and understands. Now I see why my grandson is so smitten with her. Daoing glances at the unconscious Hyungfu Zhengang and remarks, at this point, as long as the bleeding is properly staunched, he'll survive. Gong Huan supports his senior brother nearby, listening with a furrowed brow. That way he can still breathe and survive. Though it may seem reckless, this one does not take lives lightly. From this day forward, do better. After this ordeal, learn to judge the character of men. The words barely leave his lips before he turns on his heel and departs. Su Zhen steps forward, hesitating. The breath of life still lingers in the fallen man, but one look is all it takes. Nangong Hon understands. As a martial artist, that man's life is already completely over. Dai Gao simply watches from the side, a cold thought surfacing in her mind. This matter has already spiraled far beyond what she had anticipated. A catastrophe like this, erupting on the eve of the grand birthday celebration, will the Poison King truly sit idle? Her eyes drift to Hyungfu Zhenguang, supported by Nangong Hon's arm, as she silently calculates their next move. Moreover, if word of this man's severed arm reaches the ears of those in Overlord City, then by any means necessary, we cannot allow their fury to fall upon us. Suddenly, she senses a bone-chilling aura emanating from somewhere nearby. Wait, that aura is coming from outside. A squadron of black-robed figures materializes out of thin air, their voices thundering, Black Blade bandits. Abandon the inn and surrender at once. Hearing the shout, Su Zhen peers outside and mutters under his breath, this is trouble. Dai Gao, standing beside him, sees his expression and calls out his name sharply. He turns back inside, forcing a strained smile, and announces, the Black Blade Squad has arrived. The Wandu sect's elite strike force, the Black Blade Squad, has just received their report. They now stand before Su Zhen's inn. The two groups facing each other with eyes locked in open hostility. Inside, Dai Gao curses silently under her breath. Damn it all, did someone actually report the commotion after witnessing it? She turns to Su Zhen and speaks. Su Zhen, hurry, take Hyungfu and get out of here. Nangong Hon hears this and immediately raises his voice in protest. Wait, aren't we the ones who caused this whole mess in the first place? We should stay and cooperate with their investigation. Su Zhen sighs heavily. Nangong, brother, pull yourself together. Nangong Hon stands outside, utterly bewildered. What? Su Zhen continues, his voice low and urgent. If the Wandu sect discovers we were associated with the Black Blade bandits, what do you think they'll say? Won't it utterly disgrace the reputation of the 5 great families? Nangong Hon hears this and stands frozen, speechless. The other two seize the moment and dash away, not forgetting to leave one final command. If you understand, then take care of Hyungfu and get out of here now. From somewhere to the side, Yi Yingdu approaches and places a hand on the shoulder of the pillar figure from Yishan Pavilion. Yi Yingdu speaks gently, his tone reassuring. Hey, that's Kunlun, don't worry about it, just go. Nangong Hon stares at Yi Yingdu, his face a tangled mess of confusion and anxiety, his lips parting as if to speak, yet no words come. The very next second he grits his teeth in shame and bolts, leaving behind only a single hoarse whisper, my deepest apologies. Meanwhile, the Killian elder barks orders to those assembled before him, lead the children out through the back entrance now. one of them hesitates. Then speaks up, "Brother, don't tell me you're planning to fight alone." The elder furrows his brow. "This mess was of my making, I will deal with it myself." The man cries out, "How can you say such a thing? I absolutely refuse to abandon my comrades and flee like a coward." Another voice chimes in, voicing his fierce agreement. "You speak true." The Killian elder hears their loyalty and finds himself at a complete loss for words. "Hai Wu, even you." Before he can finish, Yi Yingdu has already stepped forward. He moves swiftly to the Killian elder's side, firmly opposing his plan. "You must not fight. First, express your intention to surrender." The Kunlun elder stands there, utterly dumbfounded, unable to form a single word. Yi Yingdu glances toward Su Zhen and Han Xian in the distance, then continues. "There are still children here. Another unnecessary clash will put them in grave danger." One of the men eyes him suspiciously. "So you're saying we should just let ourselves be captured?" "Not at all. On the honor of Kunlun, I will ensure everyone retreats safely." He answers calmly, deliberately, even as he moves to prevent a full-blown battle from erupting between the Wandu sect and the Black Blade bandits. His words left Mu Wengjia and the Kunlun disciples utterly astonished. Mu Wengjia hurried forward to block his intent. "No, did I not tell you to stop meddling in the affairs of the Black Sword bandits?" But he remained steadfast in his resolve. "This disciple apologizes, but I will continue forward with them." "What?" He spoke with unwavering conviction. "This disciple fully understands martial uncle's teachings. The sect's instruction and my duty as first senior brother are of great importance. It is my obligation as one who represents Kunlun." The remaining disciples listened with rapt attention as their first senior brother spoke. "However, when I learned from my master and grandmaster King He, I was taught something far more important than how to wield a sword." His face turned cold, eyes sharp as blades, brows tightly knitted as he uttered words brimming with iron resolve. "It is the chivalrous spirit, the spirit of righteousness I learned from them. And the path of chivalry I have always carried in my heart is." Hearing this, worry washed over Mu Wengjia's face. His eyes turned bewildered, brows shooting upward in alarm. He raised his voice, "It is precisely this." Having said his piece, Yi Yingdu turned and walked away, murmuring softly, "Forgive me, martial uncle." The old man could only furrow his brow in silence. Meanwhile, Han Xian, noticing her senior brother's departure, could not help but take notice. She gently placed her hand on Yi Yingshan's shoulder beside her, a thought forming in her mind. She stepped forward, grasped Yi Yingdu's arm and said, "Senior brother, I wish to join as well." He was visibly taken aback. Then the voice of Killian Diaolo suddenly rang out. "To think I would receive help from Kunlun of all places. Living long enough truly lets one witness all manner of things in this world." He extended his hand forward and said calmly, "I look forward to working with you." "Likewise." Yi Yingdu quickly clasped hands with him in return. The scene shifts to the grand birthday banquet. Someone exclaimed, well, isn't that the fellow from before? Could it be our new sect master?" Jiang Guang, hearing this from the side, laughed so wide the sun could not be seen. "You shouldn't say such things." He gazed at the bustling crowd passing before him and thought, "This is a sight I have long awaited." 30 years. A full 30 years, the sect masters of every sect across the Sichuan region. Envoys dispatched by every great power, including the 10 pillars of the martial world. Renowned scholars and masters from across the Jianghu. All of them have gathered here. If I seize the position, the sect master standing before Thema, vast portion of the Jianghu would fall entirely into his hands. He smiled with a sinister, calculating air, every inch the scheming villain. From behind Jiang Guang, a voice called out, "Son-in-law, seeing your radiant expression fills this old man with joy." He quickly turned and replied, "Father-in-law." The one who spoke was none other than Xiao Dao Tianla, the master of Qing family manor. His tone dripped with flattery. How much of it was genuine, none could say. "Father-in-law, your bearing is as magnificent as ever. Whatever you've been eating, you look so hale and hard to please. Do teach this useless son-in-law of yours." Xiao Dao Tianla laughed heartily. "Very well, when the time comes I'll teach you a thing or two, but it seems your own father hasn't yet arrived." "Has he?" Jiang Guang smiled awkwardly. "Indeed, that man is impossible to predict. I hear he drank quite a lot last night." The old man chuckled. "Truly now, speaking of which, I'd very much like to find an occasion to sit down with your father and share a drink." Jiang Guang beside him brightened, eager to fulfill the wish. Very well, I'll arrange it, though I cannot fathom the reason. My father seems quite displeased with father-in-law. In his mind, Jiang Guang silently mulled over his own father. By nature he's never been one to show warmth to anyone. Even with his own Sanmas never been kind. One look was all it took to understand. Jiang Guang gazed toward Xiao Dao Tianla and continued his thoughts. In truth, the one who has treated me more like a father than my own ever did is father-in-law himself. To have climbed to this position, I owe a great deal to my father-in-law's aid. He steps forward, lightly gripping Xiao Dao Tianluo's shoulder with a grin. When the time comes, this son-in-law will surely host a grand feast in your honor. The old man smiles and replies, I very much look forward to it. From outside, a subordinate enters and reports, Young master, the Black Sword boss has arrived. The Black Sword bandits who were causing a ruckus at the inn have been captured and are currently imprisoned at the Skyguarding Pavilion. Xiao Dao Tianluo is slightly stunned. Son-in-law, what is all this about? He smiles in reply. Those Black Sword bandits have been quite the thorn in our side lately, haven't they? They've always vexed me beyond measure. How fortunate that they've walked right into the trap. The old man stares at his son-in-law but says nothing. After a few seconds, the head of the Qing family manor speaks up. Today is surely a joyous day for you, son-in-law. Not only have you plucked a thorn from your side, but today you also ascend to the position of sect master. Hearing this, he beams until his face turns beet red. Indeed, truly a day worth celebrating. In his mind, he thinks yesterday, the sect master position I've always coveted will finally be mine. Succeeding the Poison King himself. A booming voice from outside suddenly seizes the attention of both men within. The sect master graces us with his presence. In that very instant, shock and razor-sharp vigilance flash across Jiang Guang's eyes. Every nerve in his body screams to full alert. His pupils contract as cold sweat streams down his face, utterly astonished after laying eyes upon the sect master. The one who entered is none other than his own father, the supreme ruler of Sichuan, the undisputed master of poisons and antidotes. The banquet swiftly commences, accompanied by a vibrant spectacle of song and dance. Wine has been prepared in full measure. Donghua stands gazing down from above, silently appraising the scene below. The Poison King's 70th birthday feast is extravagance incarnate. The crowd below revels in the bustling, lively atmosphere. He muses to himself how strange. Just a few months ago he yearned to elbow his way into such gatherings to make his name known to the world. And yet now, none of it seems to carry any meaning. After capturing the Black Sword bandits, the bandits had expressed their intent to surrender. Perhaps unwilling to spark a major conflict on the eve of the feast, they had temporarily confined the bandits. Apart from the Kunlun members at the little sky pavilion within the Wandu sect's villa, Donghua suddenly recalls his junior sister and the children. Though Donghua is also being held captive alongside the children, he cannot deter her unwavering resolve to stay by their side. No matter what happens after the feast ends, he must rescue his brothers and the children, all of them to safety. This is a vow he swore upon his honor and upon the name of Kunlun. Suddenly, someone approaches Donghua's seat with slow, deliberate steps. Gong Huan glances toward Donghua, who is lost in deep thought and remarks, "This place doesn't seem to suit you, does it?" The man approaches with a hazy, wine-glazed look in his eyes. "You're the fellow I met at the inn earlier. I must apologize for my discourtesy. I am Gong Huan of the Nan Gong family. If it's no trouble, might I sit beside you?" Donghua replies, "Suit yourself." The man beside him is too busy pouring wine, seemingly not having caught a single word. Then he murmurs hazily, "At the inn, I was discourteous. My little commotion caused your brothers to be dragged away as well. If there's anything you need my help with, just say the word." Donghua thanks him but asks, "Where are the companions who were with you?" Gong Huan's reflection on the wine flask looks far from cheerful. "Isn't it laughable? I once thought those bonds were precious, assumed they felt the same about me." He continues, his tone flat and detached, but in truth, everyone only looks out for themselves. They'd stab you in the back without a second thought. Donghua shows a look of empathy and speaks up, "I'm no different." He raises his empty cup toward Gong Huan with a wry smile, gesturing for a drink. "Could you spare me a cup of wine?" Gong Huan scratches his head, bewildered. "Oath wine's already run dry." "Wait right here, I'll go fetch more immediately." Donghua grows visibly embarrassed. "My apologies for the trouble. On the stage below, the Poison King raises his cup to address the crowd. Esteemed guests, please lend this old man a moment of your attention. I am deeply grateful that each of you has traveled such distances to celebrate this old man's birthday. After all, for a man to die is nothing out of the ordinary. Gong Huan, surprisingly alert despite his drunken state, exclaims in admiration. The Six Harmonies sound transmission, truly worthy of the Poison King. The Six Harmonies sound transmission is a technique that projects one's voice uniformly from front, back, left, right, above, and below, rendering listeners utterly unable to pinpoint its source. Donghua merely smiles to himself. Having once experienced Hui Guang mind speech, a technique that conveys thought directly without words, the Six Harmonies sound transmission feels utterly unremarkable by comparison. Hui Guang mind speech, a method that transmits meaning directly into the mind, bypassing spoken language entirely. The Poison King below continues speaking through the Six Harmonies sound transmission, wishing in his heart to shake every guest's hand in gratitude, but his failing strength no longer permits it. For 30 years this old man has shouldered a burden far too great. Now, I wish to lay it down and return to the carefree life of a wanderer in the Jianghu. Jiang Guang is taken aback. Father, I thought he would announce this on the final day of the feast. I never expected it on the very first day. But then he grins gleefully to himself. No matter, from this day forward that seat is mine, my era dawns now. So what if the old man still has his shortcomings? I wish to entrust this burden to my granddaughter. However, the Poison King's next words leave Jiang Guang frozen in place, his face slack with disbelief. The surrounding guests erupt into ceaseless murmurs over this revelation. Did His Excellency just say he's passing the position to the remnant blood poison flower? Then what of the patriarch? What becomes of him? Jiang Guang's body trembles as he calls out, "Father." He then strides toward the stage to confront him directly. "Father, you say you're passing it to her. What is the meaning of this? Are you certain you haven't made a mistake?" The Poison King's expression darkens, a flicker of mockery glinting in his eyes. "A mistake? Have you ever known me to make one? I am deadly serious." The words barely leave his lips before he turns and walks away, leaving his son standing there in a daze, utterly unable to comprehend what just transpired. He stands frozen in place. Why, what is the reason? Jiang Guang's eyes widen in terror, cold sweat cascading down his face. What did I do wrong this time? Without warning, bizarre surges of power ripple through the banquet hall like bolts of lightning, leaving even the Poison King and Jiang Guang momentarily stunned. The Poison King raises his hand in an instant, ready to act. In the next heartbeat, he conjures a wave of azure light that intercepts the incoming streaks of energy. The onlookers witness his effortlessly devastating display and erupt into gasps of admiration. He purged all that residual energy in a single move. He whips his head around. What is the meaning of this commotion? A voice reports urgently, "Your Excellency, an unidentified intruder has appeared and is throwing the entire Wandu sect into chaos. The enemy has breached our gates. Escort the guests to safety at once. Everyone, prepare for battle. The one behind this havoc is none other than our sword Immortal." Haishan Feng surveys their spoils and remarks, "They've been annihilated completely." The sword Immortal beside him merely casts a glance, his eyes cold and razor-sharp. "Xiu Yan, where is Xiu Yan? Is this all they amount to?" A voice suddenly rings out from above, instantly seizing the attention of both men. "Who invited you here?" The one who spoke is the Thunder Dragon Ghost, life-ending flying needle Tang Zishan. The men charge toward the sword Immortal below, bellowing furiously, "Do you even know where you are, daring to?" Before they can finish their words, Donghua, seething with rage, unleashes a thunderbolt strike that crashes down from the heavens. His terrifying power slams them flat against the ground, unable to so much as lift their heads. Lei Longui and Tang Zishan fold in a single strike. Haishan Feng, standing nearby, is inwardly marveling at the display when the sword Immortal cuts him off. "So it's wicked Feng." He fixes his blood-red, murderous gaze upon him and barks an order. "Go find Xiu Yan and bring her here." At this moment, Jiang Guang steps outside to survey the scene. What is all this commotion? The 10-section cyclone barrier was clearly deployed. A wheel-shaped defensive formation enveloping the outer grounds in sectors. And the Yunhai poison arts, an intricate mechanism designed to strike any intruder breaching the inner sanctum, all set to prevent exactly this kind of result. Fear is written plainly across his face. Could they have all been destroyed in such a short time? Impossible, that cannot be. Jiang Guang clutches his head in despair. Today was supposed to be flawless. After ascending to the sect master's seat and earning the world's respect, I never wanted such chaos. The Poison King steps forward from somewhere and scolds, "Truly a good-for-nothing, father." Jiang Guang turns his head to reply, but San Biat speaks coldly to his useless son, "I should never have chosen you as the sect master's successor. I was ruthless enough to slaughter all my own brothers by assassination by poison all to place you on that seat. Every last bit of it was a mistake." Jiang Guang trembles and asks, "Dead? What do you mean, father? I still keep in contact with my uncles from time to time." The old man roars, "Enough, even now you dare let your father's birthday feast be ruined. And what are all these? You dare defile my wax treasures." He trembles violently, "But father, that wasn't my doing." The more he speaks, the more the Poison King's fury mounts. "You should have stopped people like this from setting foot here in the first place. No one has the right to ruin the Poison King's birthday feast." San Biat speaks in a hoarse growl, his clouded eyes burning with intensity. "The Wandu sect cannot suffer such indignity. We must instill fear throughout the Jianghu. When people speak of the Wandu sect, not a single soul dares lift their head. That is precisely why I will not choose you as the sect master's successor. Fortunately, your daughter still has some sense. Step aside and support the child." He grows increasingly despondent, his heart filled with doubt. "Am I truly your son, father?" The Poison King does not answer. He merely tilts his gaze toward the sky and speaks of other matters. "Very well, the one responsible for this I will deal with them myself. Today, when my granddaughter takes her first steps into the world, I will not let these bizarre occurrences stand in her way." He then calls out loudly for the 8 Lords of Might. The 8 Lords of Might appear swiftly, bowing with utmost respect. "You summoned us, my lord." The Poison King Tang Sobyu is the man who earned the royal title, a founding hero who helped establish the Wandu sect alongside other meritorious pioneers. He speaks in a low voice, "Capture the wretch who ruined this old man's birthday feast and bring him before me." Every one of them has reached a transcendent realm. They are the specters of the Poison King and the Wandu sect. The Poison King quickly adds, "But do not kill them, I must see their faces clearly first." The 8 Lords of Might scatter instantly, hunting for the targets the Poison King has named. The old man with silver-white hair speaks up, "Enemies below, everyone draw your weapons, we surround them the moment we descend." Their voices quickly catch Donghun's attention. Though surrounded, he simply stands there, radiating contempt. "And here I thought it was someone important." The sword Immortal smirks. "These must be the killing weapons created by Heen, the former patriarch of the Tang clan and father of the Poison King. I heard there were 13 of them. Could these be the survivors from the culling? So many of them survived." The old man furrows his brow. "A mere brat dares to speak His Excellency's name, utterly presumptuous." He then charges at the sword Immortal, but Donghun sidesteps the attack with ease as one would swat a fly. Sensing the poisonous aura spreading through the air, he mutters inwardly, "Poison bone technique, what a nuisance." Yet even as he weathers their attacks, he asks coolly, "You don't recognize me? I see, if you don't know then you must die." The sword Immortal swings his blade with cold indifference, unleashing a torrent of thunderous power straight toward the 8 Lords of Might. "That power's get her now." The leader gasps in alarm and warns the others. But in the very next instant, every last one of them is hurled into the air by the sword Immortal's devastating force. The old man is stunned. He had already suspected it upon seeing the chaos, but this opponent is no ordinary figure. He employs a crushing offensive strategy, annihilating his foes with a single decisive blow. A calculation forms in the old man's mind when he unleashes one strike. His next will inevitably target the rear. A strike that powerful must consume tremendous internal energy. We must eliminate him the moment he shows an opening. Seizing that opportunity, he and the men behind him rush toward the sword Immortal. Donghun responds by unleashing an even more terrifying surge of power lightning bolts that seem to tear space itself asunder. Suddenly, the sword Immortal frowns slightly, noticing the purple miasma swirling around him. He realizes his vision has been obscured by the poison bone technique. In the very next instant, a volley of spears hurtles straight toward the sword Immortal. The 8 Lords of Might surge forward with a thunderous battle cry, "Attack!" The sharp spears plunge straight into the spot where Donghun had stood just moments before. The old man grins in triumph. "Now you're nothing but a rat caught in a trap." But reality rarely favors dreams. Sword Immortal has long since vanished, throwing the old man into a blind panic. He vanished. He shouts. Where has he gone? Donghua has already flanked them from behind. His voice drips with contempt. You fools, I was willing to spare you out of respect for my past ties with Heen. But there is no other way. He raises his sword in one swift motion. Brilliant arcs of lightning racing along the blade and coursing through his body. The old man's eyes widen in shock. That sword it is undoubtedly Donghua's sword chi. He unleashes a devastating strike, generating a blinding wave of energy that cracks and shatters the wall before him. The wave of power continues to obliterate everything in its path. Even the Poison King, standing at a distance, trembles with dread. Those terrifying bolts of lightning scatter wildly, streaking straight toward where he stands. As expected, they strike him squarely in the face, sending blood spraying in all directions. The onlookers are utterly stunned by this display of power. The Great Hall has collapsed. Someone speaks, voice filled with disbelief. Impossible, that sword ki, it's the White Dragon's explosive Thunder Mountain, the first technique of the White Dragon 10 swords, created by the Sword Sovereign. How could he wield the Sword Sovereign's art? He approaches slowly, sword in hand. So then what do you intend to do? You brat! The Sword Immortal flashes a provocative smile. The entire crowd stares at Donghua, heads swimming with doubt. Could he be the Sword Sovereign? Has the Sword Sovereign truly appeared? Impossible. One of them nudges the person beside him and asks, Grandmaster, didn't you have a past connection with the Sword Sovereign? The one addressed replied, indeed it was true, but that was from their childhood days. Grandmaster Yao Zhai of the Tianzhong Fire Buddha was one of the most illustrious monks that Shaolin Temple was proud to boast. Bearing the title of the Living Buddha, he possessed extraordinary Dharma power and commanded the reverence of all who knew him. He gazed upon the sword Immortal and mused in his youth. The young man bore an uncanny resemblance to Abbot xianxia, as though time itself were being rewound. Could it be that during that time he encountered some long-lost kin? He called out Abbot xianxia. The Sword Sovereign was no mere sword Immortal. Might I ask about the relationship between the two of you? Donghua replied cheerfully. I didn't expect that. In the time we haven't met, you've aged quite a bit, old friend. Long time no see, you little faker. Tell me, do you still draw maps on your blankets every morning these days? The Grandmaster felt a secret pang of emotion upon hearing this. He silently recalled those childhood days standing timidly beside Donghua, who towered several heads above him. Donghua said with a hint of pride, raising his eyebrows, look around, there are quite a few familiar faces here, wouldn't you say? Then Donghua slowly pointed out and named each person he had encountered in the past, leaving every single one of them stunned. I see there's a girl over there, her name was something like Hoa, wasn't it? And the little angel trailing behind her has shown up too. And there's the kid who used to sneak erotic books past his teacher, right? Yet he surveyed the crowd with a hint of disappointment. Even after I've said all that, you lot still can't recognize who I am. Donghua raised an eyebrow and sneered. After all, whether it's this one or that one, your management has grown far too lax. I suppose I've been living far too quietly as of late. Grandmaster Yao Zhai thought to himself, it truly is the Sword Sovereign. He hurried forward to block the Sword Immortal's path. This won't do, you're already over 90 years old, yet you come here looking like this. He gritted his teeth and questioned in disbelief. Jai Ran Shizhu Abbot Zhang Xuan, might I ask why you have come to the Wandu sect? They laid hands on my son. Donghua's answer left the Grandmaster somewhat incredulous. Your son, did you say? He replied in disbelief. The Black Sword Thief. This revelation made the Grandmaster even more incredulous. The Black Sword Thief. Who would have thought that behind the Black Sword Thief stood the Sword Sovereign himself as his backing? The Black Sword Thief had even severed the left arm of Imperial Prince Jin Zhaohuan, youngest son of the Xin dynasty's tyrant king in the capital. Everyone had witnessed him being spirited away, carried on someone's back. The surrounding crowd chattered in chaos, while Jiang Guang stood behind in utter silence, unmoved. Everyone, move to the Xiao Tian pavilion, restrain those deviants, he commanded his subordinates, silently calling out a name in his mind. The Sword Immortal lightly turned his head, threatening the crowd behind him. Hey, you lot, don't you move even a single step. If you want your heads to fly, go ahead and try. Before the crowd could so much as twitch, he added, I warned you before, didn't I? I told you lot to stop playing around like common street thugs. Donghua slightly turned his head and sneered coldly. You're squabbling and brawling, I couldn't care less about that, but I warned you, don't you dare touch innocent civilians and children. Haven't I said it over and over until my mouth went dry? Just moments ago, his entire being radiated the aura of a righteous protagonist. But now he looked every inch the true villain. He gripped the sword in his hand and spoke in a voice cold as steel. "But now you dare lay hands on my child." A man spoke up in sheer terror. It was the Black Sword faction. The extremists. We knew nothing about it. And the chaos was certainly provoked by the Black Sword faction first. Shenji stepped forward, one deliberate step at a time. "Hey, you think I don't know what's going on?" It was surely that imperial prince who threatened the child first. Donghua paused briefly, then looked toward Sanbit and asked our esteemed guild leader, "Why have you been silent this whole time?" Within the sect, there existed a secret realm that had long since become the stuff of legend, the Cavern of Celestial Darkness. It was a cavern where the heavens themselves darkened and descended. Only those who had reached the absolute pinnacle of cultivation within the sect could set foot inside. Deep within, xianxia was conversing with someone, her voice brimming with astonishment. "Really? Someone actually rejected our grandmother? Impossible." She seemed unable to believe her own ears. From within the lightless cavern, a voice resonated. "Isn't that so? Though I may be old now, in my youth I was quite the standout, you know." Of course he was that proud, it only made me like him even more. Jai spoke with deep skepticism. Someone actually rejected grandmother, truly unimaginable. Standing nearby and witnessing everything. Li Kaio thought to herself, that young lady is truly remarkable. It's hard to believe she can converse so casually with the master of the Cavern of Celestial Darkness. The master of the Cavern of Celestial Darkness, Meng Lang Mayuth, supreme puppeteer behind the Wandu sect, was an existence that made every martial artist in the Jianghu tremble with fear. This person knew every affair of the Wandu sect. If anything displeased her about how the sect was run, she was also famous for having used the 6 harmonies celestial voice or the 5 banners celestial voice to convey her opinions to the Poison King. The Poison King always treated her counsel as the highest priority. Li Kaio raised her head, musing further. Even when later generations came seeking aid, this person was famous for never showing her face. Yet toward that young lady in particular, she was remarkably soft-hearted. Jiang gently conversed with her grandmother. After all, the person who caught grandmother's eye must have been very handsome, right? Indeed, I have never seen a more handsome young man. By the way, has any young man caught your eye recently, dear? The grandmother replied, but not without posing that question, leaving the girl thoroughly embarrassed. "Oh grandmother, where on earth did you hear such a thing?" Hearing this, her grandmother grew curious. "Tell me what he looks like. If he meets my approval, I'll lend you a hand, dear." She thought for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Oh, looking at it that way, they really do resemble each other, don't they?" Seeing the person inside the cave questioning her, she quickly explained, "That's the painting hanging in grandmother's room." She stared at the painting before her and sighed. "I always thought, how could this be possible? But it really is so. This person bears a striking resemblance to that one." The old woman heard this, her voice trembling with astonishment. "What did you say?" She gently rubbed her chin. "How can they look so alike?" "Grandmother, the person you mentioned, your first love." A sudden deafening roar erupted through the space, cutting off the words she had not yet finished. Jiang gazed at the streak of green light before her, and asked Li Jindong, "What has happened at the main hall?" The figure within burst forth without warning, sending the ornamental stone formations scattering in all directions. "So that person has returned to the mortal world." She stared at the scene in shock. From within the blazing light, a woman emerged, a face as dark as night, eyes sharp as blades. It was grandmother. The old woman smiled and spoke. "I have waited long enough." The sword saint turned back. Donghua stood at a distance and called out, "Poison King. Is it? Won't you say something?" Suddenly, a voice transmission reached the sword Immortal. "Something has happened." He lightly rubbed his ear and asked, "Bad news?" The messenger hesitated before reporting, "I've found the location of the children and the black sword thief." But upon hearing this, the saintess caught the transmission too, and Donghua's brow furrowed deeply. "What is it? What happened to Xiao Yin?" The bearer of bad news scratched his head. "Damn it all." The Poison King stands there listening. He sneers as he studies the expression on the sword Immortal's face. "Something must have happened, hadn't it? Even if you are the sword immortal, what meaning does it hold? You cannot even keep a single promise. Donghun's expression darkens upon hearing this. He snaps in fury, I couldn't keep mine, then outsiders like you should hold your tongues. Look at the state of your own house first, who here truly failed to protect what was most precious. The Poison King retorts, indeed you are the one who brought things to this pass. On the very day of my birthday celebration, no less. The people of the Wandu sect, my own subordinates. As he speaks, his fury peaks, and the power within him erupts violently. You dare do this even after causing such a catastrophe, and you think you can walk away unscathed. Even if you hold authority in the Jianghu, you are nothing more than a relic of a bygone era. The world has changed greatly, I will show you that right here and now. Immediately after, his entire body is engulfed by an immense surge of power. The Grandmaster standing nearby watches and thinks inwardly, how can the Poison King so openly manifest his chi intent, a technique only those who have reached the absolute pinnacle of their realm can wield in full view of everyone. Is he trying to sway the hearts of the crowd? Indeed. The surrounding people begin to stir into commotion. If it is the Poison King's power, and if we lend our aid, could we perhaps defeat the Sword Immortal? One man hears this and says, isn't the Sword Immortal affiliated with Wudang? In truth, aligning with the Wandu sect is far better than siding with Wudang. Immediately after, the entire crowd encircles the Sword Immortal, silently declaring their allegiance to the Poison King. He regards the mob without a flicker of emotion. Yes, this is exactly the Jianghu I know. He draws his sword, its power radiating outward, and sneers. A place filled only with people like you, crawling with frauds and hypocrites. It's been a long time since I've experienced this. How delightful. Before the battle can commence, a mysterious purple mist materializes in the air, so sudden that even the Sword Immortal widens his eyes in shock. The Boa Spirit Demon Queen descends from the heavens with overwhelming force. Who dares cause chaos in My domain? The crowd below is stunned by this sudden appearance. The Boa Spirit Demon Queen, she has appeared. The long-haired elder freezes, a mixture of fear and anxiety washing over his features. Is it you? The remaining people prostrate themselves one after another. In utmost reverence, we greet the Demon Queen. She hovers above, her voice cold as she demands what exactly is going on here. The Poison King clasps his hands and replies, my deepest apologies, madam, for the disturbance. He glances nervously toward the Sword Immortal behind him and says with trepidation, it is merely that this man dared to insult this seat. I intended to make him pay the price. The Sword Immortal, feeling their combined attention settle upon him, swallows hard and lowers his head slightly. Seeing this, the Demon Queen shows a flicker of disappointment. Still the same as before, she says bitterly. Oblivious that his downfall is imminent, the Poison King clasps his hands cheerfully and says, but since you have arrived, madam, we can now crush that man together. She calls out softly, stand by. Yes, madam. Immediately after, a torrent of black chi erupts from her entire being. She speaks, her eyes blazing crimson, her voice glacial. Everything I instructed you so carefully, it seems you have forgotten all of it, haven't you? A sliver of doubt creeps into his expression. The Demon Queen slowly, deliberately places her hand upon his throat and speaks in a low, measured tone. There will come a day when Shang Gong returns from the western regions. Until that day, you are to cause no more trouble. When it happens, you are to inform me immediately. She lunges forward in fury, seizing the old Poison King by the throat. This is what I commanded, and you have treated it as nothing all this time. The Demon Queen crushes his throat with terrifying force and says coldly, I despise having to repeat myself. She releases her grip. Sanbai's body plummets like a lifeless puppet, crashing straight down onto the cold stone floor. Donghua watches the scene unfold, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The madness in the air remains unbroken. On the ground, Sanbai lies utterly motionless, his entire body rigid as if every last wisp of spiritual energy has been drained from him. Jiang Guang stands behind, sweat beading across his forehead, shock consuming his face. Is father dead, he thinks. To die so easily, at the Demon Queen's hands. The crowd that had stood by watching moments ago now erupts in anxious murmurs. Has the Demon Queen slain the Poison King? Then what will become of the Wandu sect? What do we do now? Jiang Guang's brow knits tightly, sweat streaming down both temples, raw panic etched across his face. The Wandu sect, what must I, as the next patriarch, do now? He gazes down at his father's lifeless form and tells himself, I must step forward on my own. How terrifying, son-in-law. In moments like these you must keep your composure even more. Xiao Dao Tianluo's voice suddenly sounds from somewhere unseen. Jiang Guang trembles as he responds, father-in-law, where are you? Hidden in some shadowed corner, Xiao Dao Tianluo quietly guides his son-in-law. For now, bow your head low and focus solely on survival. After that, we will seize the Wandu sect. His face is full of scheming calculation. The grudge with our in-laws can be settled later, it will not be too late. Jiang Guang hears this and can only lower his head, worry so intense that beads of cold sweat pour down his face. Immediately after, he abandons everything and turns his back to leave. After dealing with the Poison King, the Boa Spirit Demon Queen simply stands there, staring at her own hand, her entire body wreathed in a somber, dark aura. She fixes her gaze upon the sword Immortal, her emotions utterly unreadable. Donghua meets her gaze in return, his own eyes quiet yet unfathomably deep. He thinks to himself, I feared a situation like this would come to pass. I tried my best to avoid revealing this identity. The sword Immortal's cold voice cuts through the air, startling everyone around him. He turns his head slightly and asks, shall we continue? By the way, I am in a truly foul mood right now. Choose your next move wisely. The crowd exchanges bewildered glances, then immediately drops to their knees, kowtowing before Donghua in abject apology. We were wronged. The sword Immortal's fury leaves nothing but a heap of rubble where the Wandu sect's pride once stood. The assault on the Wandu sect concludes with the sword saint's resounding victory. The sect master of the Wandu sect is forced to publicly apologize to the sword saint for all that has transpired. The Poison King's birthday celebration has turned into a day of mourning. Jiang Guang, along with his daughter and Xiao Dao Tianluo, bow deeply in reverence. Forgive me, Your Excellency. I failed to recognize the sword Immortal before me. Donghua responds flatly, an apology will suffice. His gaze shifts to the elder behind them. Are you Qing Liu Huan? I hear you are the patriarch of the Qing family. Yes, it is I, sword Immortal. The sword Immortal's indifference clearly leaves him flustered. The three of them quickly take their leave with a parting bow. Then we shall take our leave. Suddenly, a sweet voice rings out. Catching the sword Immortal's attention, Grandpa. Xu Yan comes running from somewhere, happily throwing herself into his arms, leaving him momentarily stunned. He gently pats his granddaughter's head, but the tenderness doesn't last long before his hand lands firmly on her hair in reprimand. Why is it that everywhere you go, trouble follows? What were you thinking, refusing to leave even after I sent Haishan Feng's men to fetch you? The girl can only squeal, ow ow grandpa, that hurts. Where is Xiu Yin? He sighs, his tone tinged with disbelief. Truly, even hearing it from your own lips, I still cannot believe it. The girl quickly retorts, if I had left with Haishan Feng's escort, your coming here would have meant nothing at all. And if I had gone out first, those nasty uncles would never have apologized to you. Her words catch him off guard. The sword Immortal reflects inwardly the difference between simply going to rescue someone and sending Haishan Feng's subordinates to handle it. The gulf between those two approaches is immense. Compared to executing a feintan strike maneuver to save his subordinates, single-handedly confronting the entire Wandu sect and shielding them would leave a far greater impression. Xiujin grins so wide her face seems to disappear. She continues, and even if it weren't for the reasons I just said, as long as I was there, I knew you would come, Grandpa. The sword Immortal kneels down and pinches the girl's plump cheeks hard. This old man isn't someone who can do everything, you know. From now on, instead of worrying about me, look after yourself first. The man with silver-white hair smiles warmly. His gentle gaze soft as he speaks to the little girl. The most important person in this world to me is you. The little girl hears this and replies with a joyful smile. Yes, among the group from the Kunlun sect, Yi Yingdu speaks up, Master, we will not be returning to Kunlun. These words cause Mei Wangjia's eyes to widen in shock. What? Beside him, Yi Yinghua speaks as well. From this day forward, I wish to follow the black sword thief and see the world. The old master looks at them both and asks, must you truly go to such lengths? He replies, I want to see more of the world. After gaining enough new experiences, I will return. I will also send a separate letter to you and Marshal Uncle Shah Bidu back at Kunlun. I hope you both can understand. He gazes at his master with unwavering resolve. If there are sins I must bear, I shall accept them all, even if it means being stripped of my title as senior brother. Yi Yinghua quickly adds, Master, I share the same sentiment as senior brother. I wish to explore this vast world. The old master replies slowly, "Is that so? Very well, go both of you." Having said this, Mei Wengjie turns and walks back inside. He lowers his head and murmurs, "If they were the kind who could be stopped, they would have been dealt with long ago. But do not return too late." The 4 disciples quickly bow their heads in farewell. "Yes, master, we will return soon." He glances back slightly, thinking to himself, perhaps I have been looking at this world the wrong way all along. Perhaps the fault lies with me, but even I am no longer certain. He walks away, his retreating figure shrouded in loneliness. As the Kunlun sect disciples gradually fade into the distance, they leave Mei Wengjie lost deep in thought. Behind him, Sujin silently leans against the wall. He lifts his head and speaks. Kunlun is in deep trouble. After all, who could have expected the demonic empress to make such a choice? After today's events, how will the landscape of the Jianghu change from here on? It is truly beyond prediction. The man in the tilted hat crosses his arms and adds with a laugh. Dai Gao beside him speaks up. Today marks the passing of a great elder of the Jianghu. On such a solemn day, you dare to laugh. Should we not refrain from doing things that offend the departed? He bursts into laughter. Isn't Miss Dai Gao also finding this rather interesting? She replies calmly, not at all. Right after, Su Jin returned to his usual self. In any case, what does that side intend to do now? The honored guests are departing one by one, as if fleeing for their lives. And yet here stands Miss Dai Gao, chatting with me, doing so in the dead of night, no less. It seems something like that is indeed happening, wouldn't you say? Oh my, do you take me for that much of a man? Looks aside, I do have high standards, you know. The two of them going back and forth, one quip after another, is utterly exhausting. Fortunately, a sudden sound rings out, cutting short their endless bickering. From outside, a drunken Nangong Huan pushes open the door and stumbles in. He looks up, his cheeks flushed red, and slurs, "Who's here?" "It's my dear little brother and the lovely Miss Dai Gao." He quickly walks past them, not forgetting to say, "Do carry on with whatever you two were discussing. I'm just grabbing my things and heading out." Dai Gao covers her nose, grimacing at the stench of alcohol. Su Jin speaks up and asks, "You're really leaving?" "Don't do this, wait until dawn and leave with us." Nangong Huan coldly shoves his junior's hand away and says icily, "Enough, I'm leaving." His words and actions leave Su Jin standing frozen, watching in stunned silence. He slings his sword over his shoulder and turns to leave. In his mind, he thinks, I expected as much. No one stopped me, so why does it still feel so lonely? The 2 remaining figures stand frozen, watching his retreating back without uttering a single word. Suddenly, he realizes he left his money pouch in the room and has no choice but to turn back. Fine. Nangong Huan turns his head toward the tightly shut door and comes to a halt. He mutters to himself, then turns and strides forward. It'll be fine. Actually, this is for the best. I'll start aiming from my money pouch to my relationships. Outside the entrance of a certain establishment, Shen Ji paces back and forth anxiously. He turns toward the group that has just arrived and calls out, "My lord." The Grand Steward approaches the Sword Immortal's entourage and says, "I have heard the news about Wandu sect. My deepest apologies, I was unable to be of any help. I was also considering whether I should head to Wandu sect at first light." Hearing this, the Sword Immortal furrows his brow and sighs. The rumors have already spread that far. It seems people truly have nothing better to do. The steward quickly replies, "It must have been a monumental affair. In less than 10 days, the news will have swept across the entire Jianghu, including the return of the Sword Immortal." Inwardly, Dong Xuan thinks the upheaval of the Jianghu is about to begin. Even now, they are all scrambling to cast their nets toward me. He then turns his gaze behind him and says, "The children are exhausted and asleep. Light the brazier in the room to keep them warm." Hai Shenfeng immediately responds, "Yes, I will see to it right away." Just as he is about to walk away, Shen Ji hesitantly calls out to the Sword Immortal. He has nothing to say. He decides not to continue, secretly thinking that the news about finding the 3rd young master of the merchant group can surely wait. Inside the room, Dong Xuan gently tucks a blanket over the sleeping Su Dai. He then turns his head and addresses someone, "I know you are there. How long do you plan to hide?" The air in the room suddenly turns dark and foreboding, wreathed in ethereal wisps of purple-black smoke and the faint sound of weeping. From within the smoke, Manglang Mayu materializes, offering her greetings. "It has been too long, my lord." He sits on the floor, gazing at her. "Who exactly is this lord you keep referring to?" The demonic empress replies with playful amusement, "Oh my, what are you saying?" This humble woman has no idea either. Dong Xuan gently steps forward, brushing his fingers against her face and scolds softly honestly. It has only been a short while, and you've grown even more insolent. He asks pensively. The poison still hasn't been cured. Mangling Mayu, her face marred with red scars, gently takes the sword Immortal's hand and replies softly, how very noble of you taking an unmarried woman's first steps without her blessing. And now, only at last do you think to look upon her. These words make Dong Xuan say, don't say such dreadful things. She laughs softly, this humble woman is not so different from before. So stop making that face. My lord has done nothing wrong. By the way, whether in the past or now, my lord has always had such a handsome face. You look even younger than before, it's simply outrageous. Hey. Smiles faintly, lowering his head slightly because I am not yet ready to die. There are still far too many things left undone. He then grows serious, crossing his arms enough teasing. Answer me properly, the poison has it truly not been cured? Of course, a trivial poison like that thy's humble woman resolved it long ago. Over the years, it is not only my lord who has changed, wouldn't you agree? The sword Immortal hears this with suspicion. If it's already been resolved, then why does your face look like this? Recalling her younger self, Mangling Mayu lets out a bitter laugh. What would be the point of a cure now? This body has aged to nearly 90 years. Even with treatment, the vessel is beyond repair. No remedy could restore it. And there is no one left to rely on. Of course, now perhaps that thinking can change. Dong Xuan sighs helplessly. Suddenly, she coldly shifts the subject. Say, don't tell me you've already married someone else. Her gaze immediately falls upon Su Qin sleeping on the floor. From what this humble woman has heard, it seems you already have a granddaughter. Could she be the biological child of that woman from the Sea family? Or that sharp-tongued little wretch Donghua? The more she speaks, the angrier she grows. Dense clouds of black and purple smoke swirl around her. Dong Xuan hastily explains, Zio, you married a scholar. As for Shi Yin Donghua, it has been over 50 years I have not seen her since. He adds, and regardless of how I may look now, how would a wandering Taoist priest ever have the time to father children? Meanwhile, she inches closer toward Su Chen. The demonic empress studies the little girl, appraising her. Surely you adopted this child out of karmic fate. She is quite adorable, but looking closely, I truly see no trace of my lord in her. The longer she gazes, the more thoughts begin to stir. My lord possesses an ethereal, transcendent bearing, while this child has a gentle and delicate appearance. If one were to speak of resemblance, it perhaps shares more in common with the Sun household. She hesitated, about to address the senior, when Dong Hun below furrowed his brows with a hint of irritation. Enough, you are starting to vex me. He regards her with a gaze tinged with frost and speaks. That is quite enough, I only wish to ask one thing. I have noticed unfamiliar outsiders lurking within the Wandu sect. What do you intend to do about it? The demon empress swiftly grasps the implication. Your Excellency speaks of the Dong family, does he not? Her lips curl into a cold smirk. As expected, it seems your Excellency knows more than he lets on. For the time being, this humble one shall maintain her composure. The guardian poison's attitude in this matter is truly insufferable, for she has yet to uncover who stands behind all of this. Dong Hun remains seated in place, his voice low and grave. I too wish to involve myself in this matter if possible. I have certain grudges with them. He recalls the face of that Zio Dao Tianliwo and mulls it over if his suspicions prove correct. Then the one pulling strings from behind is an association and they used that man as bait. They must be rooted out and annihilated completely. She swiftly approaches and lightly touches the sword Immortal's cheek, asking, does your Excellency perhaps intend to hunt rabbits? If so, this humble one most warmly welcomes it, for if the senior shall step forth to assist, what is this humble one to do? She says, turning to the other. The sword Immortal merely offers a serene smile, yet one brimming with hidden meaning. The scene shifts to morning. The sky stretches vast in azure and birds soar high above the canopy. A voice rings out, the announcement shall be made tomorrow at sunrise. Within the chamber, Jiang Guang stands with both hands braced against the table, letting out a long, heavy sigh. He gnaws at his teeth in anxiety, thoughts churning. What is he to do next? Do not be so disheartened, son-in-law. Zio Dao Tianliwo steps in from seemingly nowhere, his tone feigning comfort, startling Jiang Guang for a brief moment. Dear father-in-law, Jin Zio Yuan clutches a stack of papers against his chest, a smile playing on his lips. Has it not already begun? Truly, the sword immortal is a terrifying existence. With his strength alone, he shattered our entire fighting force and upended the inner workings of the Wandu sect. In truth, not a single person died. Hearing these words, Jiangguang's face turns increasingly ashen. What father-in-law means? Xiao Dao Tianluo replies unhurriedly, precisely. I just examined those vassal kings. Their injuries are severe, but with a few months of recuperation they should recover. Jiangguang immediately erupts. That is preposterous. It was precisely for this reason that the Wandu sect suffered such humiliation before countless honored guests from both within and without. The perpetrator of this outrage now turns his blade upon us. Does father-in-law mean to say he already holds evidence in hand? As he speaks, Jiangguang strides toward his father-in-law. He clenches his jaw, thinking of Mang Lang Ma Yaoyat. It was his aunt who orchestrated this entire predicament. He has no idea where she has gone. Not a trace of her can be found. From outside, a subordinate bursts through the door in a panic, shouting, "A crisis, young sect master." Jiangguang demands, "What has happened?" The man braces himself against the doorframe, gasping for breath, then blurts out his report. The demon empress has summoned an emergency meeting of all elders, his aunt. He then reveals the single most critical issue on the agenda: the selection of a successor to the now vacant sect master position. And the candidate placed on the list is none other than the sword immortal, Donghua. Jiangguang's face drains of color. He bolts toward the meeting hall at once, only to be intercepted by the guards at the entrance. "You cannot enter, a crucial assembly is in session." Jiangguang's face flushes crimson with rage. His eyes blaze with unbridled fury as he bellows at the top of his lungs. "Out of my way!" The moment he storms inside, his shout draws every gaze in the hall upon him. What is the meaning of this? The demon empress sits upon the highest seat, her expression utterly composed. Jiangguang thunders. "How could you do this? This is the position of regent." She regards him with mild bewilderment. "And what of it?" He roars once more. "A position of such paramount importance, how can it be handed to an outsider? To a man who has already tarnished the prestige of the Wandu sect? And now you tell me you intend to cede this seat to him? We have not even been able to hold a proper funeral for my father. And while a matter of such gravity is being deliberated, you exclude Meth, young sect master of this place." Mang Lang Ma Yu fixes her blazing red eyes upon the man in the throes of his tantrum. Then she speaks, and every word drives Jiangguang's expression into a tighter knot. "For decades upon decades, the burden of the Wandu sect has rested not upon your shoulders, not upon you, nor upon your father. It was I who bore it all. You have long been a member of this place, that much is true. Have you finished?" Her question leaves him momentarily stunned, unable to collect himself. "What?" Her tone turns glacial, clearly intent on dismissing him. "I asked whether you have finished your little tirade. If you have, then there is nothing more to discuss. Leave." Jiangguang refuses to accept this. His voice erupts once more. "And please stop this, young sect master." Despite the others' attempts to restrain him, he cannot bring himself to halt. "Elders, please, you must stop my aunt. Surely she is no longer in her right mind." One elder steps forward to explain. "We do not fail to understand the young sect master's sense of grievance, but the demon empress's decision is the correct one. This decision has already been ratified by the elder council." The man draws closer to Jiangguang and continues, "Moreover, did not the Poison King himself name Donghua as his successor during the banquet? What? In accordance with his will, the regency shall be maintained until Donghua has firmly established his position. You no longer hold any authority in this matter." That single declaration leaves Jiangguang utterly speechless. His eyes are hollow, brimming with contemplation and unease. Reeling from the shock, Jiangguang drifts back to his chambers in a daze. Xiao Dao Tianluo spots his return and speaks at once. "Ah, the son-in-law has returned. Surely the meeting went rather well." His words trail off as they collide with the thunderous gloom on the other man's face, leaving him momentarily baffled. "Son-in-law, the meeting went well, did it not? Why does your complexion look so dreadful?" Jiangguang buries his face in his hands and speaks in a trembling voice. "Father-in-law, it appears my aunt intends to hand the Wandu sect over to the sword immortal." Every last elder stood by in silence, not one raised an objection. "What am I supposed to do?" The old man stands motionless for a moment, then steps forward and places a reassuring hand on Jiangguang's shoulder. "Son-in-law, do not let your thoughts run wild. Listen to what I have to say. This silver-haired elder begins to weave his web of manipulation. It is possible that your aunt believes the Wandu sect has strayed from its rightful path. Jiang Guang nods in reluctant agreement. Yes, perhaps so. Yielding the throne to an enemy certainly seems improper. Surely such a thing cannot be allowed to stand. Jin Xiaohuan presses further. What do the elders and alliance leaders think of the current situation? And the disciples, do they share your sentiments? Surely they must feel the same. Hearing the other's vague answer, the old man cannot help but probe deeper. Do not merely rely on assumption. Have you actually gauged the opinions of others? Jiang Guang lowers his head, recalling, in truth, several people came to find me last night. They, too, surely sense that the current state of affairs is untenable. Then son-in-law, you must seize power at once. Father-in-law, the words from Xiao Dao Tianluo leave Jiang Guang momentarily bewildered. What do you mean? The cunning elder continues his manipulation of Jiang Guang. In a crisis of this magnitude, those who have merely watched from the sidelines are certain to be scattered throughout the sect's ranks. Gather them, together wrest back control and set right all that has gone wrong. I shall aid you by every means at my disposal, of this you can be certain. Jiang Guang stares at him in disbelief. You are telling me to stage a coup? Xiao Dao Tianluo merely pats his shoulder once more. This is not about satisfying your own selfish ambitions, is it, son-in-law? When everything is teetering on the edge of collapse as it is, know what I am saying is that you must step forth and restore order. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Jiang Guang recalled playing with his brothers as a child. Ever since the day he pushed his brother out of the fray, he had never felt this sensation again, a feeling brimming with ambition. The old man outside asked once more, currently, isn't the interior in chaos because of the sword Immortal? You must seize control of the Elder Council and the veteran elders at once. Fill those seats with your own people, and you won't face much difficulty in governance. Jiang Guang crossed his arms with a hint of trepidation. Just as his father-in-law had pointed out, even if he attempted to seize direct control, so long as his aunt remained, the elders would still side with her. He slowly sank into the chair and spoke with calm composure. If that is the matter, you need not worry, son-in-law. What? Xiao Dao Tianluo waved his hand with a chuckle. Though it is somewhat embarrassing to admit, this old man does have some good friends. This one shall introduce them to you. Go and meet them once. Then make your decision. Jiang Guang wondered who could those people be. Hearing this, Xiao Dao Tianluo laughed again. In the Jianghu, they are merely nameless nabodis, just wandering vagrants. They have no real names. But in the Jianghu, people call them the XU letter 1EA5TH letter 1ED9I. The friend he spoke of was none other than the very group the sword Immortal had suspected earlier. The sword Immortal Donghua has returned with a youthful appearance, different from a youth not yet 20 years of age. In truth, rumor has it that he has already attained the transcendence realm. When word spread that the world's greatest swordsman had returned, the entire Jianghu erupted into an uproar. There were even whispers that the sword Immortal Donghua was the mastermind behind the Black Sword Bandits. In particular, the sects that had looked down upon and oppressed the Wuding sect for the past 30 years were now racked with anxiety, restless and fearful that calamity would descend upon them at any moment. As a result, the Hubei region where Mount Wuding stood began to bustle with people streaming in from all directions, and the Wandu sect, the epicenter of all the chaos, grew ever more lively. Because of the return of the Boa Spirit Demon Queen and a single parting sentence she left behind, the Wandu sect was once again engulfed in turmoil. The main culprits behind the chaos at the Wandu sect were none other than the Black Sword Bandits. They had been able to depart without suffering a single loss. The matter of dealing with the old man Kilian, who had severed the left arm of the royal scion, the youngest son of the Xin dynasty's tyrant king, remained in a state of deferred judgment. At this moment, old Kilian Diaolo sat leaning against an ancient tree, sighing ceaselessly. He quietly took notice of the group of people murmuring behind his back. Why is it so quiet? That's right, the short-haired one asked in puzzlement. Just how exactly do they plan to deal with us? Hearing that, the bald-headed one offered a hypothesis. Do you reckon we'll end up dangling from that tree over there? Sitting there, Kilian Diaolo suddenly thought of the sword Immortal. Ever since last night, there had been no reaction whatsoever. This only deepened his anxiety and set his nerves on edge. In truth, he almost wished the sword Immortal would just act sooner and get it over with. Suddenly, someone called out from behind, "Big brother, aren't you scared?" Hearing this, he froze and repeated, "Big brother." Hainiu walked over, scratching his head and said, "Aren't we family now? Then what should I even call you, Kilian Dial?" He asked, "What is there to be so afraid of?" Hainiu replied nonchalantly, "Old man, even if it's true that all of us brought this upon ourselves, the one who stirred up the biggest trouble is still you, big brother." Hearing this, Kilian Dial lowered his head. "In truth, it is because of what I did that everything became so dire. But I do not regret it. That scoundrel dared to touch my grandson. And thanks to that, my grandson was willing to stand up for the one he loves, and that girl was able to see him as a brave young man." Having said this, he paused and thought, even if it were merely unrequited love with a slim chance of success. Then he stood up, trying to lift everyone's spirits. "All right, everyone, do not worry. Everything will be fine." He stepped in front of the group and assured them, "I will bear the responsibility for everything. I swear no harm shall come to any of you." The moment his words fell, a voice rang out from somewhere. Kilian Diallo slowly turned his head toward the source of the voice. A messenger approached and relayed, "The sword Immortal summons old man Kilian." A short while later, he appeared before Donghua. "I heard you summon me," he said, standing there at a complete loss for what to do next. Then, without warning, Kilian Diallo dropped to his knees and pleaded earnestly, "I beg you let this end with me alone. The others were merely dragged in because of what I did. All responsibility lies with me. I beg you spare the others." Hearing the man pour out everything in a single breath, Donghua was momentarily taken aback but quickly responded, "What are you saying? I had no intention of settling scores over such matters." He stammered, "Is that truly so?" The sword Immortal showed no intention of refuting him. "Indeed, Donghua had repeated this the entire time we rested. Xiu Yin also pleaded with me to reconsider, saying that you are all already old." Hearing this, Kilian Diallo looked up, silently thinking Donghua truly kept his word. Immediately after, the sword Immortal spoke in a cold, clipped tone, "However, I summoned you here for a different matter." Kilian Diallo's brief flicker of relief was instantly crushed. Donghua asked, "The raid and plunder of the Flying Tiger Escort Agency, was that your doing?" The old man clenched his fists, trembling. The sword Immortal Donghua spoke with a grave expression. "I had already suspected that the perpetrators were among the Black Sword Bandits. I never expected it to be one of the most prominent figures among them." A cold smile crept across his lips as he warned the man before him. "I too have a certain connection to the Flying Tiger Escort Agency. Do you understand? Therefore, from this moment on, you will choose your words with the utmost care." He thought to himself in terror, if he misspoke here, everyone in the stronghold could be slaughtered to the last man. Kilian Diallo trembled as he searched desperately for an explanation. At that time, we had no other choice. Donghua listened, then merely flicked his finger. "No other choice? Then explain it to me." He gazed at the man below, his expression unchanging. "During that period, a great famine struck the Gansu region. Our grain reserves ran completely dry. There was nothing left to eat in the stronghold. If things continued that way, everyone would have starved to death. With no other option, we were forced to break the stronghold's sacred rule of never leaving the mountains. We had to dispatch raiding parties as far as the desert and grassland regions. At that time, a long-standing trading partner appeared and offered a commission to attack the Flying Tiger Escort Agency, which was attempting to cross the Great Desert. And naturally, under those circumstances, I agreed. However, their circumstances were not much different from ours. We had no choice but to take only a portion of their cargo and let them go." Kilian Diallo knelt at the sword Immortal's feet, affirming that every word he spoke was the truth. "I swear upon my lifeys, we did raid the Flying Tiger Escort Agency, but we never took a single life. We seized only a portion of their cargo and let them go." He recalled that night when the men of the Flying Tiger Escort Agency turned their backs and departed. Donghua asked with suspicion, "You mean to say you didn't kill them?" He looked at Donghua with unwavering conviction and answered, "I affirm it is so. We may have spent our lives as the leaders of the most brutal faction in the Jianghu, but that was the recklessness of youth. After my son and daughter-in-law died unjustly, I resolved to live in such a way that I would at least hold to the boundary of what is right." Thinking of his grandson who had lost both parents, he decided to reform his ways so that, when my grandson grows up and hears of me, he won't have to say that I was an evil man. I absolutely did not want that. The old man lowered his head, but afterward I happened to hear that they had gone missing. The sword immortal looks down and asks, "So in the end, you lot are nothing more than swordsmen, is that right?" The old man hesitates briefly before replying, "That is correct." The sword immortal hears this and idly rubs the back of his neck in thought. The man doesn't seem to be lying. The disaster that struck the Gansu region at that time is also a fact. Then where on earth did the people of the Flying Tiger Escort Agency disappear to? Even at Xiaowu Men, apart from the mountain stronghold's surprise attack, there are no traces of any other battle. After pondering fruitlessly for a while, he turns his back, intending to dismiss the old man. "Very well. It's done, you may leave." Ji Lion Dio quickly rises from behind him, dropping to his knees in a plea. "Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Donghua replies in a low, solemn voice, "Even during yesterday's chaos, you and your nephew protected Xu Yin." The old man is taken aback. Donghua shoots him a sharp, warning glance. "If not for that, I would have already sent you to meet your coffin. In any case, forget everything about today's conversation, especially do not let a single word of this reach anyone's ears." As Chi Lion Dio walks away, mulling over every word, what the sword immortal told him today was clearly a guest expulsion order. The guest expulsion order, a decree once issued by Qin Shi Huang to banish foreigners from the realm. When a host despises a guest, they employ this expression as an unmistakable command to drive them away. Suddenly, Xu Yin's face surfaces in his mind. He hadn't expected the sword immortal to inquire about the Flying Tiger Escort Agency. Could there be some connection between that child and the Flying Tiger Escort Agency? No matter how cautious one is, the dark karma from sins committed in the past always seems to circle back, dragging even the nephew into its shadow. Chi Lion Dio trembles involuntarily. He grips Xiaquetin's hand tightly. "Cannot let Hun Ho suffer any more harm. I need to leave this place." Meanwhile, the adults and children are playing together in high spirits. A child calls out to Han Hai Yun Ho, who is staring blankly into the distance, lost in thought. "Hey Hai Yun Ho, it's your turn." The boy pays no attention. He tilts his head and asks instead, "Where's Xu Yin?" The other boy answers quickly, "You don't know. She said she was going to do something just now. Something about going to find Yi Ong Hoa Jai Jai. Seriously, you two have been glued together for days. Now that she's gone, you're all mopey, aren't you?" These words make Han Hai Yun Ho's face flush bright red with embarrassment. "No way, we just play together because it's fun, that's all." At this moment, Chi Lion Dio arrives at the group gathered in play. The group, deeply engrossed in a game of chess, all look up in unison. One of them speaks. "Dongsheng, you've returned. Did your conversation with the sword immortal go smoothly?" He furrows his brow slightly. "There are some matters concerning the mountain's stronghold. Could you come with me for a moment?" Fearing suspicion, he quickly adds, "It's nothing serious, just a few questions. I only need a moment of your time." Over there, his nephew has noticed as well. Hai Yun Ho, the boy, blinks in bewilderment when he hears his name called. Chi Lion Dio. The old man stands on the far side, turning his head to call back. "Come over here for a moment too, child." Meanwhile, Xu Yin holds a basket of pastries in her hands, her face beaming with delight. "Everything's finished." Yi Ong Hoa smiles upon seeing this and asks, "Well, now that you've tried, it's easier than you imagined, isn't it?" Jai Jai's instructions were easy to follow and fun besides. The little girl replies with a radiant smile. Hearing this, the young woman smiles as well. "Oh, why did you make so many flour pastries? Are you planning to give them to someone?" The little girl slowly counts off each type, one by one. "Uncle Yu Wu said he likes plum blossom pastries, so I'll make some for him. And for Uncle Feng Zai, I'll make white lotus and peach blossom pastries. For Grandpa Hun Ho, I'll make jasmine flower pastries." Hearing this, the young woman raises a question. "Jasmine? Yes, I saw them when we passed by Jia En Mountain. They were so beautiful." The little girl confirms with a bright, unwavering smile. "Grandpa Hun Ho will definitely love this gift." After that, Xu Yin picks up her basket of pastries and walks off, turning her head back as she goes. "Then I'll go hand out the flour pastries now, okay?" Yi Ong Hoa, standing in the kitchen, calls out after her. "Xu Yin, be careful out there and don't run too fast." The little girl happily agrees. She stands before Hai Niu and his group and asks, "Excuse me, has no one seen Grandpa Dong?" The man chews on a pastry and replies, There is indeed something strange going on. Not just the chief, even the other people from the mountain stronghold have all vanished. Even the belongings of the stronghold families are gone as if they were spirited away." He lowers his head and adds, "This morning, after meeting the sword immortal, he left just one sentence, said he'd be going somewhere, then vanished without a trace." We're searching for them right now. Hearing this, the little girl's face falls with quiet sorrow. These flower pastries were meant just for Grandpa Dong. Come to think of it, she hasn't seen Hun Ho either this whole time. Xiao Yin, basket of pastries in hand, walks slowly through the quiet, leaf-strewn path. Suddenly, she crashes straight into someone, letting out a startled cry. The impact sends her tumbling to the ground, the pastries she carried scatter across the earth. Xiao Yin scrambles in a panic. I'm sorry, sir, I wasn't looking where I was going. The man scowls in fury, pastries plastered across his head. He looms over Xiao Yin, his voice venomous and seething. You little wretch, what the hell do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea how much this fabric is worth? The second son of the Changxin merchant group's patriarch, young master Jin Zion, bellows in fury. He raises his foot and crushes Xiao Yin's little pastries beneath his heel with utter contempt. What is this garbage? Pastries? Who the hell told you to make this filth? Damn it all, you've dirtied my shoes. Xiao Yin stares at the crushed pastries, her eyes widening. If you stomp on them like that, then he... Before she can finish, he cuts her off with a roar. What did you just say? You want me to compensate you for these, is that it? From behind, a figure suddenly steps forward. Haven't you caused enough trouble? Qi Lion Dao frowns and slaps his palm hard onto Jin Ziohuan's shoulder, startling the young man. He lowers his triple-chinned head to look at the old man, sneering mockingly. What is this old fossil now? You've all gone completely mad. Before the words even leave his mouth, someone cuts him off. Young master. The servant standing behind him shouts out a warning. Who is that man? He quickly leans in and whispers. Please listen to me, sir. Nearby, Xiao Yin sits on the ground, looking up and calling out. Grandpa Qi Lion Dao's eyes remain locked on the two men as he replies from the corner of his mouth. Let's talk in a moment. Seeing that Jin Ziohuan still refuses to quiet down, he slaps him hard across his chubby cheek and continues. Young master, please be quiet. That man is the leader of the mountain stronghold. Hearing this, Jin Ziohuan whips his head around in shock. What? Qi Shandong. If it's Qi Shandong, then that's the supreme ruler of Qi Lion Mountain, isn't that the demonic old lord of the stronghold? He forces a calm expression and declares, I have urgent matters to attend to. Consider yourselves spared for now. This remark makes Qi Lion Dao furrow his brow in displeasure. Jin Ziohuan walks away while dusting himself off. If something like this happens again, don't expect me to let it slide. Damn it, the fabric is completely ruined. I specifically chose and wore this precious outfit to meet the sword Immortal, and now look at it. He keeps muttering to himself, oblivious to the fact that Donghua has been standing there for who knows how long. The sword Immortal swiftly extends his leg to trip him. The fat man's momentum sends him crashing face first into the ground, the earth seemingly cratering under the impact. He struggles to his feet, his mouth never ceasing its cursing. What the hell was that? Who dares? The sword Immortal gazes down at him, his eyes cold as a winter blade. Damn it, what is this now? You're the one who dirtied my robes with all that dust. Do you have any idea how valuable these robes are? The familiar voice makes him drop to his knees, trembling. Yaoyu, sword Immortal, I was actually on my way to see you, I swear. Before the young master can finish his words, Donghua delivers another palm strike, slamming him back down to the ground. He then swiftly turns and walks away, leaving the master and servant sprawling, unable to rise. Stepping outside, he witnesses Qi Lion Dao asking Xiao Yin, are you hurt anywhere, child? The girl looks up at him with glistening eyes on the verge of tears. I'm fine, but the flour cake I made for you. The old man is taken aback. Xiao Yin lowers her head, her voice quivering. I was going to eat it together with Grandpa Dong and Hai Un. I shaped it like the jasmine flowers I saw on Qi Lion Mountain, but now it's ruined. Seeing the girl so heartbroken, Qi Lion Dao hurries to pick up the cake that had fallen to the ground beside them. Then he quickly brings it to his mouth and takes a bite. Grandpa, the girl stares at him in bewilderment, but he immediately praises her. Delicious, a bit too sweet though. Qi Lion Dao bends down and gently pats the girl on the head. But this old man's getting on in years and my blood pressure runs a bit high. I need to cut back on sweets. Could you make them a little less sweet next time? Hearing this, the girl nods through her tears in an instant. The old man and the child are consoling each other when the sword Immortal, his face dark as the bottom of a cauldron, approaches and interrupts. Quite the bold one, aren't you? You were thrown out just hours ago and you dare return already? Or do you not understand the guest banishment order? Donghua fixes Qi Lion with a cold stare and orders, follow me. After stepping into the forest, he speaks. Did you find my words amusing? I explicitly told you to take your family and leave. Ji Lion Dio. He bows his head slightly in apology, then speaks. Sir, I am fully aware of my sin. He lays bare his heart before the sword Immortal. I am the one who brought an indelible stain of injustice upon the saintess and the fae who escort agency. I know the wrongs I have committed. I am fully aware of them. Then Chi Lion Dio looks Donghua squarely in the eyes, clasps his hands before his chest, and makes his plea. Therefore I wish to protect the saintess, I wish to atone for my sins. Recalling Suo Yin's innocent, joyful expression as she held that basket of cakes moments ago, he thinks to himself after eating the cake that child made, I realized my place is not on Chi Lion Mountain but behind this child. The sword Immortal tilts his head and asks, an old fossil like Yao, how exactly do you intend to protect Suo Yin? He answers without hesitation, by any means necessary, even if it costs me my life. The sword Immortal then raises his head to the heavens and speaks a cryptic line. I wonder where did the protective fortune, the shelter of fate, and the righteousness that a demonic cultivator like you once squandered all go? Can the wheel of karma truly turn back like this? He raises his hand to receive the messenger bird that just arrived and asks, so, what do you intend to do from now on? I'll decide after I see what you do there. Donghua holds the slip of paper bearing only a single character and murmurs with hidden meaning, it seems it has already begun. That night, at the main hall of Qing Family Manor, Xiao Dao Tianluo and several of his trusted associates sit around a round table in deliberation. He speaks first. How laughable, I knew that fool would eventually turn things upside down, but I never expected it to go in this direction. He now serves as both the master of Qing Family Manor and a high-ranking member of the association, bearing the name Xiao Dao Tianluo Zhongliu Huan. One of the association members speaks up. But is this wise? No matter how you look at it, this is clearly the sword Immortal's trap, isn't it? Another man breaks into a cold sweat. Because of the sword Immortal and the heavenly demon, the association has already lost a vast amount of power accumulated over centuries. Now, while we're in the midst of reorganizing our forces, shouldn't the sword Immortal be the one person we avoid above all others? The sword Immortal allying with Mang Lang Ma, who is him, sending a signal challenging us to a direct confrontation. The man beside him slams the table, visibly furious. What does the Lord Commander bid us do? He listens calmly and replies, opinions are far from unanimous. The battle has already begun regardless. All we need to decide is whether to join in. Then Xiao Dao Tianluo raises his voice and asks. Hearing this, Su Huth, patriarch of the Su family, suddenly smiles. He scratches his chin and answers, if we consider the sword Immortal alone, facing him with just our numbers would be difficult. The Lord Commander himself does not wish to continue clashing with him either. If we factor in the fact that the three divine senses and techniques have all been shattered, dealing with him alone would indeed be an uphill battle. Su Hu smirks and continues, on top of that the demonic cultivators at his side are no less troublesome. However, as the Lord Commander himself has said, if we let this opportunity slip, there will never be another chance to devour the Wandu sect. Xiao Dao Tianluo's expression grows complicated, and he struggles to continue. We've already lost the Changxin merchant group, and Xianzhu is gone as well. If we fail this time, all the gains we've built up in Shazhu will be for nothing. The orange-haired man hears this and breaks into a sinister, calculating grin. You make a fair point, sir, so why not change our approach a little? Another speaks up, what approach? He explains, we don't need to deal with the sword Immortal ourselves. Let these people handle him for us. Immediately after, two imposing figures appear behind him and who are clearly no ordinary warriors. The one to his right is known as Xing Tianyi Wang, along with his four sworn brothers. The leader of the Xing Tian Five Kings, a man who once terrorized dozens of sects across the Hebei region. And the masked figure to his left is Tian Tu Shasheng, the master of a notorious assassin organization known as the Shasheng Pavilion. He is a legendary assassin who once slew an elder of Shaolina denizen of Mayanbai Cave and one of the supreme masters of the Jianghu in that era. When Yao Huan gazes upon the two, he silently marvels. Rumors had long claimed they were dead, yet here they stand, every bit as formidable as in their prime. He then speaks, has the Celestial Council truly decided to dispatch the demon lords from the demon suppression formation directly? Su Hu responds at once. Elder, even as before, the Celestial Council is already stretched thin managing affairs beyond the heavens. Regrettably, they can hardly keep a watchful eye on this world below. Fortunately, every one of these people came to lend their aid at my request. A palm suddenly slams down upon the table. Xing Tian Yi Wang thunders without warning, sword immortal. He is the one who killed my fourth brother. That prey belongs to me, and my brothers alone. None shall interfere. Do you understand? His words and killing intent are so overwhelming that even Xiao Dao Tianluo feels a chill crawl down his spine. Su Hu ponders inwardly, if the 5 Xing Tian kings and Shasheng Pavilion both join the fray, then no matter how powerful the sword immortal may be, he cannot hope to withstand them all. He then addresses the man, so it appears everyone understands. Demon Lord, please withdraw your killing intent. From this moment on, we shall discuss how to seize the Wandu sect. His voice echoes through the silent night. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere among the Celestial Council members, the sword immortal stands alone in the night, surrounded by the serene drift of white feathers. Donghua gazes at the slip of paper just delivered and lets out a faint smile. Killian furrows his brow at the sight, wondering silently what could possibly be written there to make him smile like that. Then, unhurried, he channels his power and incinerates the paper in his hand. The sword immortal turns his back and calls out softly, "Hey, Killian, do you even know what beyond the heavens is?" He tilts his chin up and asks. Killian responds. Hearing the question, the old man scratches his head sheepishly. "Beyond the heavens, I'm not quite sure." Seeing this, Donghua speaks. "I don't have time to give you a personal lesson. Figure it out yourself. After that, whether you run or do whatever, it's up to you. But there is one thing you must never forget. From the moment you face that truth, you can never return to what you once were." He turns his head and speaks softly. "That is the fate of all who have touched beyond the heavens." Killian stares straight at him, mulling over those words. Never return to what I once were. What does that even mean? One thing is certain, everything that lies ahead will be exceedingly dangerous. Suddenly, he recalls Hanhai Unho and Sajin. But if this is for the children's sake, his fists clench tight as resolve hardens in his heart. He then speaks, agreeing to the sword immortal's words. "Yes." A moment later, in the rear courtyard of Tanking Manorwen, they see the sword immortal and Killian approach. One of them calls out, "Big brother." The group quickly crowds around. "You're our senior brother. Where on earth have you been all this time? We've been searching for you all day long." Donghua surveys the crowd with a critical eye, then delivers his verdict. "A whole gang of brutes huddled together. Truly a disgusting. Absolutely revolting." After a few steps, the sword immortal encounters Hai Niu and asks, "Hey, where's Haishan Feng?" "He's coming, sir." At that moment, Haishan Feng trudges forward with a massive bundle slung across his back so heavy that his legs tremble beneath the weight. Donghua watches Haishan Feng struggle before him, showing not an ounce of sympathy, only irritation. "What took you so long?" "Unbelievable, you Quang Xin lot have absolutely no sense of time." Haishan Feng tries to explain. "Because my internal energy was sealed, it took some." "Oh, I hadn't released your seal yet. I thought you could break it yourself." Haishan Feng grits his teeth, cursing silently. "Damn it, what's with that look on your face?" Hearing the question, he forces a smile. "It's nothing." The very next instant, Haishan Feng hurls the bundle from his back to the ground. The impact sends a thunderous boom rippling through the earth. "These are the items you requested." The Quang Feng Sha and Zushan stronghold members stare at the pile of goods before them, eyes wide with astonishment. While the others gawk at the treasures, behind them the sword immortal is already questioning Haishan Feng. "Lately, your attitude has been getting rather out of line, hasn't it?" Haishan Feng rubs his head sheepishly and forces a grin. "I wouldn't dare." Donghua then turns to the others. "Pick your weapons." The group can scarcely believe it at a glance. Every weapon is in pristine condition. "Can we truly take these?" He speaks softly. "All of this was taken from the Changxin Merchant Group's armory. Consider it my thanks for saving Suo Yin yesterday." Seeing them still standing there dumbstruck, Donghua grows impatient. "Why are you still standing around? Are you going to pick or not?" Noticing that Killian remains rooted in place, he speaks up. "Brother Dong, aren't you going to pick one?" Killian hesitates, glancing toward the sword immortal. Then he picks up his old fishing rod. Running his fingers along its worn surface, "I've always been accustomed to using long weapons. This old fishing rod I've always used is enough for me." "Is that so? Very well then." With that, Donghua flicks his fingers lightly. a strange radiance erupts from thin air, and in the very next instant, the internal energy of everyone in the manor comes flooding back, leaving them all stunned. Killian feels the sensation with bewilderment. His internal energy has returned, unlike the violent struggle of forcibly breaking the seal. This time it flows back effortlessly. Why would he suddenly restore everyone's power? Donghua turns his back and addresses everyone, his voice soft yet weighted with gravity. Tonight this manor will be attacked. Donghua rests one hand on his hip and continues. Naturally, I will handle the main force, but what if some fool loses his way and stumbles in here? Isn't that right? Your task is to deal with those stragglers. Can you manage that much? Killian and Hainu hear his words, their faces darkening with deep contemplation. Foes that even the sword Immortal might overlook. And they're coming here tonight. Who on earth are they? Hainu, you hold the main gate. The rest of you split up and take your positions. Donghua swiftly lays out the battle formation for everyone present. Remember this well, everything that happens tonight must be kept in absolute secrecy. No one outside this group is to know. Very well, dismissed. Yes, sir. The words barely leave his mouth before every person in the courtyard scatters in a flash, soaring toward their assigned posts. Donghua then turns to Killian and xianxia. Follow me. The three of them take flight together. The sword Immortal guides the pair through the air, suspended above the clouds, before landing atop a tall tower with nary a waver. Truly, the depth of his internal energy is beyond compare. In stark contrast below them, xianxia is trembling violently. Killian, seeing this, asks Feng, "Are you all right?" xianxia holds his breath and forces composure. "Ah, of course I'm fine." The old man beside him clearly isn't buying it. "Then why are you shaking like that?" Standing at the summit of the tower, Donghua calls out, "Killian, you said you didn't know what beyond the heavens is, correct?" Killian quickly raises his head. "That's right." Donghua slowly draws his sword, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his lips. "Then forget about it. That way, at least you'll still be able to sleep at night." The instant his words fade, he launches into the sky, melding into a radiant golden glow, gliding effortlessly through the atmosphere thick with draconic aura. Night has fully descended. From within the building, a voice rises. "Heaven and earth, divine spirits, heaven and earth, divine spirits." Inside, a figure sits cross-legged with hands clasped in prayer at the center of the room, facing a gathered crowd. His lips murmuring ceaselessly, "Heaven and earth, divine spirits, when the gods commanded me to descend to this mortal realm, it was for all of you. For the sake of your bowls of rice." Strangely enough, the people around him sit in perfect silence, hanging on every bizarre word. He recalls the sword Immortal's parting words, "There may be some commotion throughout the night. As for these people, I will know how to keep them calm." He glances toward the window, a silent thought forming. It has begun. Elsewhere, Donghua clasps Xiu Yin's hand tightly, also recalling the sword Immortal's words to her. "Hey Xiu Yin, I'm entrusting her to you. She is of the utmost importance to me. If anything happens, you must protect her with your life." She lifts her gaze to the pitch-black sky before her, a question lingering in her eyes. The sword saint uttered those words and departed. What on earth is going to happen tonight? Seeing the worry etched on the woman's face, young Xiu Yin smiles and offers encouragement. "Big sister, don't worry so much. Our grandfather is incredibly strong, you know." Xiu Yin then answers calmly, "Zhu Jai, you're worrying over nothing again. Let us return to our rooms and rest." "Yes." Before leaving, Xiu Yin turns her head, her shimmering golden eyes gazing up at the heavens as if entrusting everyone's faith to Donghua. They've arrived. The Tianhui members have finally arrived, just as he predicted. Tian Tu Xiaxing, positioned high above, barks orders to his subordinates. "As planned, everyone, move to your positions." Amid the silent stillness of the night, he suddenly catches something. Tian Tu Xiaxing folds his arms behind his back and gazes at the brightly lit manor below. It's quite late, yet the lights still burn. They must be holding an all-night meeting. Xingtian Yi Wang descends from the sky and lands with a thunderous impact, drawing the others' attention. If they're still awake, all the better. He smirks, a sinister thought forming in his mind. That sword saint and every last one of them. I will slaughter them all, not a single soul will be spared. I must avenge my fourth brother's life. He immediately raises his voice in protest. I've made myself perfectly clear several times. In fact, that sword saint's head is mine. If you intend to interfere, you'd best abandon that notion now. As for that swordsman, every member of our Sha Xinghui harbors a blood feud against him. Xing Tianyi Wang hears this and rises to his feet, fixing the other with a piercing glare. So you won't compromise as you promised. So you cannot honor your word and yield. Tian Tu Shasheng replies without a shred of fear, there is nothing to yield. For an assassin, the most effective method is to use every means at one's disposal to seize the target's life. He continues, whether the king personally finishes the target or not, I couldn't care less. However, we will operate as assassins do. Striking from the shadows, Tian Tu Shasheng stares at the man before him, his eyes burning red and cold as death itself. Xing Tianyi Wang hears this and reluctantly concedes. Very well, if that's how it is, I won't interfere. You need only provide support from behind. If anything goes awry, provide cover. His blazing red eyes scan the darkness like a predator hunting prey. Then let us begin. The assassins lying in wait will hurl fire bombs into the manor, plunging everyone within into chaos, leaving no one alive. No attack, the words barely leave his lips before Tian Tu Shasheng clutches his dagger tight, his entire body radiating a tremendous wave of killing intent. After waiting for some time with nothing happening, he repeats in stunned confusion, Pio Sha. At that very moment, a sword comes hurtling in from out of nowhere. He smirks with a hint of contempt, too late to scatter now. Then he appears behind Tian Tu Shasheng and swings the blade in his hand, unleashing a devastating surge of power toward him. Before those bastards can even react to the sword Immortal's attack, Tian Tu Shasheng senses the threat and whirls around. Tian Tu Shasheng immediately hurls his daggers forward with ferocity and killing intent. But how could those daggers possibly compare to the power and battle-forged sword of our man? He swats aside those mosquito-like attacks without breaking a sweat. Donghua grips his sword and swings with lethal precision. Tian Tu Shasheng below stands frozen, gazing upward. Donghua raises his blade and stares down at the other. Care to try your daggers? Then he unleashes a devastating attack, a blinding radiance tearing through the air. The strikes rip through the night sky, crashing down upon Tian Tu Shasheng with devastating force from above. Startled, he reflexively swings his daggers amidst the flash of light. The instant Tian Tu Shasheng turns around, a blast of cold energy pierces through his defense. His eyes go wide, sweat pours, and panic seizes him. A thunderous force obliterates everything in its path, sending him hurtling through the air like a kite with its strings severed. In the blink of an eye, Tian Tu Shasheng's entire body is hurled violently into the wall behind him. He stares at the sword Immortal with a cold, calculating gaze, silently plotting his retreat to preserve his life. My internal injuries are severe, I can't even sense the Bo Yue master's presence. Continuing this fight is far too dangerous. Better to leave this place to Xing Tianyi Wang and recalculate the plan. A moment later, Donghua approaches, gripping the severed head of some lackey, and stops before Tian Tu Shasheng slumped against the shattered wall. What's this? Dead already? He crouches to look at the other, sneering with contempt. I heard you were some legendary assassin, how utterly disappointing. Tian Tu Shasheng stares at the sword Immortal in shock, unable to speak. You. He casually raises a blood-soaked head in his hand and says nonchalantly, oh, this one. I found him lurking around the manor. I merely pressed my sword to his neck and he dropped dead on his own. Donghua says with biting mockery. In any case, he won't be lonely on the road to the underworld. I've sent a few more companions to keep him company. Tian Tu Shasheng trembles with fury. He speaks through clenched teeth. You bastard! Suddenly, a thunderous shout pierces the silent night sword saint, startling the masked man. That voice, the man arrives from somewhere in the sky. Tian Tu Shasheng immediately shouts. Xing Tianyi Wang, what the hell are you doing? This isn't the time to reveal yourself. Xing Tianyi Wang pays no heed to the words and continues channeling a blazing golden torrent of power. The surrounding landscape floods with brilliant light and overwhelming energy. Donghua, on his end, visibly bristles with annoyance at the shout. How many times do I have to tell you people before it sinks in? Then, while effortlessly dodging Xing Tianyi Wang's attacks, he speaks in a stern voice. Sword Saint, stop calling me that. He draws his sword, crackling with brilliant arcs of lightning, and fixes the man below with a piercing glare. Call me, Sword Immortal. The man clenches his teeth, swallowing the humiliation. Immediately after, Donghua levels his sword straight ahead, and Xing Tianyi Wang's entire body is engulfed in a massive surge of thunderous power. The destructive force is so immense it sends the man hurtling several meters back, crashing into a building that shudders and threatens to collapse. The impact forces him to grit his teeth in agony. He glances down. His left arm is completely useless. Xingtian Wang looks up at the sword Immortal standing alone against the sky, cursing silently. Damn it, 10 years have passed. I trained every single day, and yet, why can I still not defeat him? He declares through gritted teeth, mark my words, I will kill you with my own hands. Donghua replies coolly, kill me. If I recall correctly, you've said that before, haven't you? What was the situation back then again? It was after your brother died, wasn't it? The third one, or was it the fourth? Donghua's words strike a nerve, causing the man to furrow his brow in agonized silence. He continues with utter nonchalance, you have so many brothers, even I've lost count. Hearing this, Xingtian Wang trembles and forces himself upright, muttering, you dare speak of my brothers. He staggers to his feet, steeling his resolve, I swear upon my fallen brothers. I will make sure you die here. The man stares at him with eyes full of killing intent, gripping his greatsword, poised to unleash a fatal strike. Donghua looks at the other and silently reassesses, another nuisance. The Ma Shan baptism initiation rite bestowed upon those who join the association. As he ponders this, he issues his command, howl. Long Sha watches Xingtian Wang charge toward him with ferocity. Donghua remains calm, still pondering. During the baptism, the body gains incredible regenerative abilities while both strength and demonic energy are amplified. It's because of that ability that I found fighting these small fry so tedious back in the day. The sword Immortal raises his blade and declares, I don't wish to drag this out. Let's end this quickly. He points his sword forward, and Xingtian Wang's entire body is engulfed in brilliant arcs of lightning. The man pours every last ounce of his remaining strength into blocking the sword Immortal's strike. Seeing such determination, Donghua smiles faintly. The lightning sword, not bad, very well, I shall face you with my full power. He sweeps his hand and roars, Mad Dragon 10 sword second form. A surge of azure light erupts. Sensing the moment has arrived, Xingtian Wang shouts his signal. Now, the instant the word leaves his lips, a mob of figures in all shapes and forms wielding every manner of weapon materializes behind the sword Immortal. He detects them instantly and recognizes their identities, the Xingtian Five Kings. Elsewhere, Qi Lion Dio witnesses the explosive battle erupting in the sky, unable to believe his own eyes. Impossible. He rubs his eyes and speaks to Haishan Feng, who trembles beside him. Aren't those the Xingtian Five Kings and Tiantu Shashang? I thought they were ancient experts from a bygone era. I never imagined they'd still be alive to this day. Seeing that the other has no reaction, he asks, hey, do you know anything about this? You've been strangely calm this whole time. Haishan Feng trembles, drenched in cold sweat, and grinds his teeth. I don't know. The old man presses firmly, don't lie to me, your face gives everything away. Watching Donghua fight those men alone, he continues, I'm not joking, I truly know nothing. Where did those monsters suddenly appear from, and why is the Sword Saint fighting them? I know nothing, he stands up and says, but there is one thing I am certain of. Haishan Feng speaks in a trembling voice, his face a sickly purple, brimming with anxiety. I fled from Tianshan to avoid being dragged into this affair, and yet here I am, entangled in it all the same. Dong, let me give you a word of advice. If you must face them, prepare yourself to fight to the bitter end. He raises his hand and declares with unwavering resolve. Qi Lion Dio Wang hears this and fixes his gaze upon him, muttering under his breath, prepare to fight to the bitter end. On the other side, Xingtian Wang is still barking orders at his subordinates. Yao go that direction, Yao come back over here. Qi Lion Dio Wang, ablaze with fighting spirit, speaks confidently to Haishan Feng, prepare yourself. I've always been ready. He lifts his head and declares, if we must face them, then we fight with everything we have. Meanwhile, the sword Immortal is locked in fierce combat with the Five Kings of Xingtian. A green-haired one who charges in is seized instantly, startling him. Sword. The Immortal seizes the green-haired one by the collar and growls, open your eyes and look closely. Then Donghua smirks, his contempt plain for all to see. The supreme techniques of Wudang will claim your life. In a single instant, his thunderous sword traces a magnificent arc, severing the man's head clean from his body. Blood sprays everywhere. He furrows his brow slightly, his face radiating silent challenge, then speaks calmly, the first one. immediately after. Donghua swiftly pursues the bald-headed one. Next is the spear wielder. Watching the man flee relentlessly ahead, he thinks, trying to escape. Very well, I don't mind, farther from the manor the better. What follows is the image of one man fleeing and one man giving chase through the air. Moments later, the fleeing man glances back at the sword Immortal bearing down on him and shouts someone's name at the top of his lungs. Fan Hung, the one called, bursts out from his ambush, eyes bulging, face crimson, hair standing on end as he charges forward. A red cord materializes in his hands as he bellows, 8 Emperors Chaotic Dance. In the very next instant, Donghua is ensnared by the formation, his entire body bound tight. A flicker of surprise crossing his face in the blood-red light that bathes the circular trap. Though bound and restrained by those taut cords, he still breaks into a mocking grin. The flood dragon whip braided from the sinews of a flood dragon, no less, so you know how to use your head after all. While Donghua is busy sneering, a thunderous voice suddenly roars from nearby. Sword Saint, the bald-headed spear wielder from before, comes hurtling toward him, screaming ferociously. Go die. However, the sword Immortal merely sneers. All of it is utterly futile. Then he raises his sword with tremendous force, causing Fan Hung to grit his teeth and struggle to hold the whip cords in place. In the very next instant, his overwhelming power shreds the cords to pieces. The bald-headed one witnesses thunder and lightning cleaving the sky before his very eyes and cries out in disbelief. What? Watching their man burst free from the serpent cord formation so effortlessly and powerfully, everyone is struck with utter disbelief. That man is a monster. After breaking free, Donghua swiftly raises his sword aloft and issues a command. Howl! In mere moments, the sword unleashes arcs of lightning that seem to rend the night sky asunder, leaving the bald-headed one agape, his jaw hanging slack. He grips his spear with white-knuckled hands, gnashing his teeth, desperately dodging the sword Immortal's torrential barrage, yet no matter how he evades, he cannot escape the strikes. The bald-headed one screams in agony as lightning carves into his flesh, each bolt as razor-sharp as a blade. Suddenly, Fan Hung's voice cuts through the chaos, pulling him from his daze. Brother, you must destroy even the shattered fragments of the lightning, or they will detonate. He also turns and shouts. Fan Hung watches the two confer, and the sword Immortal smirks, saying, Hey, where do you think you're looking? Your opponent is me, isn't it? The words have barely left his lips before he levels the death-dealing sword wreathed in blinding lightning at the bald-headed one. In the blink of an eye, blood erupts in a spray. The sword Immortal, blood speckling his face, speaks coldly as though he has merely claimed another tally. That's 2 down. The Fan Hung brothers behind him witness the scene and scream in horror. Big brother. One of them once again hurls the flood dragon whip toward the sword Immortal. But the attack is seen through with a contemptuous sneer before it can even land. Haven't you learned anything from what happened moments ago? Donghua fixes the man with blood-red eyes, his lips curling upward. With just this, you dare claim to bind evil? The man still seems unable to fathom his own fate, boasting recklessly. How foolish. Do you think shredding my flood dragon whip is that simple? Utterly absurd. The Immortal's expression does not change. He speaks with icy calm. You are entirely correct, because I am far stronger than the likes of you. The words have barely faded when his sword sends the man to meet his ancestors. Having dispatched that insignificant wretch, he speaks softly as though nothing has happened. The third one, then he lightly turns his head toward the one still standing there who has witnessed everything. So there you have it all. The sworn brothers you so devoutly worshipped are dead. Do you still wish to continue? Xing Tianyi Wang sees Donghua looking at him with such contempt and erupts in fury. You wretch, he gnashes his teeth, veins of rage pulsing across his face. You dare slaughter my brothers again, die. Then he channels every ounce of his strength into a devastating swing, unleashing a torrent of blazing power like a raging inferno. Witnessing this, the sword Immortal remains utterly composed. He regards Xing Tianyi Wang and says with disdain, You fool. After losing so many brothers, you still haven't grasped the truth. Have you never wondered why your masters still haven't dared to come and capture me themselves? The man stands before him, his voice grinding with menace. In a situation like this, you still have the gall to spout nonsense. The Immortal replies with casual indifference, Is that so? Isn't it obvious? Go ahead, call them out to face me personally. They're too afraid I'll thrash them soundly, so they don't dare show their faces. I will kill you. Hearing this tiresome line, Donghua lets out a long, weary sigh. Why do you keep repeating the same old line over and over? Try something more original for once. In the very next moment, two figures surge toward each other, own wreathed in torrential energy, the other ablaze with flame, bracing for a ferocious clash. Despite being called boring, Xingtian Wang can still only muster that single declaration, "I will definitely kill you." The sword immortal hears this and merely chuckles, then speaks. By the way, let me hazard one more guess. The reason your masters sent the likes of you here. Then he spins and presses his blade against the man's neck, his contempt undisguised. It's rather obvious, isn't it? They consider all of you utterly worthless to their strategy, nothing but tools to test my strength, nothing more, nothing less. Otherwise, this fight wouldn't have been so painfully dull. Xingtian Wang's face darkens as he grinds his teeth and curses, "Arrogant scum." No sooner have the words left his mouth than blood begins streaming from his nose and mouth, sending his vision reeling with shock. Xingtian Wang's face is crisscrossed with burst blood vessels, his crimson eyes fixed on his trembling hands. Bloodly blood won't stop flowing. Is it the aftershock from that earlier strike? Nothai's feeling is different. My internal energy is boiling inside me. He turns and demands, "Sword Saint, what trick did you pull?" Donghua hears this and laughs. "I'm far too lazy for such theatrics, why would I bother? Though judging by your condition it seems it's already begun, hasn't it?" A wave of dizziness surges through the man. Cold sweat beating across his skin. From the very start, his body has not recovered one bit. This is bad. If this continues, crimson blood slowly oozes from every pore of his body, seeping down to stain the earth below. Donghua sees this and swiftly executes a formation technique, sending the man's entire body levitating into the air, his hair standing on end, enveloped in a vortex of violet blue light. In mere moments, Xingtian Wang is reduced to a charred black husk, barely recognizable, but he still mumbles, "Sword Saint, at the very least I must take you with my own hands." The blackened husk of a hand slowly reaches toward Donghua. Witnessing this, Donghua immediately understands why the man has been reduced to such a wretched state. Self-destruct annihilation art, a demonic technique of the association that forces the practitioner's own internal energy to detonate according to the full measure of their cultivation. Only then does he notice the one who has been standing atop the cliff ledge all along, still unwilling to abandon that despicable scheme. Tian Tu Shasheng, the figure above, is already staring down at him with unblinking eyes. To think that an era as illustrious as the Poison King's would crumble into nothingness like this. Indeed, in the face of death, all are equal. The crowd kneeling before the coffin no longer has to fret without the Poison King. What fate awaits the Wandu sect? From behind the doors, a foot suddenly steps through, accompanied by billowing waves of black chi. The crowd whips their heads around in shock, one of them stammering, Ma Hu, we did not expect your excellency to grace us with your presence in person." Meng Lang Ma Hu strides forward, clad in an unusually pale blue robe different from her usual attire. She stops before the Poison King's coffin and speaks, "I wish to have a private word with my dear nephew here. Would you all mind stepping out for a moment?" The crowd swiftly withdraws. "Yes, we understand." Ma Hu stands motionless, staring at the figure in the coffin, then speaks in a slow, heavy voice. "How unsightly. How long do you intend to just lie there?" "Very well, if that is your wish, I shall let you rest in peace forever." The instant Meng Lang Ma Hu raises her hand, the Poison King supposedly dead suddenly lifts the shroud from his face and scolds her, "You're going too far. And how does it feel to nearly die and come back?" Hearing the question, the man steps out of the coffin and speaks, "Good heavens, I really thought I was a goner this time." He chuckles softly. All things considered, he has to call it fortunate that he managed to fool the sword immortal. He had employed the death disguise supreme art, a technique that slows one's metabolism to the absolute minimum, rendering the body indistinguishable from a lifeless corpse. Saying that, he pushes open the door and strides outside, not forgetting to add, "Of course, I still have no idea whether I've gained or lost from this little stunt." The Demon Queen stands behind him, arms folded, and speaks with hidden meaning, "Do you truly believe you deceived him?" Hearing this, the man grows confused. What do you mean?" The Demon Queen smirks and explains, "He merely pretended to buy into your little charade." After all, the sword immortal had already consolidated enough authority, and his goal of rescuing his granddaughter had been achieved. Despite this explanation, the Poison King still finds it hard to believe. Impossible, that makes no sense. He recalls that a few days before the two of them staged this act, she had warned him. He is a far more cunning old fox than you. If you are not careful, you will end up being swallowed whole. You had best tread carefully. The Poison King hears this, his expression unchanged. The Demon Queen speaks again. Oh, and first things first, that good-for-nothing son of yours who has been leeching off the sect. How do you plan to deal with him? He tilts his head and replies softly, please do not condemn him too harshly. After all, he is my flesh and blood, and I am Anner's father. Mang Lang Mayu slowly approaches, gripping his collar tight, and says yes. That is precisely why your son still has his head attached to his neck. He is your bloodline, deal with him yourself. Released from the Demon Queen's grip, the Poison King collapses to the ground, rubbing his collar and conceding to her words. Moments later, he rises to his feet and declares, very well. It is time I went and purged those vermin who dare not know their place, dare covet our sect. The instant his words fall, his entire body radiates a menacing aura of cerulean energy. In the next breath, the entire expanse of the Wandu sect is engulfed in a blue hazy, heralding the Poison King's extermination of the parasites. Returning to the battle between the Sword Immortal and the Tianhui forces. The Sword Immortal addresses the figure who has stood atop the cliff this entire time, his voice devoid of all emotion. You are still using that worthless trick of yours. Tiantu Shashing hears his name called and responds without hesitation. I had originally planned to wait for the perfect moment to deploy it, but I could not find a single opening in your guard. Still, we did sacrifice 4 men just to bind your right arm. So all in all, not a bad trade, would you not agree? Hearing this, Donghua slowly raises his arm and stares at it. A thought crosses his mind when they detonated the self-destruct technique. They laced it with poison as well. Then he lets out a contemptuous chuckle. Zhai Tianzai, is it? Tiantu Shashang, brimming with confidence, folds his arms and declares, it is potent enough to slay even immortals. A lethal toxin that even the association strictly regulates, requiring the grinding of hundreds of yao to refine. You look utterly spent from these consecutive battles. Let us grant you your eternal rest. Kill. Instantly, the Tianhui forces charged toward the Sword Immortal from the cliff, overflowing with confidence. Meanwhile, Haishan Feng fights tooth and nail against Qi Lion Dio Weng. He grits his teeth. I thought we had wiped them all out. Yet these rats still survive. I definitely sent some men toward the manor already. They should hold for now, but I cannot afford to waste any more time. I must finish this in one fell swoop. Donghua watches the mob charging toward him, utterly calm. He turns his sword and issues the command, second form of the frenzied dragon 10 swords frenzied burst. The words barely leave his mouth before the blade erupts with power surpassing even the thunderbolt from moments ago. The sword sweeps wherever it pleases and men fly wherever it strikes. Tiantu Shashang witnesses this terrifying might and grows suspicious. He was definitely poisoned by the Zhai Tianzai. How can he still unleash such devastating power? Hearing this, Donghua fixes him with an icy, piercing glare, a contemptuous smile curling on his lips. Poisoned? Indeed, but how many times do you think I have been poisoned by your association's tricks? He blurs past the masked figure, a faint smile on his face. Too many to count. That worthless toxin called Zhai Tianzai is utterly useless against me. He then lands on a vacant patch of ground amidst the battlefield strewn with corpses, lightly spinning the blade in his hand. The Sword Immortal's gaze drifts to his right arm. No, a sickly purpluher droplets of blood begin to trickle down, his expression unreadable. Tiantu Shashang sees this and exclaims, you purged the Zhai Tianzai with that insane method. He simply raises his arm and replies, any method that works is good enough. And you seem to be misunderstanding something. It is not just the Xing Tian 5 kings who are lab rats. My eyes, those men. And yeah, what difference is there? Hearing his words, Tiantu Shashang furrows his brow, his face darkening as he looks down at his own hand, watching the flesh turn purple before his eyes. Realization dawns, so that is it. In the end, I was just another lab rat. In an instant, monstrous creatures overrun his entire body, giant centipede-like abominations that fill the surrounding space with colors and stenches beyond mortal comprehension. Donghua glances back and remarks, what a wretched stench, it reeks of foul malice. Watching the monsters invade that man's body inch by inch, he thinks if the sword incense was the detonator for the Zhai Tianzai, then Tian Tu Shasheng himself is the catalyst for these abominations. The association is always, you rely on such filthy methods. Enough, no more delays, I will finish this right now. From atop the cliff, a blinding light erupts accompanied by a thunderous explosion, seizing the attention of Qi Lion Dio Wang and Haishan Feng below. Qi Lion Dio Wang covers his nose and remarks, well, I did not expect much, but you exceeded my expectations, eh? Haishan Feng still stands motionless, his iron grip locked around some ashen-faced wretch. Spotting Donghua, the two men cry out in astonishment, sword immortal. Qi Lion Dio Wang silently assesses alone. He defeated all those experts and returned without a scratch. Haishan Feng speaks up. So it is all over. Donghua replies without hesitation. You could say that. So what do we do now? His expression could not be more indifferent as he answers. Sit back and watch the neighbor's house burn. This statement leaves Haishan Feng and Qi Lion Dio Wang utterly bewildered. Seeing their dumbfounded expressions, Donghua chuckles with cryptic meaning. People always say the two most entertaining things in the world are watching a fire burn and watching a brawl, do they not? I shall put on a show for you, drag everyone out from the manor. At this moment, at the Wandu sect before Tang Huan's main camp, Jiang Guang surveys the dense crowd before him. Those must be the men his father-in-law brought. He studies them in silence. Association. Indeed, a single glance reveals their profound internal energy, yet everything is eerily still, while his father's funeral is underway. They seize the vital halls swiftly and discreetly, commandeering the command structure, then mobilize all forces toward the sovereign hall where the funeral rites are being held. While the elders and stewards are still gathering their wits, they deploy the masters his father-in-law invited to suppress Mang Lang Mayu. Those are the key points of the plan. The signal should have been dispatched everywhere by no, yet there has been no contact whatsoever. While Jiang Guang is lost in thought, Xiao Dao Tianluo standing beside him speaks up, son-in-law, it appears our grand endeavor has hit a snag midway. Jiang Guang is somewhat puzzled. What do you mean? The old man replies with a strained expression, the demon queen is a being who transcends worldly reasoning. It is highly likely she foresaw this to some degree and has already prepared countermeasures. Seeing the bewilderment on the other man's face, he can only speak bluntly to swiftly quell the chaos spreading everywhere. We must seize the initiative at once. Son-in-law. Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Guang thinks to himself, strange. Clearly, the one who should stand at the center of this plan is Mayet. The atmosphere suggests my father-in-law holds all the initiative. But if I contest for control here, it could spark internal conflict. Besides, my father-in-law is all I have left. He then barks orders at the men still standing idle. What are you all standing around for? Move out to the sovereign hall at once. Settle everything swiftly and decisively. Yes, sir. The group shouts in unison and sets off with Jiang Guang toward the sovereign hall. However, after walking for some time, the scenery ahead feels strangely familiar. Jiang Guang surveys the scene, his expression shifting to shock as he exclaims, "What? They had clearly set out for the sovereign hall, so why are they still at the main camp?" He turns and orders the men behind him, turn the horses around, change direction. Despite his words, suspicion lingers in his heart. The path from the main camp to the sovereign hall is a straight line. There is no way they could have gotten lost. He then approaches Xiao Dao Tianluo. Father-in-law, something seems off. Jiang Guang continues, even though they had withdrawn their forces. Today is still the funeral of the former sect master, yet not a single soul is in sight, beyond their own party. Not even the sound of hooves reaches their ears. The atmosphere hangs heavy with an unnatural stillness. As he speaks, Jiang Guang's expression darkens, as though he has just sensed something terribly wrong. Wait, the atmosphere is heavy. His gaze falls upon the dense curtain of purple-black miasma ahead. He immediately barks orders at the others. Everyone, hold your breath to the fullest, but mere seconds later the toxic vapor paralyses them where they stand. Blood pours ceaselessly from their noses and mouths. One of them quickly identifies the source. It's the boa spirit ghost. Look over there. He furrows his brow and clenches his jaw upon hearing this. Jiang Guang stares at the xianxia emerging from within the spectral fog, his mind racing. Boa spirit xianxia as well. It's the Dark Empress. The Dark Empress is here. The toxic fog grows ever thicker. Jiang Guang quickly grasps the truth. Thighs is the boa spirit ghost ring formation, a technique that isolates enemies within a mist of illusions and lethal poison. then unleashes the boa spirit ghosts within to drain their strength, slowly grinding them down until they wither and die. This is the Dark Empress's signature mind technique. Jiang Guang turns to Xiao Daotianluo, fear etched across his face. Father-in-law, what do we do? The older man forces a bitter smile. We've already fallen into the trap. Suddenly, footsteps echo from somewhere within the fog. Followed by a cold voice, you dared to make a move against the Wandu sect. Tell me you never anticipated this outcome. At the sight of that figure emerging from the poisonous mist, Jiang Guang's face twists with shock laced with dread. He stammers a name, Yu Shen Shan. The newcomer speaks slowly, his voice heavy no matter how chaotic things were when I left. There is no way they could have deteriorated to this extent in mere days. The old Poison King raises an eyebrow. So that's how it is. This is precisely why I never wanted to choose you as my successor. Jiang Guang stares at his own father, who mere moments ago had been lying inside a coffin stupefied. You're still alive. Why didn't you give me even the slightest warning? The Poison King gazes at his hopelessly foolish son and can only reply with weary resignation, one who bears the weight of an entire clan and sect. And yet you were bewitched by the nonsense of a worthless fool, driving yourself to this dead end. But I kept wondering, were you merely enduring in silence to achieve some hidden goal? Was there still a half-decent move left in that head of yours? Would you, at the very last moment, finally come to your senses? I waited, I watched to the very end, to the final breath, but I can stand by no longer. Jiang Guang hears this and grips the reins so tightly his knuckles turn white, observed to the final moment. Lies, you call that giving me a chance? When have you ever done anything but crush me beneath your boot? He lifts his gaze to his father, grinding his teeth to suppress a wave of anguish. Just have you ever opened your arms to hold me? The question silences the Poison King entirely. He falls into a heavy, contemplative stillness. Seeing his father offer no answer, Jiang Guang lets out a quiet, bitter laugh. But still, there is one thing for which I must thank you. The weeds that had driven their roots deep into our sect, thanks to you, I was able to uproot every last one of them. Xiao Daotianluo approaches from behind and places a hand on Jiang Guang's shoulder, offering comfort. Are you all right? Watching the tender display of concern below, the Poison King's eye twitches with distaste. At a time when I didn't know where to even begin, you did a splendid job. Even though it certainly wasn't your intention, you've toiled hard as well. All these years doing nothing but clinging to that brainless son-in-law of yours and causing havoc wherever you go. In the next instant, the Poison King surges forward with a devastating strike, blazing brilliant green as a massive vortex of power erupts around him. Xiao Daotianluo sees this and draws his sword, a faint smirk playing across his lips. A son-in-law is still family after all. He launches himself toward the Poison King, calling out as he moves, when you put it that way, dear in-law, you sound rather cold. The Poison King does not flinch. He swings his palm hard toward the man addressed as his in-law. The two old men clash with ferocious intensity, trading blow after relentless blow, neither yielding an inch. The older the ginger, the sharper the bite. Jiang Guang is hemmed in by a ring of xianxia, yet his focus never wavers from Xiao Daotianluo, his father-in-law. He lifts his head to watch the battle raging overhead, and a silent exclamation echoes in his heart. I always thought he was nothing more than an ordinary martial wanderer. I never imagined he could fight my father to a standstill. At that moment, a voice rings out to rally the troops. Hold on a little longer. If we keep the Dark Empress tied down here, it won't be long before we finish off the Xing Tian Wu Wang. And the swordsmen from the Star Killing Association should be returning any moment now. The words have barely left his lips when the Dark Empress materializes beside him. She whispers softly, her voice dripping with languid menace, I've grown bored enough. It's time to end this association, was it? In the very next instant, the association's men are seized by invisible Hanscott in the grip of Mang Lang Mayu. A pair of eyes blazing with malevolent power appears without warning, radiating an aura so dreadful the very air turns suffocating. Poised to drag everything into darkness. What kind of place lies beyond the heavens? Allow me to give you a glimpse. A man standing atop a rooftop observes the scene unfold and renders his judgment. It seems it still won't work. Just as I predicted, we must abandon direct intervention here. Su Hu smiles faintly. He can no longer sense the presence of Xing Tian Wu Wang or Tian Tu Shasheng. If that's the case, there's no need to look to know the outcome on the Changxin Merchant Group's side. forgive me. Brother Liu Huangong, but this was a doomed plan from the very start. Don't be too disappointed. He turns his gaze to the three figures still locked in fierce combat and muses to himself. Still, through this battle, I've managed to gauge the true strength of Mang Lang Meiyu, the Poison King, and the Yu Ni Shizun. That alone is already a significant harvest. For the longest time, the association had paid little heed to the Jianghu. Their reach extended to every domain, every corner of the mortal world. Coupled with their innate sense of supremacy, they never once deigned to concern themselves with the insignificant realm where common mortals dwelled. Yet before their very eyes, the sword Immortal and the heavenly demon emerged, not only reaching the beyond the heavens realm the association had always coveted, but doing so as mere mortals who hadn't even lived 100 years. They managed to obliterate most of the legacy the association had accumulated over countless years for those who had devoted their entire lives to the association. This was a shock impossible to ignore, a tremor that shook the very foundation of their beliefs. And since the death of the heavenly demon, the association had completely overhauled its way of thinking. Instead of striving toward the distant sky beyond unreachable as it vastly turned their gaze inward, searching for a new path never before discovered. Seizing the moment of the heavenly demon's death, they advanced their plan step by step. To carry it out, they dispatched a unit known as the Tiger Prodders. But the power of Mang Lang Meiyu and the Poison King far exceeded their expectations. As for the sword Immortal, he remains as formidable as ever, no different from his absolute peak. At this thought, Su Hu furrows his brow slightly. Even if they were nothing but expendable pawns, both Xing Tian Wu Wang and Tian Tu Shashingal, the resources spent cultivating those forces, now reduced to nothing, a true waste. Su Hu sweeps his gaze over the corpses strewn across the ground below, a flicker of regret crossing his face. Then he silently steeling his resolve, just you wait, sword Immortal. One day I will make you bow. Meanwhile, within the grounds of the Wandu sect, the sword Immortal strides in alongside his two companions. The sight of bodies littering the ground gives him pause. What's this? Are they all dead? Chi Lion Diaoing immediately kneels beside one of the fallen and checks for a pulse. Still breathing, but they've been heavily afflicted by miasma and poison. Upon hearing this, Donghun's expression remains unchanged as he assesses the scene. It seems the boa spirit Xianxia tore through here quite violently. His companion appears skeptical. Did the Dark Empress truly handle all of these people on her own? Suddenly, Mang Lang Meiyu glides over to the sword Immortal's side and speaks. Oh, my handle is such a harsh word. I may look like this, but I do value human life, you know. For your excellency to come all this way in person, could it be out of concern for little old me? Seeing her brazen shamelessness, the sword Immortal waves his hand in exasperation. Enough nonsense. Why isn't a single one of them in one piece? At this rate, even a good beating would be difficult, she continues to tease, utterly undeterred. Oh, dodging the question now, my Mihu knew you could be so bashful, but you don't really care, do you? Just focus on one other matter. Anyway, I did leave one alive for you. On the other side, Xiao Dao Tianluo and the Poison King continue to battle with everything they have. Donghun gently traces his thumb along the blade of the dagger in his hand, as if steeling himself for something decisive. He lifts his gaze to the two figures suspended in midair. Then, with a sharp exhale, the sword Immortal hurls the dagger in a single, unerring arc straight toward them both. Between the twin streams of green and violet light, a streak of azure suddenly pierces through. Xiao Dao Tianluo senses it instantly. Something is wrong. He raises the blade in his hand without hesitation, bringing it up to intercept the terrifying force erupting from the incoming dagger. The instant the two weapons collide, he realizes something. In the span of a heartbeat, Xiao Dao Tianluo is sent hurtling through the air by the sword Immortal's terrifying might. Though he crashes violently into the wall behind, his mind remains fixated on that dagger. He has seen it somewhere before. The collision leaves Xiao Dao Tianluo gravely wounded, blood erupting from his mouth in a violent spray. His gaze falls upon the dagger lying on the ground, and recognition strikes him instantly. Of course, it looks familiar. That dagger, it is the very gift bestowed upon me in my youth when I first joined the association. I distinctly heard that the association had already reclaimed it from the heavenly mountain. The sword Immortal now stands before Xiao Dao Tianluo, his voice brimming with certainty. Judging by that reaction, it seems I was right, wasn't I? You were the one who stabbed the heavenly demon in the gut with this very dagger, weren't you? The mention of his late comrade stokes an uncontrollable fury within Donghua. Yet seeing that his attacker is none other than the sword Immortal himself, Xiao Dao Tianluo cannot mask his shock. Sword Saint, how could you possibly? Tian Tu Shasheng and Xing Tian Yuwang clearly hear Xiao Dao Tianluo address him with that title. And Donghua can hold back no longer. Every time you lot open your mouths, it's Sword Saint this, Sword Saint thought, as if I'm on the same level as you. You brats should be calling me Sword Immortal. The words barely leave his lips when Meng Zia's palm crashes across the face of the Tianluo elder. Then he speaks up, "Hey, snap out of it. You're this drunk already, what are we supposed to do with you?" Seeing Xiao Dao Tianluo writhing on the ground, he can't help but feel a twinge of irritation. This is driving me insane. Feng Zai, let's go. Yes. Feng Zai obediently complies, but before he can take the prisoner away, Haishan Feng is blocked by the Poison King, prompting a suspicious question. What is it? The Poison King speaks up once more. Fan Lianhong is a criminal who has caused severe harm to the sect. The only reason he has been allowed to live this long was so we could ambush and capture him in one sweep, as we did today. Therefore, leave him here. This seat shall deal with him personally. Haishan Feng hears this and speaks, "I also have business with this one." But the Poison King absolutely refuses to yield. "This seat will deal with him first. Hand him over afterward." Haishan Feng asks again, "Oh, so you mean hand him over after he's beaten half to death or turned into a drooling imbecile? Either way, this criminal cannot be handed over to outsiders." The sword Immortal, standing to the side, overhears this and speaks, "Hearing all that, don't you find something rather strange? I didn't come here to ask for your permission, I'm simply telling you what I'm going to do. We've spoken to this extent, and you still intend to take him. Then perhaps I should settle the debt of you daring to disguise yourself as a corpse to deceive Merite here, right now." Donghun's aura alone sends a shiver of dread through the Poison King, forcing him to abandon his claim on the prisoner. "I understand." Having secured the prisoner, he immediately gives orders to the pipe-smoking elder. "Load everyone who's fallen onto the carts. Let's head back." The old man behind him responds swiftly, "Yes, sir." But departing proves far from simple with the arrival of the Demon Empress. She speaks. Oh, Mayan outsider dares to linger at the threshold of an unmarried woman's chamber, yet now he coldly turns to leave. The sword Immortal responds wearily, "What now? What does this old hag want now?" The Demon Empress merely smiles, "I'm only teasing, do take care on your way." This leaves Donghun somewhat perplexed. How strange. She's actually willing to let us go just like that. Forget it, better not to question good fortune, best to leave while we can. Without delay, he bids a swift farewell and departs at once. "Take care." The Poison King watches them leave so freely and asks, "Is this wise, just letting him walk away like that?" Before he can finish, the Demon Empress lets out a cold laugh. "Not a chance. I have waited all these years only to see that man again. This time I will not let him slip away, absolutely not." As the words leave her lips, the Demon Empress fixes a cryptic smile upon his retreating figure. Meanwhile, after a prolonged period of unconsciousness, Xiao Dao Tianluo finally regains his senses. He wonders, where is this place? He hears the sound of weeping, yet sees nothing. The last memory etched in his mind stops at the sword Immortal's devastating punch. After that nothing, consciousness slips away. His body holds not an ounce of strength, he cannot even move. Impossible, have my Danshan and body been utterly destroyed? Finding his entire body rigid and unresponsive, he refuses to accept it. All he can do is scream, "Sword, Sword Saint." The group of captives brought along earlier hear him awaken and rush to his side. "Sect Master. Sect Master, are you all right?" Xiao Dao Tianluo responds weakly, "That voice, who is it?" "Zidiu Sanung, is that you?" Looking at the people before him, he asks in shock, "How did all of you end up here?" One of them explains, "It's not just us." While the sect master was away, the dark minions of the Black Sword Bandits launched a surprise attack on the manor. His vision darkens, as if refusing to believe his own ears. "What? It gets worse," the man continues. "Not only were all the assets in the manor confiscated, but even those who resisted were all. Nearly 50 of our people have been rounded up and brought here." Upon hearing this, the realization dawns on him. "So the weeping I've been hearing all along, could it be?" Before he can finish, a hand suddenly unleashes a brilliant radiance, blazing like flames and fireworks, illuminating the pitch-black night. Donghun, unhurried, speaks to confirm his suspicion. "What exactly do you mean?" "Waking up to see so many familiar faces, surely that was a surprise, wasn't it?" Sword Immortal, Xiao Dao Tianluo stares at the people before him, unable to believe what he sees. Impossible, did you capture the entire Than family and lock them up here? Then he bursts into a torrent of curses. Sword Saint, you monstrous bastard, what crime have they ever committed? Donghua responds without missing a beat. I've heard you're a benevolent man who treats his servants well, that your reputation truly precedes you. Is that correct? Donghua grips one man by the hair with one hand, pressing a blade to his throat with the other. A faint smile plays across his lips. I worried it might be nothing but empty rumors. But how fortunate it seems the tales are true. Xiao Dao Tianluo seethes from the side. You scoundrel, do you really think you can get away with this? Donghua casually traces a shallow cut across the man's throat, a deliberate provocation. Up until now I've been perfectly fine, now then shut your mouth and answer this question. Growing impatient, he asks once more, where is the master of the association, that man? Donghua grips another man by the hair, pressing a blade to his throat, and speaks in an icy tone. I hear you're quite compassionate toward your own people. Your reputation truly travels far, doesn't it? Xiao Dao Tianluo, unflinching, snarls, you wretch, do you think you'll walk away from this unscathed? Donghua responds coolly, yes, up until now. I remain perfectly unscathed. So shut your mouth and answer me. That bastard, the association lord, where is he? Xiao Dao Tianluo's vision still swims, his mind reeling with fear. The association lord is one of the 3 highest-ranking figures in the association and the overlord of Thanli and Hone. Xiao Dao Tianluo lies still, trembling, and answers, I don't know. The moment those words leave his mouth, blood erupts from the throat of the man beside him. The sword Immortal, drenched in blood, fixes him with a pair of razor-sharp, bloodshot eyes. You had better not say you don't know. In the next instant, he snatches another man to replace the one from before. Everyone knows you are his most loyal retainer. The man's face drains of all color as he stammers out 2 words. My lord. Yet Xiao Dao Tianluo remains steadfast in his denial. I don't know, I know nothing, I swear, please stop. But the sword Immortal pays it no heed, intent solely on extracting his answer. I will ask one last time, Guildmaster Yin. Where is he now? Watching the sword Immortal press his blade against each person's throat one by one, the man trembles with a threat of fear. How dare you call yourself a Taoist who walks the 9 paths? What crime have they committed for you to slaughter them so mercilessly? He fixes the man with a piercing gaze. The Tao, the 9 paths. The 9 ancient paths of classical Chinese scholarship encompassing morality, yin-yang, law, divination, ritual, scripture, arts, governance, accounting, and military strategy. Recalling the image of the heavenly demon departing before his very eyes, he replies coldly, that sort of thing, I cast it aside long ago. Xiao Dao Tianluo gazes at the sword Immortal's silhouette burned upon the scorched red earth and speaks, indeed. When facing monsters who have abandoned all humanity, what use is there in chanting scriptures? Donghua, blood still clinging to his face, his expression cold and lethal, retorts, even if I descend into hell after this. My goal is to drag as many of you bastards down with me as possible, so don't you worry. He immediately steers the conversation back on course. Now answer me. Guildmaster Yin, where is he? Meeting the sword Immortal's frigid gaze, Jin Xiaohuan vaguely realizes the man is sincere, truly intends to slaughter every last soul here. Glancing at the terrified, bound captives on the far side, he thinks to himself, what am I to do? He whispers, if I reveal the association's secrets to an outsider, not just 3 generations of my family, every last person in my clan will perish. I will tell you everything I know. The sword Immortal hears this, and a flicker of suspicion crosses his mind. Suddenly changing his mind, the man weakly offers his condition, but I have one stipulation. Can you swear to protect my family from the association? A young woman nearby hears this and immediately cuts in with a shout. My lord, if you go through with this, you won't survive. My lord, you mustn't. The girl protests once more, but Xiao Dao Tianluo remains resolute in his determination to protect them. I know, as long as I can save them, that is all that matters. The scene shifts to a brighter locale. Shenji clasps his hands together in delight and exclaims, Third young master, it is truly an honor to serve at your side once again. Before him stands a handsome young man, none other than the 3rd young master of the Changxin merchant group. In the very next instant, the Grand Steward rushes forward and clasps the young man tightly. To think that your lordship has been hiding in the slums all this time. Are you injured anywhere? Your constitution was already frail to begin with. The third young master can only reply helplessly, I'm fine. Shenji. He lowers his head and continues with a guilty expression. I no longer have the face to visit father's grave. A coward who fled in terror of my elder brother. Can such a person truly return to this place? Seeing the crowd laughing and chatting merrily in the distance, Shenji speaks up to console him. Please do not say such things, my lord. I have heard that even there, you looked after everyone in the household. Thanks to your efforts, they all returned safely. He gazes at the young man and breaks into a warm, tender smile. If the late master of the xianxia merchant group could see this, surely he would be overjoyed to have raised such a fine son. The third young master hears this and is about to speak. But before Shenji can finish his sentence, someone barges in and cuts him off. Grand Steward, don't you think you've said a bit too much? The second young master of the xianxia family, appearing from nowhere, interjects with undisguised contempt. What is the meaning of this? I thought you'd left your corpse rotting in some forgotten corner. It's been a while, second brother. The fat man steps forward to block his younger sibling's path, firing off one question after another. But don't you find your little return rather shameless? When father died, not even your shadow could be found, and now you slink back here looking for a share. He fixes the third young master with an unfriendly gaze, claps him on the shoulder and declares, relax. The one who inherits father's legacy is obviously me, your second brother. Shenji immediately fires back, the second young master taking over the merchant group. Just who exactly did you discuss this arrangement with? I heard you were thoroughly thrashed by the sword Immortal, and yet you dare lay a hand on the child he favors. He plants his hands on his hips with utmost gravity. The sword Immortal is a powerhouse renowned throughout the Central Plains. To offend such a man and still dare speak of inheriting the merchant group's leadership. Isn't the truly shameless one here the second young master himself? Hearing this, the second young master seethes with fury, ready to lunge forward. What? You insolent wretch, you've been getting far too bold lately, haven't you? Do you fancy yourself the true master of this merchant group? The Grand Steward continues without a shred of fear, of course not. I am merely holding this position temporarily, that is all. Then he fixes the man before him with a razor-sharp, murderous gaze. But if one wishes to bury a second young master without anyone ever knowing, with my current standing, that is entirely within my power. At these words, Jin Ziohyun instantly breaks into a cold sweat, left utterly speechless. In the next instant, he scrambles for an excuse to leave. I have pressing business to attend to, but mark my words, I will settle this score. The third young master turns to the person beside him and asks, Shenji, will this truly be all right? He answers softly, we cannot hand the merchant group over to a scoundrel like that. The third young master speaks up again, but then again. Second brother isn't entirely wrong. Compared to a frail wreck like me, perhaps letting him inherit the merchant group would be for the better. You know the state of my body, I won't live much longer. Hearing this, a glimmer of sorrow passes through Shenji's eyes. Young master, regarding that matter, there is someone who wishes to see you. The scene shifts to the xianxia manor. Donghua stands absorbed, gazing at something when a voice calls out, Sword Immortal. The Grand Steward observes the man before him with concern. His complexion does not look well. However, the Sword Immortal does not reply. Instead, he steers the conversation elsewhere. Shenji, I'm entrusting them to you. Shenji glances at the people before him, quickly grasps the situation and nods in agreement. Yes, we shall look after them with the utmost care. As it happens, we are short on manpower. Our merchant group will gladly take them in. The Sword Immortal then asks, more importantly, how are the preparations coming along? Everything has been completed. Do you truly intend to leave? He gazes ahead and says, it seems there are even more than what I mentioned. Shenji surveys everything laid out before him and responds, a modest gift, nothing more, compared to the grace I have received from the Sword Immortal. These things are but a drop of blood from a sparrow, a pittance hardly worth mentioning. Seeing the man speak with such courtesy, he replies swiftly, what is it? Hearing that I'm about to leave, I feel reluctant. The Grand Assembly has concluded without a hitch. I have no reason to linger, do I? Shenji, the acting merchant alliance master, chuckles softly. Hearing these words from the Sword Immortal truly puts me to shame. This position was originally meant for the third young master, the son of our late benefactor. I am merely holding the reins temporarily. A grand merchant alliance has emerged, with the Changxin merchant group at its core. The moment the Wandu sect fell into turmoil, throwing the entire situation into chaos, Shen Ji seized the opportunity to rally the major merchants of the Sichuan region and convened this grand assembly to seize the initiative. Donghua says with casual indifference, perhaps I'm starting to feel a touch of homesickness. I'd like to return to my hometown for a visit. In any case, just keep your word. The Grand Steward maintains his smile and replies, rest assured, my lord, I shall manage everything properly. But before that, there is one small favor I would like to ask of you. A favor? What is it? Then he subtly glances behind them. On your journey home, Sword Immortal, would you be willing to take the third young master with you? Hearing this, the Sword Immortal furrows his brow in mild puzzlement. Third young master. The old man hurries to explain, we only recently discovered him while he was still hiding in the slums. If he could travel the world alongside a senior of your caliber, he would surely broaden his horizons. The young man standing nearby speaks up shyly. Lion Yun, third son of the Changxin merchant group, humbly pays respects to the Sword Immortal. By now, Donghua has already stepped up before the third young master, scratching his chin, his mind visibly churning with thoughts. After a moment, he poses his question bluntly, you have severed meridians, don't you? And unless I'm mistaken, it's the 9 yin severed meridians at that. The young man is visibly startled. How could you possibly know? The 9 yin severed meridians is a condition where overwhelming yin energy disrupts the normal flow of blood through the vessels, ultimately leading to premature death. The Sword Immortal chuckles softly, why wouldn't I know? I once suffered from the very same condition. These words startle even Shenji. What? Even the Sword Immortal was afflicted by it once. Meanwhile, on the mountain behind the Changxin Manor, a group of children play happily. One of them calls out, hey, where'd you run off to? Xiu Yin chirps innocently, just catching frogs to cook for dinner, leaving Han Yunhu standing beside her rather apprehensive. Deep in the shadow of the tree canopy behind them, Haishan Feng is seething inwardly, cursing under his breath. Damn it all, why did they have to come all the way down here? This is the very place where the Sword Saint once caused a massive upheaval. If the Saintess discovers the corpses before he can even finish the thought, Xiu Yin has already spotted something on the ground ahead. The little girl shouts at the top of her lungs, a corpse. See, the cry sends Haishan Feng into a blind panic. What? Yi Yunhua, who had detected Haishan Feng's presence from who knows when, channels her voice through the 6 harmonies sound transmission to Feng Sha, don't just stand there gawking, it over here and help me. Haishan Feng is taken aback, she detected my aura. She transmits once more, this one is not a corpsey, hurry, help me move him. Before the two who just arrived behind her can react, Xiu Yin's voice rings out. Oh mister, you're awake. The little girl's delight is impossible to hide. Thank goodness you're still alive. The man has no idea that 3 people of varying ages have gathered around him as he lets out a casual sigh. So hungry. A voice full of relief echoes through the room, as if the speaker has just been brought back from the dead. Gong Huan's dirt-covered face brightens instantly, and he speaks without needing any prompting. If it's not too much trouble, could I have another bowl? He adds sheepishly, my apologue. Wise for the impropriety, the manor's cuisine is so exquisite that I simply lost myself. Before he can finish, Yi Yunhua has already agreed. Of course, I'll bring more food right away. He scratches his head bashfully upon hearing this. Rescuing a complete stranger like this, that must have taken real courage. I am truly grateful, more than words can express. Yi Yunhua turns away without responding, but her thoughts churn restlessly. No matter how she looks at it, this man is suspicious. He appears nothing more than a beggar, yet his speech and mannerisms betray the bearing of noble-born gentry. She steals a sideways glance to appraise him. On closer inspection, his skin is surprisingly smooth and fair. His martial cultivation appears quite substantial, and strangely his face seems hauntingly familiar. Xiu Yin watches the man eating with ravenous enthusiasm and calls out to him. Mister, hearing the little girl's call, Gong Huan looks up with mild suspicion. Huh, mister, don't tell me you're talking to me, little one. He thinks to himself, am I really that old already? Since when did I become an uncle? Seeing the bewilderment on his face, the girl presses on. So, mister, where were you lying collapsed out there in the first place? He scratches his dirt-caked face and chuckles, ah, well, I was trying to leave the city but lost my way. While wandering about, I ran into some mountain bandits. Yi Yunhua, listening from the side, thinks to herself, lost in the city, the main roads there are wide and meticulously maintained. Unless someone possesses a catastrophically poor sense of direction, it should be nearly impossible to get lost. A short while later, Yunhua arrives with an enormous bowl of rice and presents it to him. His face lights up immediately. Thank you so much, something about this still doesn't add up though. While she is lost in thought, someone enters from outside and calls Yunhua. Susu asked me to deliver this to you earlier. Yundu, upon seeing the person in the room, is somewhat taken aback. Oh brother Nangong. Gong Huan hears the greeting, hastily puts down his chopsticks and springs to his feet, his face beaming with delight as he responds. Yundu waits outside for a moment. Dong Hun looks at the children before him and asks, so you lot intend to follow along this time as well? Yundu hears this and answers respectfully, our seniors seek to illuminate the path for the world, embarking on a journey fraught with peril. How could we possibly sit idly by? We only wish to remain at your side, to be a small flame that warms your path, nothing more. Yunhua, standing nearby, states her reasons simply. I want to stay by Su Yin's side. Hearing their words, Dong Hun can only heave a long sigh. The other two in the group quickly chime in if senior brother Yundu is going and junior sister Yunhua is going too. Then naturally looking at the children standing before him. He thinks to himself that it would be pointless to chase away those who had braved the journey all the way here. From the very start, I've let things be, but you following me all the way to the Wudang sect, that is another matter entirely. A core disciple of the Kunlun sect defecting to another faction, that alone could ignite a full-blown conflict between sects. Yundu lowers his head slightly upon hearing this. Though we hail from Kunlun, we are also members of the Black Sword Thieves. Dong Hun smirks upon hearing these words, the senior disciple of Kunlun joining a band of mountain thieves. Utterly preposterous. Fine, I won't interfere anymore, handle your own affairs. But setting that aside for the moment while everyone strains to listen to the Sword Immortal's words, Gong Huan cheerfully strolls out. Not forgetting to call. Yundu, is everything taken care of? Yes. The uninvited guest's appearance sends the Sword Immortal into a fury. He points an accusatory finger and exclaims, why is that fellow here again? Since when did this one become a member of the Black Sword Thieves? Despite the Sword Immortal's shock, Gong Huan's cheeks flush slightly. To his disbelief, the Sword Immortal is really right here, this close. Yundu quickly explains. The children found him collapsed in the forest behind the mountain and rescued him. He says all his belongings were stolen. His circumstances are quite pitiful, since we happen to be heading in the same direction. I offered to let him travel with us for the time being. The Sword Immortal is somewhat skeptical. The young scion of a prestigious sword clan stripped of all his belongings. Was he ambushed? Gong Huan suddenly grows serious. Allow me to explain that part myself. He recalls the events and begins his account. Truth be told, I have a catastrophically poor sense of direction. I got hopelessly lost in the forest. That was when I encountered an old man who couldn't cross the river, so I stepped in to help. But little did he know, the very old man he had gone out of his way to help had been watching him all along with a sinister gleam in his eyes. After finishing his tale, Gong Huan rubs his head and heaves a long sigh. When I came to, every last piece of luggage had vanished, save for the clothes on my back. Dong Hun, listening nearby, instantly grasps the situation. You got swindled. Yes, truthfully, I didn't even have much money to begin with. But the kinking flowing sword was taken along with everything else. Hearing those words, Dong Hun is somewhat taken aback. The King Liu sword, one of the Nangong 28 famous swords. He responds in kind. Yes, the truth is, the reason I ventured into the forest behind the mountain was also to retrieve the King Liu sword. The Nangong family was originally the birthplace of the sword family, before becoming a renowned lineage of swordsmanship. This was a place famous for its legendary iron forge, the Nangong Forge. To this day, at the very heart of the sword family, the Nangong Forge still operates in full swing. The forging of legendary swords continues with undiminished fervor. And the Nangong 28 famous swords are the 28 most outstanding blades among them all. Watching the young man scratch his head sheepishly before him, Dong Hun silently appraises every detail about him. Each of these swords is a peerless divine weapon rumored to be so extraordinary that merely holding one could elevate a martial artist's cultivation by several tiers. And this son of the sword family actually lost such a treasure. This isn't mere foolishness, this is supreme stupidity. Thinking this, a smile with an unreadable meaning spreads across his face. He then steps forward and pats the young man's shoulder, putting on an air of empathy. My heavens, this must be devastating for you, but in life who doesn't make one catastrophic mistake? What matters most is the willingness to repent. Isn't that right? I will help you, don't worry too much. I will also report this matter privately to your grandfather. Hearing these words, Gong Huan's eyes light up with sheer delight. I never imagined you to be so magnanimous, my lord. Last time I was utterly disrespectful. I sincerely apologize from the bottom of my heart. On his end, Dong Hun scribbles something while smiling in response. Disrespectful. I'd forgotten about that long ago. He gently pats the young man's shoulder. See, I told you he was kind-hearted. Isn't that so? The other merely smiles and says, in that case I shall take my leave first. Suddenly, Haishin Feng Ta rushes over to report Sword Immortal. All preparations are complete. Dong Hun merely raises his hand, passes him a slip of paper and asks, the Xiaowu Gate people, you remember them, don't you? Deliver this to them, then return here immediately. Hearing this, Haishin Feng Ta grows somewhat suspicious and unfolds the note to read, uncertain of what business this could entail. Upon reading it, Haishin Feng Ta's eyes widen in shock. The note clearly states the young master of the sword family was ensnared by a common pickpocket, nearly lost his life, and moreover forfeited the sect guardian treasureth King Liu's sword. The responsibility for this falls squarely upon your shoulders. If you fail to handle it properly, Xiaowu Gate will be the first to face punishment. If you do not wish for everything to be reduced to a sea of flames, then you had best suppress this matter starting now. After reading, Haishin Feng Ta mutters to himself, well then, let's just consider this as something I never saw. Moments later, he stands at an elevated position and calls down to the assembled party. After all the troubles and inconveniences, everything that needed doing in the capital has been completed. We shall rendezvous with the group waiting outside the capital, then set forth for Hubei where the Wudang sect resides. One by one, the party members bow deeply in farewell to Grand Steward Shenji before departing. Afterward, Haishin Feng Ta announces in a booming voice, now then has everyone made ready. Then let us depart. With that declaration, the entire party settles into their horse-drawn carriages, preparing to return to the Sword Immortal's homeland. A day later, the party halts to rest in a forest clearing along their route. Dong Hun, leisurely savoring some fruit, remarks they've arrived already. Show me. Haishin Feng Ta delivers the message and adds, it seems the Xiaowu Gate people acted with considerable urgency. The contents of the letter that the Sword Immortal sent to Xiaowu Gate can be summarized as follows: the young master of the sword family has met with catastrophe. Though it was caused by a mere pickpocket, you shall still bear the responsibility. Xiaowu Gate is a gathering place for all manner of denizens of the dark martial world, but it is by no means a haven harboring the criminals of the entire realm. Yet Lord Dong Hun forcibly compels Xiaowu Gate to shoulder the wrath of the sword family, a bolt from the clear sky, truly. In the end, Xiaowu Gate has no choice but to issue an emergency decree, mobilizing every last one of its operatives. Thanks to this, within the span of a single hour, they not only uncover the culprits' identities but also pinpoint the exact location of their hideout. The reply letter clearly states two locations: Wuxia Mountain and the Changjing Assassin Switch. Leaves the Sword Immortal somewhat puzzled. He asks, Wuxia Mountain, I know about, but what are the Changjing Assassins? What manner of thing is that? Haishin Feng Ta immediately explains they are the surviving remnants of the xianxia Temple Assassins, a collapsed assassination syndicate from roughly 10 years ago. At present, they survive by robbing common folk and occasionally taking on a few assassination contracts. Dong Hun steps down from the carriage and asks further, the xianxia Temple was annihilated. Yes, that is correct. He thinks to himself, even during the height of my active years, that was already a fairly well-known establishment. Looking at how they dare to steal even the sacred sword of the sword family, their boldness remains as fearsome as ever. After pondering for a moment, he calls out to someone nearby, listen, we'll be stepping away for a bit. Everyone else, keep moving. Don't worry about a thing. The Sword Immortal then gently brushes his hair dancing in the wind and declares, Feng Ta, let's go, to Wuxia Mountain. At this moment, upon Wuxia Mountain, Dong Hun speaks up with a note of urgency. Feng Ta, haven't we arrived yet? He thinks to himself, not a single trace of aura can be sensed. Even the chirping of insects has fallen silent. Only an oppressive stillness blankets everything. Haishin Feng Ta, too, cannot help but grow suspicious. Strange, this should be the right place. The eerie atmosphere triggers something within Hema realization. It's as though we're standing inside a boa spirit phantom formation. From the other side, a woman shrouded in concealment speaks up, with a cluster of dying men sprawled beneath her feet. Oh my! She gently lowers her veil and lets a smile bloom across her lips. I was wondering who would dare venture to such a treacherous mountain. So it is the great sword Immortal himself. Greetings, I too was on my way to deal with these black market thieves. Haishan Fengta stares at the scene before him, unable to contain his shock. That woman, those men, the Chongjing assassins, they are all on the brink of death. One of them trembles violently and begs in a hoarse whisper. Please just kill me. Was this truly all her doing, Galon? Contrary to Haishan Fengta's astonishment, Donghua gazes at the woman with a faint smile and asks, You are Nin, aren't you? She meets the sword Immortal's gaze with blazing crimson eyes and an expression as cold as frost. Oh, my, found out already. Seeing his guess confirmed, he thinks just as I suspected. There is no way she would give up on him so easily. Even so, he had already stepped into this predicament. For her to have reached this place, she must have even employed the age reversal technique. Gazing at the woman smiling gently before him, he can only arrive at a vastly different assessment. A monster of a woman whose mind even his heart-penetrating ability cannot read. Only one thing is certain, he absolutely cannot allow the boa spirit demon empress to have followed him here. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, she leaps down and says with a playful lilt, I was only joking, only joking. You're so serious, Todd, not like your usual self at all. Then she smiles softly, everything until now has been a lie. The one standing before you at this very moment is none other than I Poison Flower Blood Remnant, Tang Taiying. With the sect in such turmoil, even the Grand Matriarch couldn't possibly have made it all the way out here, could she? The truth is, I ran away. They suddenly thrust the position of sect master upon me. I want no part of the responsibility whatsoever. He looks at the woman before him and lets out a soft sigh. Does she truly expect him to believe that? Regardless, the affairs of the sect are decided by the Grand Matriarch and the family patriarch. I am nothing more than a puppet placed forward to deceive the eyes of the world. Jiang Guang's expression turns sorrowful as though concealing some deep-seated anguish. She adds, for as long as I can remember, my father and grandfather have been locked in a bitter struggle for power. I have long grown weary of watching dogs tear each other apart in the mud, nameless, pointless, and chaotic beyond measure. However, the very next instant, she shyly draws closer to him. The sword Immortal is the one who ignited this chaos. If I stayed by your side, even the Wandu sect wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. So the moment I heard you were leaving, I followed without a shred of hesitation and happened to run into those people. I was just about to mete out punishment when we crossed paths. What a coincidence. If you call this fate, then perhaps it truly is fate. Watching that person chatter endlessly before Donghua, he can only think helplessly sounds nice, but in a city as vast as Jingdu, and she just happens to stumble upon them right after she has finished those people off. She claims it is coincidence. Yuho and the world would believe that. Even if the boa spirit demon empress has disguised herself as Tang Taiying. If she practices hypnotizing her surface consciousness into truly believing she is Tang Taiying, then even I wouldn't be able to tell. After a long moment, he finally asks, so you're saying you're not Nin? The other party offers no rebuttal. Donghua falls into a brief silence. Mind-reading techniques are useless here. He cannot discern what she is thinking. Unable to achieve his goal, he turns away with a trace of reluctance. Forget it, handle things on your own. Haishan Feng, standing beside him, can only stare in bewilderment. Greetings, I'm sure those who know already know. I am Tang Taiying of the Wandu sect. From today onward, I shall be joining the merchant caravan. I humbly ask for everyone's guidance. Her arrival leaves everyone utterly astonished. Wait, isn't she the new sect master of the Wandu sect? The Poison Flower Blood Remnant, joining a merchant caravan. Meanwhile, as he sits to one side cradling his sword, someone comes to disturb him. Sword Immortal, sir. Tang Taiying stands before him, beaming like a blossoming flower. I've already greeted all the members of the merchant caravan. I believe the caravan leader is Jinzai Ohuan, correct? I've received his permission, so I should be able to travel alongside everyone now, shouldn't I? She then produces something from behind her back and presents it to the sword Immortal. And this is a small gift I've prepared. Tang Taiying has been with the caravan for several days now. No matter how plain the fare, she never utters a single complaint. eating with relish, even volunteering to stand guard from the crack of dawn. Despite every hardship, this girl remains unfailingly cheerful. Wherever the luggage needs to go, just tell me. At first, the other members keep their distance, but they gradually warm up to her. Yet the sword immortal notices only one thing most crucially: she has not approached him even once since that first day. Clearly, she is scheming something. He lets out a soft sigh, mulling over her unpredictable actions. But what on earth could it be? If only she would pull some overtly outrageous stunt, it would actually put his mind more at ease. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Sword immortal, sir." Donghua, his hair neatly groomed, his face clean-shaven, stands before him. "Sword immortal, sir, I heard you summon me." Donghua gives a slight turn and gestures for him to follow. "Come in." As he walks, Donghua's eyes sweep about, taking in these unfamiliar surroundings. This is the interior of the Sword Immortal's carriage. A bit messy, I'm afraid. The Sword Immortal himself is busy with something. "I'm looking for that thing." After a short while, he quickly produces the item Tang Taiying has given him and hands it over to Donghua. "Here, take it." Donghua stares at the object in his hands, emotion surging through him. This is the Qingliu sword. You found it for me." "Thank you, sir. This kindness." Donghua immediately responds. "No need to thank me. If you want to give thanks, thank that girl surnamed Tang. She's the one who recovered your sword. The culprits have all been apprehended, so there should be no need for further pursuit." Hearing that it is she who has helped him, the young man's cheeks flush crimson. So it was Miss Tang who did all that. Donghua then gently turns away, dismissing him. "If you're done here, head back." The young man departs with a joyful smile. "Yes, thank you so much." Returning the sword is one matter, but inwardly the sword immortal trembles with barely contained frustration. Damn it, letting the Qingliu sword fall into someone else's hands like that. It's enough to drive one mad with regret. But if I can't confirm whether the one who found the sword was Tang Taiying or Nin, then I cannot keep the Qingliu sword. He steadies himself. Losing the Qingliu sword stings, but for now the current situation is satisfactory enough. The Qingshan slaying sword seized from Xingtian Wu Wang. The precious treasures plundered from the Than family manor, including the flood dragon bone fragment and the famed relics taken from Shenji, all given as the price for accepting Jinzai Ohuan. He swiftly grasps his sword, preparing to perform something. "Now then, shall we begin?" The sword immortal grips the blade with commanding resolve, sending azure light flooding through the carriage interior. Moments later, a single tiny dragon scale materializes upon the sword's body. Seeing this, the sword immortal freezes in disbelief. "What? It devoured all of that? And only a single dragon scale grew?" Donghua's hand, still gripping the sword, begins to tremble. He recalls his master's words in his youth. The old man obtained the skeletal remains of the last millennium-old dragon clan and forged this very blade from them. This sword is supposed to be sheathed in countless dragon scales. He stares at that solitary dragon scale, lost in brooding contemplation. And yet, only one. It devoured all that, and this is all it has to show. When will the rest ever be filled? I truly should never have let the Qingliu sword fall into someone else's hands so easily. Shifting to another space. Someone screams without end. "I won't let things end like this. Absolutely not. How could this happen?" Xing Wang, Shendiao's wealthiest figure in the current Jianghu, who personally oversees all trade operations spanning every region. The sole king capable of manipulating not only merchant guilds but also the martial world's power structure and the very lifeblood of the empire. For a man of such absolute stature, there exists a treasure more precious than gilded towers, silver, and jewels. At this moment, he kneels before his son's coffin, wailing. "My son, why does my son lie here cold and lifeless?" The one laid within is his youngest son, born to him in his twilight years, Hongfu Jingguang. When that youngest child is placed into the flower-adorned coffin, all that returns is a frozen corpse. Hongfu Zanman's divine bird King can do nothing but weep in agony. He clenches his teeth and swears vengeance. "Your enemy, your father, will settle this score on your behalf. Sword Calamity, I shall offer his head before your spirit tablet." When Hongfu Jingguang, his youngest son, sets out for Sichuan as an envoy of the Bamboo Longevity Poison King, and to win the heart of Tang Taiying, the woman he secretly adores, the father never once harbors the slightest worry. Sometime prior, a messenger arrives bearing news. "Word has come from the Wandu sect, sir. It states that a conflict erupted in Sichuan, resulting in his arm being torn clean off. He restrains himself with every fiber of his being not to rush to Sichuan that very instant. Because he is informed that the Wandu sect has administered first aid and will transport Jingguang to Tongting Lake, he decides to wait until he understands his son's condition before making a move. But who could have foreseen that very complacency would become an eternal regret beyond redemption? Hongfu Jingyuan, the youngest son of the divine bird king. Only days after departing for Sichuan, he is discovered as a cold corpse alongside his escort subordinates. The divine bird king trembles with fear. This is undoubtedly the work of the sword calamity, Dong Hun. He is the one who has torn his son's arm apart and ultimately stolen his very life. He then turns and calls out to his subordinate. San Hin, the divine bird king's brow knots tightly as though straining to contain the fury surging from his grief. He speaks. Assemble all our forces, tonight we burn.